Cowabunga, Magic fans, and welcome to coverage of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty Devuti. I am joined by Mr. Paul Chion. Paul, good morning. How's it going?
Good morning. It's going well. It's going well. You know, it's only been a couple of weeks since the last event that we've had, but I feel like there have been some nice new additions and Standard has evolved. Really excited to see what happens in this tournament.
Yeah, this is release weekend, of course, for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. So for us and for the viewers at home, this is the first big glimpse at the set and the impact that it can have on the standard format. With these smaller sets, we never really know what the impact is going to be. We don't know if we're going to get an all-star like Superior Spider-Man, for example, that really can change the way standard looks as a whole, or whether it is going to be a more understated set that doesn't have that sort of impact. Where do you think Teenage Mutant Turtles so far has fallen?
Yeah, I mean, just based on what I've seen, I've already seen people excited about a couple of the cards in the format. You know, we're talking about cards like, you know, Michelangelo, Cool But Rude, all of a sudden just turning decks that were maybe just on the cusp, right, and kind of putting it over the top. In the case of Michelangelo, you had all of a sudden, you know, this mono-green landfall deck that kind of plays out more like a mid-range deck. All of a sudden, it kind of plays out like a mono-green stompy deck. So really excited to see if those are actually real, of course, and this is going to be the first true test for whether or not those decks can actually get it done.
Yes, and it's not going to be just us bringing you the action this weekend. We do have a full commentary team here. So it's Paul and I on the morning shift, and then we're going to have things over to Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister, who will be our co-casters for this event. So it should be an absolute blast for us bringing you all the action. But we talked about it a bit. What are we going to be watching this weekend? Well, Paul, it's standard. 15 sets in the standard format now, and talk to us about what we can expect to see with so many sets in a format that feels like it's constantly evolving.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the biggest standard has been. We have 15 sets here, and you know, it almost plays out like not really a standard format, but maybe perhaps a more of an eternal format where, you know, we have other formats such as Pioneer where the power level of these cards are so strong, and so there's a really high bar, right? And will the cards from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles actually be able to pass that test and make its way into standard?
Right, the power level is very high, but it's also high across the board, which is something that typically, as you said, is more of an indicator of eternal formats than standard. In standard, if there's some imbalance, it usually rises to the top, and we see it dominate the format. Here, it really does feel like there's double digits viable decks in the format that have very distinct identities, and on any given weekend, one of them could win the event. Coming off of Milwaukee a couple of weeks ago, as you mentioned, Lessons was the ultimate winner, but even in that top 8, there were still many different archetypes.
Right, and we have even more archetypes potentially being represented in this tournament because we have a couple of exciting decks that have risen out of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
All right, let's talk about the format for this weekend. So we're going to kick things off today with 9 rounds of Swiss standard. So things are just kicking off in the hall right now. 9 rounds of Swiss. At the end of it, all players with 18 or more match points, that is a 6-3 record or better, will be coming back tomorrow morning for day 2, Paul.
That's right. And then day 2, we will have basically 6 rounds of Swiss. So 9 rounds in day 1, 6 rounds of Swiss in day number 2, and then we will have a cut to the top 8, where the top 8 players will advance to a single elimination playoff. This is an event where top 8 is kind of where you want to be due to some you know, things that you're playing for, which we'll see in a future slide.
All right, well, you did allude to it, so let's head right into the prize pool, because unlike the regional championships where the main prize is the Pro Tour qualifications available to top 32, at the Magic Spotlight Series, it's a bit more top-heavy. Of course, players in the top 128 receive an exclusive promo for this event, which is the Borderless Super Shredder. Top 8 players get that Pro Tour invite, which is why there's such a heavy emphasis. There is a $50,000 US prize pool with $10,000 USD going to the first place winner. So there's quite a lot to play for. But one thing that I really want to highlight, Paul, is at each of these spotlight events, there's an exclusive prize for first place. It's a very one-of-a-kind event. We want it to feel special, and we want the winner to feel like they have done something that no one else will do. And for Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles this weekend, that prize is the trophy. It's a unique trophy that we're unveiling for the first time here. Personally speaking for myself, this is one of the coolest trophies and Magic trophies I've ever seen. It really rivals the excitement of the Black Lotus trophy that we unveiled at the World Championships. This thing looks incredible.
Yeah, look at this thing. And it's got every single one of the weapons from the Ninja Turtles all on the trophy here. I mean, this thing is awesome. And I mean, look, if I was playing in this event, I mean, this is what you're playing for, right?
The sewer cover being the backing of it, and it just does highlight everything about this collaboration between the Turtles and Magic the Gathering. So absolutely fantastic trophy. Really excited to see how this weekend plays out as we work our way towards crowning a champion and giving them that trophy.
That's right. I'm part of Team Donatello. That was kind of my guy growing up, so I'm glad that it's represented right there in the middle.
Right in the middle. Hey, I was talking about this earlier. I've definitely gone through stages in my life where when I was a kid and I was a young Turtles fan, I was Michelangelo all the way.
Oh, sure.
And then as a teenager, getting a bit edgier, I was a Raphael guy.
Okay.
Right? The bad boy. And now I'm with you. I have grown and settled into my Donatello phase here.
That's fine.
In my mature age.
You finally landed on the correct turtle. So
look, that's everybody takes their own journey.
That's true.
Right? So as we gear up for round one, Paul, we're going to get ready for the players. I can tell you that we are going to be watching a matchup between Ian Campbell on Is It Prowess against Caroline Party on Grixis Monument. Now, this is lucky for us because this is a deck that you and I have been hearing about essentially nonstop for the last 36 hours or so. Caroline was on my flight coming here from Denver, so she's been telling me all about this Monument deck and the evolution of it. Of course, this is a take on the Rakdos Monument deck that existed previously in Standard, but it has evolved quite a bit over the past few weeks. It started adding blue for the Riddler, the Quantum Riddler, and it's also gained Cool But Rude, one of the cards from this turtle set.
Right, yeah. Now, this was a deck that did actually well at the Pro Tour in Richmond for Pro Tour Lower Eclipse. It did reasonably well. There was kind of I think like a newer player who kind of brewed up this deck and actually managed to have good success. But then there's a couple of cards, really, really key cards, like you mentioned, Cool But Rude and the Quantum Riddler, kind of put this deck over the top. You have the ability to kill your opponent as early as turn 3 with the right combination of draws. But it also has staying power. Quantum Riddler is absolutely ridiculous in this type of deck because you have so many ways to discard down to 1 cards. You can just gas back up, and with Cool But Rude, since it's a rummage effect, that works even better with something like a Quantum Riddler.
All right, well, the players are ready, so without further ado, let's kick off Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the feature match area. So here we go, Paul, and you know, you talked about this. Quantum Riddler is quickly sort of becoming that, what is my deck lacking? It feels like there's something missing. Oh, I know, just slam some Quantum Riddlers into it. We do realize that the overlay is flipped, so we will get that fixed for you in just a moment. It is Caroline Party on the bottom of your screen playing Grixis Monument, kicking things off with a Moon Shadow. Ian Campbell will be on the top of your screen playing Is It Prowess and kicking things off with a Sleight of Hand, Paul.
Yeah, Is It Prowess also kind of a deck that's been really rising in popularity and doing quite well in the current Standard metagame, where you see, there has been a bunch of Cub decks, mono green landfall decks. Those decks really don't have a whole lot of interaction. So that's a really great time to play something like an Is It Prowess deck where all of a sudden you can just play some unblockable or flying creatures and just kind of kill your opponent out of nowhere.
Right, and we've talked about the evolution of Standard as Caroline follows up Moonshadow with an Iron Shield Elf. One of the things that has really evolved for this Prowess deck since we last saw it is they've started adding in Eddie Merc crab to the deck. This was previously more of a staple of the Is It Spellamental's deck, but now Prowess has ventured into it. I've heard primarily for the mirror match alongside some other matchups.
Yeah, you see cards like the Eddimer Crab showing up in the main for the mirror. You see more players playing some copies of Draycatcher. You kind of see that as well as options as well. But yeah, I mean, this deck, again, you know, the question always is, hey, which Is It variant is the best? There are so many that you can choose from here, but the Prowess deck seems to be one of, if not the most popular variant.
Yeah, I have heard some whisperings of a potential Is It Looting comeback with Cool But Rude being added to the mix.
From the grave.
I have heard that at least one person says, I think everybody putting this card in Rakdos is doing it wrong. I think this is the home for it. Right. So we see the Flail coming down for Caroline. In a lot of the fast kills for this deck, it is the Flail that is the MVP of the show, right?
Right, absolutely. I mean, take a look here. Caroline can potentially attack in for 7 damage right now.
Right, 7 damage represented, assuming she doesn't want to activate the elf for more. So, Ian, with just an elusive otter, what is the line here?
Well, now Ian does have a couple of really good interactive spells for something like the Flail and the Iron Shield Elf. He's got 1 copy of Bounce Off and 1 copy of Into the Floodmaw. So those would be really, really nice, especially if you kind of get into this racing situation with the Grixis Monument deck.
Right. It is going to be Torch the Tower kicking things off, targeting the Moon Shadow. So Caroline can save this, correct?
Yeah, if you discard permanents off of the Iron Shield Elf, you can make it so that you can grow the Moon Shadow. Currently, it's a 2/2, so all Caroline has to do here is just discard 1 permanent here, and that would pump up the Moon Shadow.
All right, so Cool But Rude is the discard. Iron Shield Elf gets indestructible.
Okay, this is a lot of damage.
Oh. And before blocks, Caroline says requiring Hex. Of course, the Moon Shadow would keep the 2 damage on it, so the Prowess Otter would be putting another 2 damage forward potentially. Caroline does not want that, so says, I'm just going to get Moon Shadow going up even further and attacking you.
Yeah. And this is after Caroline just missed the land drop, by the way. But, I mean, this is Ian just on the back foot here, dealing with an Iron Shield Elf that's really, really tough to handle. And then that Moon Shadow, I mean, that Torch of Tower was almost a desperation play there, right?
Yeah, it does feel like it. And I think one thing that we have to point out as well is this Grixis Monument deck, it gets to a point where it doesn't want to play land drops anymore because it prefers to use them as discard fodder, whether it is for the Iron Shield Elf, whether it is for the Cool But Rude. So it's even possible that Caroline has a 3rd land in hand here that she's just holding back because she already has the pressure she needs to close out this game.
Yeah, because I think Caroline's only on 1 card in hand. So you even if it is a land, you absolutely want to keep it to save that Iron Shield Elf from a potential removal spell.
Right. The only 3 mana plays really in the deck are the Monument. Right. You do, of course, have the Phoenix as well, the Flamewake Phoenix, but that is not a card that you typically want to be playing. You want to be discarding it.
Right. And she would also still just need to get red mana available because right now she's only on the 2 black from the Blazemire Verge.
All right, so now Ian does a reset of the board. This was, as we talked about desperation plays the previous turn, this is the full reset. Ideally for the Prowess deck, you would like to have some pressure backing this up, but that's not something that is available to Ian here. So instead, just going to use a Boomerang Basics plus an Into the Floodmaw, get both creatures back to hand. For Caroline, no 3rd land. As you mentioned, it is just Iron Shield Elf coming down now.
Yeah. Now, Ian does have a ton of spells in the yard here. Is that 5 spells it looks like?
That's what I count.
Okay, so, yeah, you do have the ability to run out that Eddimer Crab here as well, and that could potentially swing the race a little bit back, buy you some time, especially if Caroline does choose to use her turn to, move that Bloodthorn Flail onto the Iron Shield Elf.
2 copies of the Crab in the main deck, so it is certainly a possibility, and we'll see what Ian has available to him there.
Caroline does play land number 3, so does she have Monument as a drop here? And she does.
All right, so a lot of, as you mentioned, good interaction in the deck from the Prowess side, but not much to deal with a Monument.
Right, all you can do is kind of bounce it and kind of hope for the best, but now when you have Monument Endurance plus Iron Shield Elf, that's at least a guaranteed 3 damage every turn. There's, of course, a lot of other things you can do. The first mode you can even choose is you can discard and then choose to draw a card off the monument. And then, of course, after that, you can choose to kind of burn out your opponent here. Right now, Caroline using the Bloodthorn Flail first. And, yeah, Ian does have the Edimir Crab, and that's huge just to be able to kind of pad that life total because he's at 9. That's 3 monument triggers.
Right. It's 3 monument triggers in a play pattern where Caroline can very easily do that. On my turn, use a draw. On your turn, bolt you.
Yeah.
Right? And then kill on the next turn cycle.
Right. But Ian will be able to crash in for a good amount of damage here. That's an opt. At least 7 damage coming through.
Yeah, taking a moment to read the Iron Shield Elf, just make sure of the wording. Of course, one thing that Ian can do is on Caroline's beginning of combat, use a removal spell just to tap the Iron Shield Elf at worst and not take the damage from that at least.
Yeah. And Caroline looks like she's on at least 2 cards in hand, so she can save the elf. You could, if you did something like end of turn, discard to the Iron Shield Elf, and then if Ian had a removal spell, you could pitch the other card.
Right. So, Monument, reset, back we go Caroline's way. 7 damage came across, as you mentioned.
1 card for Ian. No blocker left behind here.
Yeah.
Caroline can potentially get in for 5.
Right, and then finish things off with the Monument, which is the awkward part from Ian is if at the beginning of combat he's able to tap this elf and not take the damage, then how does he win with no cards in hand?
Right.
And if he's not and takes 5, how does he beat a Monument at all?
Is he just taking the damage? All right. Well, so now, I mean, Caroline's thinking, okay, well, I'm just going to kill you.
Yeah,
if Caroline has 3 cards in hand, oh, she plays a land here, okay.
I would guess we see a Quantum Riddler come down.
Yeah?
I think Caroline's thinking, okay, you're at 5, and you have 1 copy of Into the Floodmaw. That's the only thing that interacts with Monument at instant speed.
Right, but if he hadn't had an Into the Floodmaw, he probably would have cast it.
No, he's cast it already. He's used it.
Right, there's a bounce off as well in the deck, but again, that's something that he would have casted, not take 5 damage here.
Right. So, Quantum Riddler came down, drew 2, Marauding Maku comes down, and now Caroline says, all right, well, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to try to kill you.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's pretty clear Ian doesn't have anything here, but Caroline, of course, just has to play it, just play around everything that you can here.
Right, draw 2 again with the Quantum Riddler. Mako gets a counter.
So this is 4 cards drawn off the Riddler?
Correct.
Oh, man.
4 cards drawn off of 2 card draws.
2 mana draw 4?
Yeah.
Who needs Accumulate Wisdom when you can just go 2 mana draw 4 instead?
3U, pass.
All right, at 1, upkeep effects. Yeah.
Yep, and that is going to be game 1. Going to Grixis Monument, and we've been hearing all the whisperings of cool but rude, but that's not even coming into play in this game. Just getting it done with the Iron Shield Elf, with the Moon Shadow, the old game plan from the deck, and Quantum Riddler really showing its worth as it always does, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, again, those 2 additions, I think, really put the deck over the top. I think previously this was a fine functional deck, but it had some consistency issues where, yeah, sometimes you draw too many flails, sometimes you just can't put on enough pressure, you don't have enough card flow, and the addition of the 4 Riddlers and the Cool But Rudes really, I think, just put this deck over the top.
Okay, so let's talk about sideboards. There's a lot of discussion coming into the weekend about what kind of red sideboard cards you should be bringing. Starting off with Ian Campbell for the matchup, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so he's got a singular copy of Annul, which does have a good number of targets here. It's got you have the 3 monuments and the 4 copies of Cool But Rude. Every now and then you can just randomly hit the flail, so I wouldn't be shocked if he brings in the 1 Annul out of the sideboard here for this matchup here. And then perhaps, if you feel like this is the type of matchup where you're trying to race your opponent, you could also just bring in maybe some more interaction here out of the board. Perhaps the crabs. I mean, that one felt pretty decent when we saw him cast it, where it's like, okay, if you're just going to try to beat me down with Iron Shield Elves, I mean, it doesn't actually kill it, but it puts a threat in play that also lets me just kind of put pressure. I actually got to play with the Grixis Monument deck Caroline's deck last night, actually. And one of the problematic things was just if your opponent just plays big creatures, it's kind of annoying. It's kind of tough to just kind of push damage through. So I could imagine some number of those just big creatures in the sideboard being boarded in.
Now, one thing that is unfortunate for Ian, of course, you see 3 copies of Sunderflock. We saw how good bounce effects were in that game. But there's one big issue with that, Paul. Moonshadow's an elemental. There's no bouncing that with Sunderflock, so the value of that card just goes down significantly against one of the primary threats in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, it is kind of sweet. If you look at Ian's deck, he literally sideboards into a Spelemental's deck. Right. So it's like, all right, in this particular matchup, what's actually going to work a little bit better? Do I want to do the prowess thing, or do I want to spell a Spelemental's thing? And Ian's kind of got that nice flexibility built in here. But going on Caroline's side, I mean, she is ready. 4 copies of Magebane Lizard in the sideboard. She says, you know, I don't want to over-sideboard for any particular matchup, but this card, this is specifically for the Is It Prowess matchup. So you better believe she's going to be bringing in those 4 lizards.
The bane of mages, indeed, and prowess is a through-and-through mage deck. Now, I do want to draw your attention to a sale that we are having this weekend. 10% off all singles from Commander sets. Commander set singles are 10% off this weekend. While supplies last, you can head over to starcitygames.com/sale and take advantage of this offer all weekend long. So, Paul, Magebane Lizard. Talk to me about just how devastating this card can be. We've seen it, you know, for a few years now, where first it was mono red that was making good use of it. There was a time where it was the only card mono red really had access to shut down some of the Is It shenanigans that were happening in the format.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing with the Is It Prowess deck is it just relies on just the ability to kind of cast a flurry of spells to kind of kill your opponent with all of your prowess cards. So it is really, really strong. And this is the type of matchup where it also feels like it's kind of a racing situation where Caroline's trying to beat you down. And when you get that lizard in play, all of a sudden Ian can't enact his strategy. So perhaps if Ian is aware of the fact that Caroline could be boarding in a card like Magebane Lizard, maybe you do go the control route, right? Then you can kind of slow down how many spells you cast every turn. You cast 1 on your turn, cast 1 on your opponent's turn, and then all of a sudden you just don't take a boatload of damage.
Right. So Ian keeps his hand. Caroline is mulliganing right now. One thing I want to ask you about is I think I caught a glimpse of Ian's hand, and I believe I saw a copy of Slagstorm coming in. Is that something that surprises you? Do you think that's play draw dependent in the matchup with him being on the plate here, or do you think that it's just good in the matchup?
Well, I mean, yeah, it does deal with a fair number of the creatures here. Of course, Iron Shield Elf, it doesn't kill, but, you know, this also could perhaps be indicative of the sideboard plan of Ian Campbell. If he did bring in something like a Slagstorm, perhaps it means that he wants to kind of play the role of the control player in this matchup where he goes, you know what, perhaps I just don't do the slick shot show off elusive otter thing, and instead I'm just going to turn into straight up Is It Spelementals, and that'll maybe give me better game for this matchup.
Now, I got a big question for you, Paul. It's going to be impossible for you to answer, but I want you to try anyways. Does Ian know that Moonshadow is an elemental, or are we going to see a Sunderflock reverse blowout?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible. Now, the deck does have a fair number of cheap removals, so if Ian can help it, you know, he's going to probably try to get it off the battlefield. But, yes, I do not know. I do not know that, you know, it's certainly this Grixis Monument deck is kind of gotten a lot more popular with the addition of the Cool But Rude and the Quantum Riddler, but you know, I'm sure before he casts it, he's going to take a look at the board, survey the battlefield, if you will.
Absolutely. So Caroline's going down to 5 here. Unfortunately, couldn't find a hand that she wanted to keep in the 6. So back we go down to 5, and we'll see if this offers anything keepable.
Yeah. The nice thing about a deck with Quantum Riddler, you know, you mold a 5, you mold a 4, can always get you back in the game.
Forgives all sins. Almost like an Arcbound Ravager in some ways. All right, Sleight of Hand being cast turn 1 for Ian. And here we go, back Caroline's way. What is going to be the kickoff? Blood Crypt Shock smells like a Moonshadow or a Mako to me. Right. It is Moonshadow.
Not a ton of resources here there for Caroline. And I believe Ian did get a bounce off here off of the Alien. Ooh, second blue source.
Yeah, that's when you have a Slag Storm in hand, that is not the mana start that you want.
Wow. So probably was leaning on the sleight of hand to kind of find some red mana here.
Right. Back Caroline's way, starting town is the play.
Cool but rude, maybe?
That's a Bloodghast.
Do what you got to do.
Creature plan.
That's right. You could Bloodghast, you can't just cast it.
You are allowed. It is legal.
Ideally you want to be getting it for free here out of the graveyard, but
yeah, you don't want to be casting it, but you are allowed.
Yeah. Do what you got to do.
Back we go Ian's way. Does he find a red source? That's question number one.
Right. He didn't play anything last turn.
Yeah, he passed the full turn cycle. Hand might just be bounce spells. You don't really want to be bouncing either of these creatures right now.
Hey, if you're Caroline, you're like, wait, that's your play? No land drop? She's like, okay, well.
Mulligan to 5, and your opponent goes miss land drop, boomerang basics your Bloodghast.
Okay, well, so typically when you're on the mold of 5 here on the draw, you're not feeling great about things, but at this point, it could go in either direction.
I would say that at this exact moment, Caroline is starting to allow herself to hope.
Right.
She's like, okay, maybe it's possible. So, Marauding Mako, Bloodghast comes back, another 1 damage taken from the starting town, and Moonshadow, 1 across.
1 at a time.
All right, back we go Ian Campbell's way. Can he find a red source?
Ooh, that's
a sleight of hand. Okay. Now he needs 2 red sources.
That's
sleight of hand, stock above. Okay.
Hey, that's just fueling up his graveyard for the
Edimur Crab. It's true.
Okay,
he needs red source.
Oh, he's so
Steam Vents. All right. All right, we have a game.
There is a game plan here, and as you can tell, he did go full spell elementals here after sideboard for this matchup.
Right. There is a copy of Slag Storm in hand, so this entire board is being checked if he can find that second red source. He's shocking the Steam Vents. I believe there's a copy of Torch the Tower in hand.
Yeah, this is indicative of some kind of red removal spell here, because if he had more deck manipulation spells, he would have cast it on a previous turn.
Right, exactly. So, back we go Caroline's way, and we'll see what the draw is. As we've mentioned, she mulliganed to 5 this game, so not too many resources to work with.
Yeah, it might just be smack in for 4 here.
It could be as simple as that. I bet she would love to have a cool but root here if possible. Playing a 4th land, maybe around Spell Pierce. Quantum Riddler coming down. 1 card in hand. She's done it.
Hey, no more mulligans here.
Mulligan undone.
Undone. It looks like Ian does have some kind of interactive spell here to cast. I know for a fact that he at least has a bounce off in his hand. If he's got a Torch to Tower, though.
Where does that even go?
Oh, it's just a bounce.
Bounce off Bloodghast. Now, bounce off is the good one here, right?
It is, because now you only draw the 1 card off the Riddler here.
That's the big one. And unfortunately, Caroline used the starting town to go for the Quantum Riddler, which means she doesn't have the ability to recast Bloodghast this turn.
Right.
So, it is.
Oh, but there's a better play.
All right.
Found it off the Riddler, most likely.
All right, Riddler goes to the Warp Zone. Magebane Lizard follows things up, and things are closing in on Ian Campbell. Yeah. Magebane Lizard, 4 toughness, crucial. That means no Slag Storm to clear this one off. Doesn't even have the second red source. Yeah. Finds a Verge for the turn, but not the right Verge, Paul. A singleton copy of Willow Rush Verge in this deck.
Yeah. Stuck up here. Ian down to 13. Help finding what he needs, but he's kind of getting to a bit of a dangerous life total here. Does find the second red source here with the stock up here, and has his option of Burst Lightning or Boomerang Basics if he wants.
Right. Not interested in the Multiversal Passage. That the mana issues have been answered. So going to be Boomerang Basics the take, but the damage is going to start adding up as Ian tries to deploy these spells.
Right. The thing is, Caroline, if she just has land number 5, I mean, she can just play out that Riddler too. All of a sudden, the Slag Storm just doesn't do anything.
All right, so it is going to be Hearth Elemental cast. That one, as you mentioned, full spell elementals now. Right. That one is very cheap at this point.
Right, and, you know, Caroline's list actually just does not have a whole lot of removal. We're talking about a list with 2 copies of Bitter Triumph as basically the only way to kill a large creature.
Right, we saw Requiting Hex in the previous game. That's great against the primary game plan of the Is a Prowess deck, the Slickshot Show-Offs and the Otters. Terrible in this position.
Right.
So, kicking things off with a Bloodthorn Flail.
So that'll mean Caroline takes 1 off the Magebane.
Correct.
Right, you can put it on and this is a menace creature, so you do get to push damage through.
Discarding Bloodghast, removing a counter from Moonshadow and putting it on the Mako.
So that is a 4-powered Moonshadow.
Yep. Just remembering that she does take 1 off the Magebane Lizard, so life total getting fixed, fortunately.
Land for the Bloodghast.
Here comes the land. Bloodghast comes back.
Now Ian is sitting at 13 life here, so that doesn't quite have haste just yet.
Now, how do you feel about this play versus just playing the Quantum Riddler?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It depends on what else maybe Caroline has in hand.
I think she's hellbent.
Yeah, so then she could have just played out a Riddler here, and could she have drawn? She could have drawn.
She would have drawn one because
card.
she had Bloodghast and the Flail.
Oh, because she had to play
hand.
the Flail. Yeah, I see. So this does give Ian a glimmer of hope, but you know the Slagstorm here will certainly. Oh, is Ian going to play another spell too?
I think this is going to be Boomerang Basics on the Lizard.
Yeah, so, okay, I was thinking because if you go 2 spells, then you're going to be taking, of course, 3 damage off the Lizard. But now, yeah, you're just taking the 1 here.
But, okay, yes. All right, so Caroline does not have an instant speed way to save the Moonshadow.
Right.
No Iron Shield Elf this game. Can't just go ahead and discard the Magebane Lizard hypothetically.
Yeah, this will clear the board. Imagine if Caroline had a Mako or something.
Right.
That would be nice here. But yeah, I mean now the board is entirely clear. Now, however, Ian is down to 8 life, so you know if Caroline does just play a land for the turn, likely to find it off that Quantum Riddler, you do have the Flail in play. That's 4 damage that can come in at instant speed here next turn.
Right. So, we'll see what the start of the turn is going to be. Caroline, I think, hoping for a land just to be able to play Quantum Riddler, get back Bloodghast, and draw 2 cards.
Right.
That would make things simple. But that's not always Magic the Gathering. It's not always simple. And we'll see what the draw for the turn was. Magebane Lizard, the card in hand going into the turn.
Yeah, if she just draws another spell, then you're going to be forced to maybe play out a Riddler here without drawing the 2 cards. And it looks like, yeah, that's what she's going for here.
Riddler, trigger, draw card. Still hoping for a land.
All right.
Discarding Moonshadow to the Flail, equipped to the Quantum Riddler.
Okay.
This makes it
and no
a viable blocker. No land.
This would be able to eat the Hearth Elemental here, but Ian's got to be feeling pretty good that that's all that happened that turn.
Correct. So, kicking things off with likely another stock up.
Yeah, and okay.
All right.
Ian's rebuilding here. Now all of a sudden, you know, with a completely loaded graveyard here, and Caroline down to 11, you find another big threat. You find something like an Eddimer Crab, and it's going to be really tough for Caroline.
But instead he finds the lands. I believe that is Spell Pierce and Burst Lightning with 3 lands. So these are the lands he was missing earlier. Takes the Burst Lightning.
At this point,
and a land.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't want the Spell Pierce, says it's too late for that.
Right.
Just wants to make sure that he's hitting land drops in order to cast multiple spells a turn. I believe that was a 6-7 meme.
That would be my guess.
Maybe the question is, how large is the Quantum Riddler, Paul?
Yeah, well, it is that power and toughness.
No, say it, please.
It's what you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
About 10 seconds ago.
Paul, you have 2 young kids at home,
I hear
right?
it enough at home, Mommy. I hear it enough. I'm done.
Just checking.
All right.
Just checking. All right, so Ian Campbell, I believe we know 3 of the cards in hand now. 1 is a land. He did play a land for the turn, so likely that was the card he picked up. But Burst Lightning, and I believe there's still a copy of Torch the Tower in hand.
Yeah.
So could attack, but that would require both of the burn spells to finish off the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of 3-for-1 yourself here to get the Riddler off the battlefield. I mean, you might need to do it just because if you have nothing here, Caroline can just attack for 6 in the air with that Riddler.
And it's just going to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are at 8. So for Ian, the question is, do I win this game without these resources? Do I win this game with these resources?
Right. Yeah, that was that was not the best stock up there here.
No, absolutely not. He would have loved to find another one of his bounce spells. Already used 3 of them this game with 2 Boomerang Basics and a bounce off. So there's 3 more here in the deck.
Yeah, Sunderfl. He just wanted to find any one of his elementals.
Right.
Oh, okay, he did find one. All right.
Hearth Elemental number 2 hits the battlefield.
So I guess you can just choose not to attack, and if Caroline attacks, you take it. You go down to 2, and then you potentially have lethal by attacking for 8 and then burst lightning Caroline down, right? Because she's at 11.
Right. We do know Caroline has that Magebane Lizard in hand, so
that would put you. Oh, okay. So then if you burst lightning, so then that's not quite going to be enough. Ooh.
And here comes the attack for Caroline.
If she takes this,
she does.
This gives Ian a much better window to close things off here with that burst lightning in hand.
But can you beat the Lizard? All right, back we go Caroline's way. Draw for the turn. 2 cards in hand, which means not drawing an additional card.
Yeah, I mean, if Caroline just plays Lizard and attacks with the Riddler, then Ian has it, right?
Right, she's dead.
Yeah.
But we also know she didn't have a land the previous turn, as that would have been very clutch. Lizard kicking things off.
So she probably doesn't have the removal spell, otherwise she probably would have cast that first.
Right.
To not take damage.
Forcing the hand.
What is
Secret Identity on Hearth Elemental. Secret Identity. Choose one until end of turn. Target creature you control becomes a citizen with 1/1 and hexproof, or becomes a 3/4 with flying and vigilance. So it can block the Quantum Riddler now.
Okay, so just casting it to be able to not die to the Riddler?
Correct.
Okay.
Second Quantum Riddler.
Oh, wow. This is 3 cards coming in for Caroline.
It's, yeah.
All right.
That's big.
Remember, there's a Bloodghast in the graveyard as well.
Right.
I mean, if you just find a Flail, that would also be able to get it done here.
Okay. Bloodghast returns thanks to the Verge.
Yeah, it's got haste now, but Ian, of course, does have that blocker for the ground.
And for the air. We're going to assume that he made it a 3/4 flying
instead
with
of
the
a
Secret
1/1.
Identity.
Yeah.
All right. Caroline's hand. I see an Iron Shield Elf. I think I saw a Mako.
Okay, so none of those would
And
do.
the last card is a Monument. That is Reach.
That is
That
Reach.
heavily incentivizes her to try to close out the game. Going to discard the Elf, move the Flail to the Bloodghast.
Okay, so now they're both... Because the Hearth Elemental is currently a 3/4,
right.
This is a good move here because now if Ian chooses to block,
that's the going to check Magebane Lizard.
Oh, because he cast a spell before Magebane Lizard resolved.
But I believe Magebane Lizard counts the number of spells cast this turn, not the number of spells it's seen cast this turn.
So you still take 2 damage?
You still take 2 damage. You just avoided the 1 from the Secret Identity.
Right.
I believe this is a Torch the Tower in Ian's hand, which can go after Bloodghast or Burst Lightning if I saw the Torch wrong earlier.
Yeah, no, Torch certainly makes a lot of sense. So
that exiles.
Yeah, that exiles, and then if you do take the 2, then you go down to 6, and then the Riddler puts you down to 2 damage. And then
unless you block it.
Right. But what kind of reach does Caroline have on her side outside of course, that Magebane Lizard? She's not playing any burn in her deck, right? So perhaps you take this.
She has Monument. That would flail kills
But she can't cast it this turn.
Yes.
What I'm saying is Ian is setting up for a win next turn, right? Because he's got a Burst Lightning in hand. So you go down to 2, right? And then if Caroline doesn't do anything, you just attack with both creatures. One of them has to get blocked by the Lizard, and then you just burst Lightning Caroline down for the win.
Right, so Ian takes it, exactly as you mentioned. Caroline has a Mako in hand. She's going to play that as a blocker.
Okay,
right?
sure. And then now, yeah, both creatures are accounted for.
As long as Caroline doesn't try to keep the lizard alive here, saying my Riddler will get the job done, I don't need this Magebane lizard. As long as she double blocks, she's fine.
Right, unless Ian draws another removal spell.
That was a
here.
land.
I think that was a land, though.
So
that Mako was big, just to have that extra blocker here for Caroline.
And Caroline has guaranteed lethal with Monument, just equip Flail next turn. So as long as she goes block, she has the win.
Right. It's like, are you going to play around a Burst Lightning here? Do you just block with both? Do you block with the lizard? You got to block with the lizard.
In the tank, yes.
Oh, look at this.
She smells it out. She says, block both, no damage coming across, shows the Burst Lightning, extends the hand, and it is Caroline Party on a mulligan to 5 with Grixis Monument. Once again, Quantum Riddler is forgiven all sins, and it is going to be a win for the Monument deck.
Yeah, and just kind of going into that final turn, just really impressive just awareness of what Caroline needed to do to win in that spot, and also what she needed to do to not lose in that spot, right?
Right.
Because it's so easy when you have your sideboard card in play to just go, well, if I just keep this around, you're at 2 life.
I'm safe.
I'm safe. But she has to go, okay, what are the literal outs that you have in your deck that can win you the game? It's Burst Lightning.
Right.
I have it locked up with the Monument, with that Flail in play. I'm just going to make sure that I block just to make sure that I can't die to that.
Right, because with the Lizard in play, you say, I don't lose to 2 cards. So what 1 card in your deck kills me? You can cast 1 spell at 2 life. And if the answer is Burst Lightning, you have to block in that spot to not give your opponent that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I am thinking just like a little bit, his decision to just make his creature into a 3/4 creature, it actually made it so that he couldn't block the Bloodcast, or he had to use a removal spell on the Bloodcast. I wonder what was the intention there, because all of a sudden, I mean, he never even ended up blocking the Quantum Riddler, right?
Right.
So that was something that maybe, I mean, if there's a world where you can give one of your 4 or 5s flying and then Burst Lightning your opponent, I mean, there's some interesting things there, but really well played by Caroline.
Yeah, it does come back to the question of whether Caroline could just kill you in the air with the Quantum Riddler, if there's a second flail, etc.
Right.
A lot of things that could have happened. So we are going to head into another feature match that we have for you. So let's go down and see what we are going to be looking at. On the bottom of your screen, it is Christian Valenti on Mono White Momo. We will flip the cameras around, on the top of your screen, it is Tucker Diego on Teamer Harmonizer. So, 2 very different flavors of deck, Paul. One very new in this Mono White Momo deck that you can talk about. One we're a bit more used to seeing in the Harmonizer.
Yeah, the Teamer Harmonizer deck kind of functions. It is kind of your quote unquote in a combo deck, right? It's trying to put together, Harmonizer and Full Bore to basically kill your opponent out of nowhere. And meanwhile, you do have a lot of interaction to try to kind of keep the board clear, and then before you set up your combo kill here.
That was Thunder Magic answering the Momo. And back we go to Christian's side as we see a warp card that we are less used to seeing in the standard format, Paul.
Yeah, Starfield Shepherd does a lot of work in this deck, and it kind of gives the deck a lot more consistency, right? Part of the Momo decks that we've seen in the past, the Boros Dragons decks, the issue is, well, if they kill your Momo, your deck just feels a lot weaker. Well, the Shepherd just gets you more copies of Momo if you need, and it also smooths out your draw. So excellent addition to this deck.
All right, so more Thunder Magic from Tucker, but just land pass. And it is going to be the combo that we see being the highlight of this deck, and part of the reason a lot of people have gravitated to it. It's Momo into Sage of the Skies, just giving you this massive board presence very quickly, very big rebuild in a world of board wipes like Slagstorm and Pyroclasm.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 toughness is also quite nice where because of that, I mean, we were talking to Caroline the other day. She goes, I don't know, should I be playing more Slagstorms? Because Sage of the Skies is a really, really annoying card to deal with in that particular matchup.
Right. It makes 2 bodies to block the Moon Shadow. Right. It has 3 toughness to block the Phoenix and the Blood Gas. All of your aggressive force gets shut down. Consult the star charts from Diego. This is ultimately a combo deck, so it is taking its time to set up. We saw this build of Temur Harmonizer get debuted in the hands of Tony Portolon of the Pro Tour. The deck is almost like Splinter Twin in a lot of ways. You are trying to assemble the Mightform Harmonizer plus full bore combo to close the game out of nowhere. And the rest of the game feels very much like, as we mentioned, Twin. So you're a control deck, you're playing removal, you're interacting with your opponent, you're playing card draw to set up for that one-turn kill.
Right, exactly. And then if you're kind of playing against a deck like this mono-white Momo deck where, you know, it doesn't really have a whole lot of interaction. The only thing that you have to be really concerned about is the 4 copies of Get Lost that could potentially break apart the combo. But that's where a card like Spell Snare really comes in handy where, you know, I remember talking to the team, Sanctum, who were playing this deck at the Pro Tour. They said, well, most of the things that kill Harmonizer, you can Spell Snare, which is why they get to play 3 to 4 copies of the card and kind of set up the protection if your opponent does keep up mana.
Right. So back we go Christian's way. We are starting to get into the territory from his point of view of what do I lose to? What do I have to play around? How do I have to navigate my turns? How much can I afford to tap out? Lifelink, of course, if you get to a certain life total, you delay the combo by a turn. It's not actual Splinter Twin in the sense that it deals infinite damage. It is only 28 as the combo.
Right. Ooh, and Halia being warped in here.
More warp.
More warp. And also works very, very nice with the Sage of the Skies that are already in play. You're going to gain the 1 life from the Halia, but if one of your Sage of the Skies connects, that'll allow you to draw a card here at the end of his turn. Oh, man. Look at Momo just completely going off here. 1 mana, Starfield Shepherd, Warp, and now there's also just a wide variety of other kind of toolboxy cards here that you can get at 1 mana. If you don't have a Momo, oftentimes Momo is the thing that you want to get, but there's a lot of other great targets here for the Starfield Shepherd. Figure of Fable, Nurturing Pixie as some nice ones, and even kind of some silver bullets here in a Curious Farm Animals and a Veteran Survivor.
Right, so a lot of choices. You know, when we hear mono white, I think that there is an image in a lot of players' minds who have been playing for a while that is a hyper-aggressive deck that is very one-dimensional. It's I play small creatures, I try to make them larger in some way, whether it is counters or lord effects or whatever, and I try to close out the game quickly. That's not entirely true about this mono-white Momo deck. There are a lot of grinding elements that allow a deck like this in a standard format that is so powerful to not only be viable, but incredibly competitive and powerful.
Yeah, you know, like you mentioned, the kind of the mono-white aggro decks of the past, a well-timed sweeper oftentimes will just kind of end the game on the spot. That is not necessarily the case here. This has the ability to have some of those good aggressive draws, but it also just kind of doesn't run out of things to do in the late game. I mean, you're talking about a deck that's kind of light on lands, but you do have 4 copies of Abandoned Air Temple with a mono-white mana base, which is also great, just allowing you to kind of channel your mana into additional counters. And of course, I mean, you're just seeing all the value that you get out of cards like the Halia and the Starfield Shepherd.
Right, and now Pixie picks up the Starfield Shepherd once again, gets a buff on the Momo, plays a land, which means can redeploy the Starfield Shepherd if he wants, or can just leave white mana up. And here we go, things turning sideways. I believe 2 flyers have entered the battlefield this turn, so 2 buffs on the Momo, if I'm not mistaken, and then just deciding whether it is both Sages coming in or whether you need to pad your life total a bit. Again, 28 is the magic number for the Harmonizer. So for Christian, trying to figure out between life total and blocks, how do I get myself above 28.
Right, and with this attack, he gets to go up to 27, and he has a 2/2 to block with. So that's exactly 29 toughness.
Right.
So he's going, well, if you have a removal spell as well, so be it, but I'm going to make this attack to try to get you dead as quickly as possible. And there's an extra creature here in the Figure of Fable.
Yeah, I was figuring since we didn't see the Starfield Shepherd come down again, that meant Christian likely had a different follow-up, and there isn't really one mana instant speed interaction, so it was likely to just be a creature.
All right, Tucker digging here with a River Regent.
Coil and Catch being cast here as we figure out the omen that the River Regent is representing. It is going to be a full bore being discarded, so either a sign of desperation or a sign of redundancy.
Right, yeah. I mean, you kind of want to make sure that you have the first copy here because I feel like it's actually going to be tough to just play the role of a control player and just try to handle everything that Christian has. You're really trying to set up this combo and just trying to stay alive before you do.
All right. So, haven't gotten a good look at Tucker's hand, but I did see a lot of red, which is what you want to see if you're trying to stabilize the board, but it's not what you want to see if you're trying to close out the game immediately. We'll see what he has access to. I believe I did see his one copy of Essence Scatter in hand. So that's been one that's been drawn.
Oh, and I see an Ashling Rekindled. So this is a little bit of tech here from Tucker's side. Not a ton to actually ramp into here, but I do suppose it gives you a discount here on the Mightform Harmonizer as it's a 4-mana value spell and just acts as a cheap blocker as well. Right,
exactly. So we'll see what Tucker's line is going to be here as he is thinking through everything. Again.
And as you mentioned, the combo is 28 points of damage coming in, and Christian sitting at 28 with 3 toughness worth of blockers. So Tucker would not be able to actually go for the kill here. Even if he goes Warp Harmonizer, Full Bore, Fabled Passage, kill your Nurturing Pixie, as long as Christian just blocks with that Figure of Fable, he would go down to 1.
Yeah, you do see exactly how much Christian put in terms of thought into that previous turn.
Right.
There was the question of, do I attack with the second Sage of the Skies? Do I just wait on this one? Because as a 3 toughness lifelink creature, yes, you're getting 2 life from the attack, but it represents more on the block, and he really mathed it out to a position where he felt safe about that turn.
Yeah, and now Christian's feeling fantastic, right? Because now, well, you're just not going to die to the combo itself. You're going to go up to 32 life this turn, and you have, of course, a lot more. So that was kind of the one turn where if Christian goes, okay, if somehow end of turn, you kill one of my things, you untap, you go for the combo, and you kill my other thing, well, that's the win, right? But now you get to go up to above 28 life, and now Christian has lots of options.
Right, and that's the calculation, right? It's what am I willing to lose to? Am I willing to lose to your combo? Absolutely not. That's your deck's base game plan.
Right.
Am I willing to lose to your combo plus 1 removal spell? No, you've cast some card selection and consult the star shards.
Right.
Am I willing to lose to your combo plus 2 removal spells? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's my line. I accept.
Right.
And I think for Christian, the one thing he really didn't want to see at the end of Tucker's turn was a fetch land already on the battlefield.
Right.
Because Tucker could set up with double fetch land to go way past that 28 number. So the fact that that hasn't been developed means that we're still working with 28, and that's a number that Christian has put in the rearview mirror. He has managed that now.
Yeah.
So Starfield Shepherd kicked things off for the turn. That was met with that Essence Scatter. Now Christian can feel pretty safe that the coast is clear, and he's not at risk of dying anymore. So for him, it's just about closing out the game before we get to that 56 plus with double fetch land
double fetch
territory.
Yeah, something along those lines. But given that Tucker is sitting here at 13, I mean, this is very close to a 2-turn clock here. Oh, no, it is exactly a 2-turn clock. This is 7 damage coming in and going up to 32 life. And Christian still has, a grip full of cards here.
Right. So 7 damage came across. 3 mana the follow-up. That is going to be Halia coming in from the Warp Zone.
That's another life that you gain, and that's another card that you get to draw here at end of turn.
looks like he missed that one.
He missed the card draw trigger. Okay.
And the life. Did he miss the life gain? No, he caught that one.
Okay.
He's at 33. So, just missed the card draw. No big deal in this spot. Of course, you don't want to get into the sloppy patterns. You want to keep it tight. But it's the start of the day. Players aren't fully awake yet.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, the turn before, the fact that he even considered the math behind the combo, that was great. Here, you're so far ahead. That's the point where players tend to maybe miss a couple of things here.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Christian is not in the zone because he missed that card draw. He was in the zone when it mattered for the full math of how do I not lose this game. And there's that fabled passage. This is the setup that you're afraid of because now if you are not able to close out the game this turn, which is what Christian is going to try to do, then you are facing potential lethal again.
He's paying 3 mana here. Nope. Never mind. 1 mana. Oh, Legend Rule Halia just to gain 2 life here.
All right. Just reconsidering. Might have not realized
that it's a legend.
That's the only explanation I can come up with, but...
Oh, Cosmogrand Zenith. So this should just... he's just going for the win
here. He wants it to be the second spell.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah, so now you play this. You get to put a +1/+1 counter on everything.
Right.
Gain a bunch of life. This is going to be, it's just way too much.
That is going to be the first game going to Christian Valenti with Mono White Momo, another name that should be very familiar to Star City Games viewers. Christian has a lot of success on the Star City Games circuit in the past and still competing at a high level, still very much able to get the job done. We've seen him at a few Pro Tours in the past few years. Talk to me about these sideboards, Paul.
Yeah, taking a look here from Tucker's side, basically anything that kills creatures will likely be brought in this matchup here. So here we have cards like the 2 copies of the Pyroclasm. Now, of course, it doesn't kill everything, but it is still a way to deal with a Momo that's in play. So imagine that's going to be boarded in here. The additional copy of Essence Scatter also probably gets sideboarded in, along with perhaps even also that Broadside Barrage that you see in Tucker's sideboard.
What about Wan Shitong as a flying blocker? Is that where your mind ever goes in this matchup? Is that something that you think about?
Yeah, so it's quite expensive. Now, there is a card that searches your library for things in the Starfield Shepherd. So if they do warp in a Starfield Shepherd, you do get to kind of pump it. But I don't know if you're anticipating the games to go that long. But if you do, then you can bring it in because I think the key number is you need to kind of play it for 3, I guess, just so that you can block Sage of the Skies.
And with Ashling, you can make some extra mana for that, but you would have to play it at sorcery speed because of the expiry of that mana.
Right. Now, if you do have enough cards that you think aren't particularly strong in the matchup and you board it out, then I think you can bring it in. You know, cards like Spell Pierce, maybe even Spider Sense, probably not at its best here. So if you don't have enough things to bring in, then...
maybe.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
All right, what about from Christian's side, the Mono White Momo side?
Yeah, I mean, Aven Interrupter is looking like a card that's going to be pretty nice in this matchup here, just to have a way to slow down or disrupt what you're trying to do. Tucker is going to be playing the role of the control player, and anytime you play against that, then of course Aven Interrupter is going to be fantastic in that particular matchup. What else do we have here? I don't imagine Rest in Peace is going to be brought in here. In fact, Tucker is not even playing the Ice Tail Explorer package. Sometimes you kind of see that as a way to just kind of put a bunch of lands in play, but Tucker doesn't have that, so I don't think that's going to be brought in. So I think Aven Interrupter is a card that certainly makes the most sense as something to kind of bring in this matchup. There's also Spectacular Spider-Man, which does help against potential sweeper effects like the Pyroclasm. Also just a nice flash threat to kind of protect some of your creatures. So that's also probably something that you could just consider bringing in. Anytime you can flash in a creature, that just makes your deck a little more dynamic.
Right. So a lot of options for Christian, a lot of options for Tucker, but for viewers at home, you only have one real option, and that is head to Cincinnati for SCG Con Cincinnati, because that's where we're headed next. The next cycle of regional championships is going to be kicking off. Qualifiers are happening for those now. So May 15th to 17th in Cincinnati for SCG Con Cincinnati. That is going to be the first of 2 regional championships that will be feeding Pro Tour Amsterdam. So very exciting to be kicking off that season. Head to starcitygames.com/SCGCon for more information about that, Paul. Christian Valenti up a game with Mono White Momo. Tucker Diego is going to be kicking things off for us here with a Steam Vents pass.
Oh, veteran survivor, just a one-mana beater here for the most part in this matchup.
Yeah, you never love to draw your silver bullets. You'd rather, of course, be finding them and kicking things off with a namesake card of the deck, Momo. But in a pinch, the one drop will do.
Hey, I appreciate a good Savannah Lions, all right? So
absolutely.
Gets the job done sometimes.
We've come a long way since Savannah Lions. That was a rare.
That was a rare. Hey, look, we talk about it just being a Savannah Lions. Well, look, if you get 2 more cards, right? 2 more cards, all of a sudden it becomes a 5/4 with hexproof.
Right. So we get the attack in. Voice of Victory was met by a Spell Snare. Don't want your card interaction on Christian's turn being shut down. So the pressure, of course, being added as well. And things just go back Christian's way. As we mentioned, this Teamer Harmonizer plays very much like a control deck in the early turns. It's about just answering your threats, setting up my turns.
Yeah, just draw some cards. There's a ton of removal here. We're talking about Burst Lightnings and Seers. There's Spell Snares. Yeah, just like basically just almost just a Teamer control deck that just happens to have the Harmonizers and the full bore. I wouldn't even be shocked if Tucker trims some of that just to make sure that he can kind of make sure that the early game he has more setup for the early game.
All right, warping in Starfield Shepherd here. Tucker says, sure. Is this ever not getting Momo in this spot?
Yeah, I suppose if Christian needs a Plains, right, you can just use the Starfield Shepherd to just get that land right away. But if not, then, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we call it Mono White Momo. If you don't have the Momo, you probably go get the Momo.
All right, so we'll see. Does he need a 3rd land here to go after the Plains? Or is it Momo time? It's Momo time, the friendly flyer everybody loves unless you're on the other side of the board. Momo comes down. All right, and does have the Plains anyways, so surprise, surprise. Veteran Survivor coming across.
Exiling a 2nd card now.
That's 2.
That is 2. One more. Tucker, if you're going to play that consult the star charts here, might turn on the Survivor next turn.
Right. So, Momo comes down, and it is going to be a pass of the turn. Shepherd goes to the Warp Zone. Need to differentiate the different exiles here. We do have a Warp indicator there.
Yeah. So if Tucker did manage to bring in a Pyroclasm, this would be an incredible spot for it.
I see a Seer.
3 mana.
Okay. All right.
Broadside Barrage.
Broadside Barrage going to take care of Momo. Discard is a Mountain. Veteran Survivor technically online.
Yeah, next turn after the attack for 2 becomes gigantic. So if Tucker has a removal spell, might be interested in getting this one off the board too.
All right. Verge, the follow-up. Green mana online. Back we go Christian's way. Now consult the star charts can be kicked. That's step 1.
Right. Yeah, step 1. Try to get that combo online here. And for Christian's side, probably just start things off with an attack here.
Yeah, Tucker just making sure what exactly is the timing and wording on Veteran Survivor. How much damage am I really facing if I just take this?
Yeah.
It is going to be met with a Seer. You see Christian not super happy about that one. As cards in hand, 3 cards left for Tucker.
Yeah, I wonder if Christian has an Aven Interrupter, which is why he's considering doing something about the Seer, or at least posturing and representing that he could perhaps counter this.
Right. Aven Interrupter would plot the Seer, but wouldn't be able to cast it this turn,
right?
Correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit different than airbending something, for example.
Right. So, Seer resolves, Survivor hits the graveyard, and we'll see what the follow-up it is. It is a Cosmogrand Zenith.
Oh, it's a naked Cosmogrand Zenith, too. Usually, when you see it get played, there's always an immediate follow-up here, but this is just a 2/4, so if Tucker does have something like a Seer, now that there's only 2 copies, but if he does have the second one, would be really interested in firing it off.
Right, this is somewhat a sign of weakness, not entirely, right? It is posturing strength at the same time where you're saying, if you don't deal with this, I'm probably going to win the game with it.
Right.
Right? And I think was that a second Cosmogrand Zenith off the top?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, he didn't have the 1-drop, right? So if he goes Cosmogrand Zenith, he probably won't have a follow-up there.
Right, because he just, if he drew the Cosmogrand Zenith there. Now, we do know that he still has a Shepherd in the Warp Zone, so if he finds the 5th land, that will get online. Okay. But as things stand, just going to be an attack with Zenith. Do you run it back? Your opponent didn't deal with the first one. Abandoned Air Temple. That's the 5th land. Here comes the Shepherd.
Right, and this basically guarantees a double spell next turn, given that he does have that Cosmogrand Zenith in hand. But this does open the door. Can Tucker piece together his combo here? Coil and Catch.
Discard Essence Scatter.
Discarding Essence Scatter.
It doesn't take much.
Right, Fabled Passage, Full Bore, and a Might Form Harmonizer.
That's the combo. Here we go. I see 3 cards in Tucker's hand. I see a 1-mana red spell. All right.
Is he considering just killing the Starfield Shepherd?
It's a Burst Lightning. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So no combo available yet. If you have 2 pieces, you can top deck the 3rd. If you don't, we're still in control mode. Doing math. Found the 2nd Seer.
All right,
okay.
Just killing everything and didn't play a land for turn here. So you know his hand is still full of action. And he discarded Essence Scatter, which would have been amazing here. So curious if he's got a backup counterspell here.
All right, 2nd Abandoned Air Temple, Sage of the Skies. There's the combo. The board is back. The life gain is there. It's going to be very quickly out of reach if Tucker is not able to assemble the combo. Pass for the turn. I think has the full bore.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Abandoned Air Temple in play, right? All of us, I mean, you can gain 6 life this turn with those Sage of the Skies.
Right. You can gain 6 and leave Momo back, but that would still only be 28 total represented. So one more creature that you could play for cheap and still activate Abandoned Air Temple, or just having Get Lost, and Christian would feel extremely good about the spot.
Yeah. Christian going, well, you didn't have the combo before. I'm just going to get in. Ooh, and you called it. Wan Shi Tong here. This is a 4. Wait, no, excuse me. 2.
Yeah,
it's a 4/4 Wan Shi Tong entering the battlefield. That's it, not the Wan Shi Tong.
Wrong Wan Shi Tong. We will get the right one up for you. It is Wan Shi Tong Librarian coming on the battlefield.
So that's a 4/4. That gets to eat the Sage of the Skies here, even through the Abandoned Air Temple activation, unless Christian has a Get Lost in hand. I imagine he kept all 4 copies in.
But what if you use it here and then you just get comboed out?
Yeah.
Is that the risk?
Well, I guess the thing is Christian's already left himself vulnerable to the combo a couple of turns already.
Right.
And Tucker hasn't had it. So I think you just kind of go for it if you do have it.
Aven Interrupter.
Aven Interrupter also, of course, completely works here.
All right. So 6 damage coming across. Momo gets buffed by the Interrupter. Wan Shi Tong, not Hydroid Crisis, not a cast trigger. It has to come on the battlefield for you to get any value. So Wan Shi Tong is plotted. Back we go Tucker's way.
Tucker still, I mean, depending on what Christian's last cards are, Tucker still has the option here to go for the combo.
Yeah, I believe this is a clarification. If Wan Shi Tong is plotted, can I cast it for X? I believe the answer is no.
No.
You cast it for its without paying its mana cost.
Yeah, I believe it is very, very good against Wan Shi Tong.
Correct. Yeah. X will be 0. You cast it for 2. You don't get any cards off of it. All right. Christian has 1 to 2 cards in hand. I believe it's 2 because he is able to shuffle them here. Yep. Yeah. So could still have a Get Lost. Could have another Aven Interrupter.
I mean, and look, that is sometimes the issue with the Teamer Harmonizer deck. It's a 3-card combo. Yep. It is not easy to sometimes you feel like you can't put together a 2-card combo. This is a 3-card combo. So just, obviously the deck looks unbeatable when you can put it together, but other times you're just sitting there with a full bore in your hand, just kind of hoping that you get a timely top deck.
Right, and we've talked about the discard of the Essence Scatter being potentially scary from Tucker earlier, but it could just as easily be Cope, right? It could be that you've kept a full bore in hand plus, let's say, a harmonizer, and you're like,
just hoping.
I can't afford to discard either of these combo pieces. I need to try to win the game, so I have to discard the Essence Scatter. But if you don't find it, you have 2 cards in your hand that do essentially nothing.
Right.
And that's not going to get the job done either.
Now that is a lowly 1/1 Wanchitong with an Abandoned Air Temple activation available. Christian just happily swings in with everything.
Yep, you have to block, otherwise you die.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
even if you block, you die.
Even if you block, you die. If Christian goes, I guess I'll activate.
Yep. Tucker goes block. Christian activates, and that is the handshake. Full bore, harmonizer.
Right. He was looking for the land.
Looking for the land. That's
right.
That is how the game goes. So, Christian Valenti picks up that match with Mono White Momo. Our first glimpses of the relatively new deck. Of course, didn't gain that much from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's more people discovering the combination of cards and how to build the deck and put it together.
And that's just the kind of the beauty of Magic, right? Just being able to piece together something. You know, we have millions of people playing Standard, and it still took this long for people to come up with this iteration of the deck, and to see it having success with a Standard as mature as it is, that's really impressive.
Yep, and that is it for round 1. We're going to cut to a quick break. On the other side, round 2 from Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Hello and welcome back to coverage of SCG Con Richmond. We are at Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Manu Davudi, joined by Paul Chion. We just had a very fun first round of Magic. We got to see 2 new decks to Standard. One enabled really by a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles card. The other just enabled by people
finding the deck.
Putting cards together 3 years into a format.
Right.
This truly is the standard format that keeps on giving, and it has been an absolute blast to cast it week after week and watch it evolve step by step into the iteration that we are seeing this weekend. We're getting into round 2. We're waiting for the players in the feature match area to give us the go-ahead and be ready. But what I can tell you is we are going to be watching Sam Bogue on Mono Green Landfall against Colin Walton on Orzhov Sacrifice. The match is ready. We're going to head right into it. Let's see some more standard action.
Yeah, taking a look at Sam's list here, it is an update. It has been updated. So the Mono Green Landfall deck has been one of the best decks in Standard for the past couple of months. It's been quite strong, but man, there are a bunch of new cards here in Sam's list. We got 3 copies of Michelangelo, Weirdness to 11. We see the return of Bristly Bill. That's a card that some people have been cutting. 2 copies of Mikey and Leo, and 4 copies of Mossborn Hydra. So this is a far more aggressive, proactive version of the Mono Green Landfall decks than what we've seen in the past.
Right, and we saw Sam a couple of weeks ago in Milwaukee playing Mono Green Landfall. They got off to an amazing start, and then the wheels fell off a bit in day 2, and ultimately didn't end up making the top 8. Still qualified for the Pro Tour, I believe. Great performance. So running it back here, but with a lot of updates, as you said. Now, Colin on the other side, Orzhov Sacrifice. This is not a deck that you or I are really used to seeing in the standard format. A lot happening in this one, but kicking things off with a familiar face in Moonshadow into Voice of Victory. 4 Voice of Victories in the main deck.
Right, and yeah, I mean, this is a really, really interesting matchup because both decks don't have a ton of interaction. Right. When we're looking at Colin's, I see 2 copies of Get Lost and some Emptinesses. And then when you're looking at Sam's deck, well, you're playing the Mono Green deck, right? You're basically going to have almost none. So this is kind of a situation where can Colin's deck do his thing, right? This is a Orzhov Sacrifice deck. Plays very similarly to some decks that we've seen in the past. We typically call them various Aristocrats deck, where you have some creatures that die, give you some value. You can maybe drain your opponent out. I mean, we're talking about a deck with 4 copies of Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. That's incredible, right? We just don't see that. It's a powerful push card, but there just hasn't been a home for it.
Right, absolutely. And we do see, of course, Sam getting off to the Mono Green start, Saz the Chocobo into Badgermole Cub. Now here is one of the key cards in this deck. This is Bartolome. Bartolome is one of your primary sacrifice outlets. It is a 2/1 legend, sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Bartolome. Really important because if you hypothetically wanted to attack with Voice of Victory, you could sacrifice the mobilized tokens to it. That's part of why there are 4 copies of Voice of Victory in this deck, but also because your opponent isn't really able to do anything on your turn, you can just have absolutely ridiculous turns where Moonshadow goes from 6 counters to 0 in 1 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Colin certainly setting up here for a huge turn this turn here. Sam needs one more turn. Right. There is that Mossborn Hydra in play. It's currently sitting in as a 2/2. Next turn, I mean, especially with that Promising Vein that's in play, you can sacrifice that to get a land, and then the Promising Vein also comes back into play. So that's 2 landfall triggers. In addition to, if you do play another sacrifice land, that's going to be a lethal Mossborn Hydra.
Right. And as we said, there's Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier, all caps. One thing that I think you and I are not fully used to seeing is exactly how much output is this Orzhov Sacrifice deck capable of, right? Enters, sacrifices the Moonshadow, draws a card, right?
Right. This is one drain. Yeah, this is one of those things where, certainly not very familiar with this deck. At some point, you just go, am I dead? Like, do you have something to actually kill me here? Oh, and that is an Infestation Sage. So Sephiroth will be able to flip this turn here. And also the Bartolome might just need to be blocked here because, I mean, you can just have that attack for a ton of damage this turn.
Right, because realistically, I feel like you're not allowed to play Sephiroth if you're not playing it in a deck where it is flipping the turn you play it.
Right. Yeah.
It feels like that is the baseline requirement is I'm playing Voice of Victory, so you're not interrupting me while I do this. I'm playing Sephiroth and flipping it.
Yeah.
That's my game plan.
All right. It looks like Sam is lining up blocks here so that maybe we're just going to be taking the damage from the Bartolome. Now, keep in mind, with Sephiroth in play, any creature that gets sacrificed, that's 2 points of damage coming in, right?
Right.
You get a +1/+1 counter on the Bartolome, and then you also get a drain.
Right. And then once it flips and you get that emblem, things get very much out of hand.
Right.
So
no, okay, he did sacrifice the blocked creatures here.
right, things are being shortcutted at the moment. So 2 sacrifices. I believe that means Sephiroth has triggered 3 times so far this turn. So now that the damage has been dealt, this can come the 4th flip. Now, Voice of Victory is off the board, so if Sam had something here, they could respond. But as you mentioned, there really isn't that much instant speed interaction coming out from the mono green landfall deck.
Right, and if you don't have lethal, I mean, even if Sephiroth flips, it's good. You know, it is a 5/5 flyer with that same line of text where when you sacrifice something, you get to drain your opponent. But I mean, I just don't think it's going to be enough. If Sam has another fetch land here, I mean, that's 4 doubles on a 2/2 Mossborn Hydra.
Right. So 2, 4,
32
8,
damage, right?
Right.
4, 8, 16, 32.
Right. And there's no amount of sacrifices blocking with this emblem that is going to save you through that. So does Sam have another fetch land? That's
Right.
question 1. I don't see it.
I don't think I do either.
I saw an Earthbender Ascension, but a ways away here.
Right.
Badger Cub only has the 1 creature. Now, Paul, I think I see 2 more copies of Mossborn Hydra, and if that's right, well, we talked about the power of this Hydra, but there's a downside. There's a
Right.
very real downside.
Absolutely. And yeah, going for Earthbender Ascension here instead. And so this is not looking like it's going to be a lethal attack here from Sam this turn.
Right, because to cast this, you had to tap the vein.
Right. And so now you don't get those extra landfall triggers. You just get the 1 from the Earthbender Ascension. So you have a 3/4 Chocobo and a 4/4 Mossborn Hydra. But, I mean, Colin's here sitting at 21 life. This is just not going to be enough. Now, did Sam play a land for the turn?
I don't believe they have, but I also don't think they have one.
Oh, okay.
I think the
This is
remaining
just
hand might be Hydra Chocobo, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry,
no,
it's another Badger Cup.
Cup.
But
So certainly some blockers here. But then if you're on Colin's side, you have to think, okay, I got 1 more turn. I am not dead this turn. Can I close things off here? You have a 5/5 flyer. That already puts Sam down to 4. I mean, this just has to be a lethal.
I cannot imagine there is any combination of cards in Colin's deck that is not all lands that doesn't
Right.
kill Sam here. And remember, Sephiroth is whenever a creature dies, not a creature you control.
Right.
So, for example, Promising Vein being sacrificed, that's going to drain you.
Yeah, that's another Sephiroth. So now you have 2 Sephiroths in play with all the sacrifice triggers.
Right.
And wow, Colin gets it done with Orzhov Sacrifice.
Now, that is just game 1. I'm not going
Right.
to write off Mono Green Landfall
course
after a
not.
game. Again, you and I, we have no real idea the full power of what this Orzhov Sacrifice deck is capable of, but we have an idea what the sideboards look like. So let's start with Sambok. That's the known entity for us. Talk to me through this.
Yeah, so any type of disruption here to kind of get some of those sacrifice effects off the battlefield might be something that Sam is interested in. So, you know, there's 4 copies of Longstock Brawl. That's probably something that you're going to be interested in bringing in. I don't know if you're anticipating Sephiroth to flip often, but if you do, maybe you can consider the Paw Patch formation as a way to kind of get that off the battlefield here. On Colin's side, well, oh, look at this. I mean, there's 2
good luck, Paul.
Yeah, well, okay. There's a lot of removal. So now Colin being on the draw, it's weird. Like, you can play the role of the control player, but then at that point, what are you cutting, right? Are you starting to cut a bunch of your creatures? Then that kind of shuts down what your deck's trying to do. But, yeah, I mean, you can go any different direction here from Colin. Now, given that this version of Mono Green is playing a far more aggressive game plan here with all the Michelangelos and stuff, I can see Colin considering bringing in cards like Day of Judgment. There's a Nowhere to Run. The Requiting Hex, certainly those cheap removal spells are going to be brought in. I'm just curious to see if he's going to go as far as bringing in cards like Day of Judgment.
Like, here's the thing. We just saw that game. Sephiroth Emblem, as we've mentioned a few times, triggers on any creature dying, yours and your opponent's, even if Sephiroth is off the board, right? It's an emblem that it creates. We haven't seen many creatures that create emblems. With the board state the mono-green landfall typically creates, casting a Day of Judgment against them with that emblem is going to be like a drain 10 sometimes. It's just going to kill them by just wiping their board. So.
Right.
Do you just play as, I am a control deck that aims to flip Sephiroth and then just answer everything rather than trying to attack at all? I'm not here for the early damage.
Yeah, the question is,
can you make that work?
Can you get the emblem online when you're boarding out a bunch of creatures
without dying?
Right, without dying, to also bring in at least six removal spells here out of the sideboard, 4 removal spells and the 2 sweepers.
Right. So right now, I can't tell if it looks like Colin is bringing in 7 cards or 4 and just doing a 2 and 2 swap.
Right.
But it does look like a big sideboard either way. Now, while Colin figures that out, I'm going to let you know that we don't have one regional championship coming up. We have 2 regional championships coming up. We told you about Cincinnati. Well, the next one is going to be at the end of May in the capital, Washington, DC. May 29th through 31st, hashtag SCG DC. That will be the second U.S. Regional Championship qualifying for Pro Tour Amsterdam. For more information on both Cincinnati and DC, head over to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon and figure out how you can qualify, or just head over there to play in one of the many, many events that happen at these SCG cons. These events are an absolute blast to attend, Paul.
Yeah, I've been... we get a little more time to, I think, just kind of walk the floor here in these events. And I've just been really having a great time just, playing side events when I have time. Not right now, of course, but when I have the time and just getting to meet a bunch of people, it really has been really, really fun just coming to these.
Yeah, like approximately 30 minutes from now is what you're,
what are you talking about?
What you're saying.
Sneaking a draft. Play around.
Look, Corey and Jim will be the ones working. We'll be nice and relaxed. So, as the players shuffle up, Orzhov's Sacrifice, I can't even say it was a surprising game 1 just because, again, this is a completely unknown entity for us. We really don't know what to expect from this Orzhov Sacrifice deck. Somebody brings it to, an event like this, an open event. I don't know if this is the type of deck we might see at a regional championship or a pro tour. Right. But at a spotlight event, especially earlier on in the tournament,
have some fun. Bring something nice.
Bring something you've been brewing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we mentioned before, Standard is huge. Any type of deck that you kind of want to build, there will probably be the tools to put together something functional here. There's, some good sacrifice outlets. There's a bunch of creatures that make tokens. And then you have the ultimate payoff card in something like a Sephiroth. You draw all those cards together. I mean, you can get some things done here.
All right, Lana Morel's kicking things off for Sam. They both kept 7 cards. And our first and main question has been asked and answered. There's a Day of Judgment in Colin's hands. So it did come in. Kicking things off with a Moon Shadow. So this is the start that we saw in the previous game. But Day of Judgment is officially in the deck.
Okay, Day of Judgment in the deck here. And so, and that could potentially even catch Sam off guard, where it's just like, okay, you're playing a deck that's got 30 creatures in it. What are the chances that you're just going to straight up just bring in a sweeper? And the landfall deck can, if they want, play a slower game, play a grindier game. Perhaps if we do see a game 3 and we see the Day of Judgment get cast, maybe even something like Sapling Nurseries out of the sideboard can get boarded in.
Right. It would be very interesting to see how Sam preemptively sideboarded from the matchup, what they expect, because Sam has played a few Pro Tours. They are pretty experienced at this point, so we'll see how they have come prepared for the matchup based on their read and how that adjusts for a potential game 3. Yeah. But it is going to be Sorok coming down on turn 2 here.
Right, and that's something that was brought in out of the sideboard here. Sam anticipating, look, you're playing black and white cards. Even if you don't have a sweeper, you're going to be boarding in spot removal spells, and Sorok is a really great way to fight through that.
All right. Piece 1, Moon Shadow. Piece 2, Bartolome comes down. Now, Bartolome only 2 copies in the deck, which is surprising as a sacrifice effect, but that's because it's a legendary. You can't really afford to play a full 4 copies, and it does, I'm speaking without experience here about this deck, but you can't really function without a sacrifice effect, so there is a big give and take here for this card.
Yeah, he's also got the 2 copies of Umbral Caller Zealot that also acts, I suppose, as another sacrifice outlet, but yeah, he is not kind of going all in on the outlets.
Right.
We're not seeing the full 4 Umbral Caller Zealots with the full 4 Bartholomews. I guess Colin just going, at some point I'll find it, I'll put it together, and then that'll be my combo.
Right, so Surak coming across. And it is Mikey and Leo joining the board. A first TMNT card, I believe, we've seen actually hit the battlefield today.
The first Ninja Turtle.
The first
in play.
Ninja Turtles. There's 2 of them in that one.
Oh, that's right. They are
Mikey
partnering up
and
here.
Leo. It is one of the partner up cards, and it is Badger Mole Cub, the follow-up. So that draws a card, I believe.
Yeah, so that is just a nice interaction. I mean, this mono green deck just puts counters on basically everything. So what better way to just, instead of going super late and playing cards like Ficon Green Shell or anything like that, well, now you got a 2-drop that draws you cards.
Right, because of how Earthbending functions and is worded, it may be a bit unintuitive, but it makes the land a 0/0 creature first, then puts a counter on it, and that means Mikey and Leo trigger. So,
right.
Emptiness from Colin Walton's side. This is one of the evoke elemental incarnations that we've seen. Not one of the more played ones in the constructed formats. I would say it's about middle of the road. You see the scam almost elemental decks playing it quite often.
Right.
That goes after Surak, gives a card to Sam.
Right, but he does the nice interaction with Emptiness and a sacrifice effect, so you can just evoke it and then sacrifice it, so you can still kill the thing. And, I mean, that's 2 +1/+1 counters, growing the Moonshadow and the Bartolome. But, I mean, Sam has so many resources to work with here. First of all, you killed a Surak, so you just got your card back already, and now Sam has access to 6 mana at least.
Right. The pressure is absolutely mounting from Sam's side. The blockers from Colin, unimpressive. Bartolome starts out as a 2/1, so right now just a 2 toughness creature. Moonshadow, 2 toughness creature. So definitely not the biggest board in terms of blockers. Things have not been shut down yet.
Right. Now, you did mention, though, Colin has Day of Judgment in hand.
It's in hand.
So what kind of threats will Sam be interested in deploying this turn? Now, the Mossborn Hydra, hey, look, you get your card back.
Yep.
So even through a sweeper, that's not too bad.
Nope. Mikey and Leo, and that's doubling the counters twice. So
yeah, it's a
shortcuts right to 4.
Yeah, 4/4 Hydra. Now Mikey and Leo only triggers, I believe, once
per turn.
So yeah, because otherwise, otherwise, we might have some problems.
I think the number 2 in this deck list might be a misprint if that card triggered on every counter.
Right, Saz's Chocobo, Mossborn Hydra. Oh man.
Yeah. All right, so Ice Still Explorer comes down, Fabled Passage, second land for the turn, Mossborn Hydra up to 8 counters now. There's the mill, Earthbender Ascension goes to the yard.
Yeah, so, I mean, you got an extra land drop here, and then now you can wait on the Fabled Passage if you want. You can just crack it during your opponent's turn. That way, the Mossborn Hydra grows.
Not interested.
You get the Mikey and Leo trigger.
Yep, not interested.
All right, might have something else to play here, I suppose.
All right, so we'll see what the follow-up is, but we know that there are no, this was on Colin's turn. You were right.
Oh, okay,
Colin's
upkeep.
untapped his lands. This was upkeep.
Okay.
So card drawn, as you mentioned, 16 counters on the Hydra. Colin needs land number 4.
We're going to run out of dice.
Yeah, Colin needs land number 4 right now. It needs to be untapped, and this board needs to go away. All right, step 1. That's a Verge.
Yeah.
Step 2, attack.
Attack.
The least suspicious attack in the universe.
So wait a second. Colin going, okay, there's a Day of Judgment coming.
Hold on. I've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
Would you like to take 2?
Yeah. But, I mean, Sam's just up so many different resources, right? You got the Ice Tail Explorer value. You have a Bossing Say in play, which is excellent against, strategies that are trying to sweep the board here. So I feel like Sam will have the tools here to rebuild after a Day of Judgment. But, of course, still an insane Day of Judgment here.
Look, you have to do what you have to do, right? That's just the nature of it. Sam says, sure, board goes away, 4 lands to 4 lands.
Is that a forest in the yard?
There is a forest in the yard. I believe Sam missed returning it from Earthbend.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. All right, but there is Ice Tail Explorer. You can get it back, I suppose.
All right. So, Fabled Passage, land drop 1 for the turn. Mill, a Vane. Vane,
right.
land drop 2 for the turn. Mill, Sapling Nursery.
Look at that.
Look at you, Mr. Chion.
All right, next level here from Sam, just knowing, okay, I see what this matchup's going to be about.
I understand what's happening.
We might not be familiar with the mono-green Orzhov Sacrifice matchup.
But Sam Bog is.
Sam was prepared.
Yeah, they came nice and ready. Full understanding. That is a skill, by the way, in open decklist tournaments. You have a very short period where you can look at your opponent's decklist during sideboarding. If you're not familiar with a matchup, the skill to look at a deck, process it quickly, and formulate a game plan to sideboard for, that's really big.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm not 100%, but I was talking to at least some players that were playing in this event saying that it's actually day 2 open decklist.
Oh, so it's not even day 1?
Right, so if that's the case.
This is a blind read.
Right, this is a blind read going, hey, look, it was already a card that was good enough for the main deck anyways, right? So it's not a huge mistake to ever bring it in, probably.
All right, so Colin Stern, untapped, had to get lost for the Ice Tail Explorer. Didn't want to give more value from that. Pass the turn back. This is the downside of turning into a control deck, is you're going to be having turns like this.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? You have some of these removal spells, but then it's not like your deck has card flow. It's not like your deck is built to be a control deck. What are you going to do? Play a stock up and refuel? You're going to follow this up and play a 2-mana 2/1.
Right. So, for Sam, they untapped, played Earthbender Ascension. Fabled Passage became a creature, then started sacrificing those map tokens that they got from Get Lost, hit a land, then a Bristly Bill. That one stays on top. We like that one.
Yeah, with all of this mana in play, you can actually just activate Bristly Bill here too, if you like, double the counters on the permanents that you control.
Bristly Billiam from the Wild West, he's here to stay. Enduring Innocence, I believe, coming down from Orzhov's Sacrifice. That is that card draw that you mentioned, but of course that requires follow-up. That requires creatures. So that's still going to be a ways away, and that only triggers once per turn. You don't have that much time. Bristly William is down, and here come the counters.
Yeah, and that's the counter from the Bristly Bill here. And, I mean, Earthbender Ascension in play. We have 2 promising Vane triggers that Sam can also utilize here to just put a ton of I mean, you want to at least sacrifice the 1 here to give it trample off the Earthbender Ascension.
Right. That is
tapped.
A 2/1 lifelink creature blocking.
Right.
So give it the trample and just push the damage through. 2 counters coming on now, thanks to Bristly Bill and Earthbender Ascension. And I want to draw everyone's attention to that second line of text on Bristly Bill. 5 mana, double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control.
Yeah, and I like this, using the Bossing Say here on the Promising Vein as well here. So kind of spreading around the counters here, has access to, just a lethal attack next turn if Colin doesn't have a good follow-up.
All right, Second Innocence. That'll draw you a card from the enchantment version that has stuck around. They do endure, as the name says. Do you have anything for Bristly Bill, or are we just done here?
Yeah, it just seems a little too much to come back from. I mean, even if he had a sweeper this turn instead of something like the Enduring Innocence, I mean, with that Bossing Say in play.
Godless Shrine, trigger. Sephiroth, trigger Enduring Innocence, I believe.
You can sacrifice it, but you won't draw the card because it's a 3/3.
Yes.
Right.
Trigger on the sacrifice.
Yeah, draw
a card from Sephiroth.
But this just cannot be enough here.
No, there's no way.
Not even close.
Sam's hand is all lands. Escape Tunnel will get the job done here. Double. And we are going to a game 3. That's the downside of being a sacrifice deck where you formulated a control game plan is, as you mentioned, you're not blue. You are not designed to be a control deck. And you could see where the wheels fell off. Now, notably, if Colin had had an Enduring Innocence earlier, if he had been able to draw some cards before the Day of Judgment into, okay, they remain as enchantments after the Day of Judgment, anything I play will just get me the card back, that could have changed things, right?
Yeah,
that could have been more of the control game plan.
Yeah.
This is going to be big because for Game 3, Colin will be on the play again. That could change things. Does anything change in the sideboarding? Of course, we weren't sure how Colin was going to sideboard. Do you change things for being on the play? Do you say
100%?
Right.
100% you change how you sideboard depending on player draw. We were talking about this is kind of a matchup where both sides don't have a ton of interaction. When you're on the a lot of the times it's simply kind of a racing type situation where if you're on the draw, you need to basically board in a bunch of things so that your opponents can enact their game plan. But now that you're on the play, you have the ability to enact your game plan, right? And the mono green deck doesn't even have a lot of removal. I wouldn't be shocked if Colin just goes, you know what? Hey, it worked for me game 1. I'm just going to overload my deck with creatures, maybe not even bringing the Day of Judgment. Maybe I get to keep in, Requiting Hex just because of how ultra efficient it is in the matchup, killing some of the early things. But I wouldn't be shocked here if Colin just goes back to something that looks almost identical to his main deck configuration. Maybe, Requiting Hex being brought in out of the board.
Right. I'm going to be the aggressor. I'm the combo deck, and I'm going to get my combo online turn 3, turn 4 again as soon as I can.
Yeah, especially after seeing Sam bring in cards like Sirach and Sapling Nursery. That whole bringing in a bunch of removal / sweeper type strategy, I don't think that's going to be something that you're interested in doing here.
Okay, so while we let the players finish sideboarding and shuffling up, I will let you, are you sitting at home in Richmond, Virginia right now being like, there's an event in Richmond? Step 1, come down here, join us. There's a lot happening. But also, maybe you should sign up for the SCG newsletter. The SCG newsletter is your chance to never miss out on whether it is events in your hometown, upcoming events like SCG Cont Cincinnati, new sets like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You can find out about all of them by heading to starcitygames.com/newsletter. Knowledge is power, my friends. Get in the know and sign up for the newsletter today. So, Game 3, Orzhov Sacrifice on the play. Sam, picking up their cards. It looks like Colin was happy with his. Kept it. I'm very curious if there's going to be a dance here, whether Sam kept their sideboarding or whether they once again anticipate Colin will be changing his sideboarding and reacted accordingly here for Game 3.
Right. It can just go both ways, and that's kind of the beauty of best of 3 standard environment where you go, okay, well, now that I think they're going to be more aggressive, do I not try to lean on cards like the Sapling Nursery, right? Do I need to make sure that I can also keep up and keep my curve really low?
Well, this is the exact curve we saw in Game 1. It was Moonshadow into Voice of Victory. We saw how that game ended on essentially turn 5. We'll see if this game will be much of the same.
Right. Yeah, Sam needs to have a really, really strong turn 2 here. Badger Mole Cub, because they did not have that turn 1 play. Oh, I see. It was kind of the delayed Llanowar Elf here, so a little bit of a slow start, but if the Llanowar Elves does stick around, you can, have the potential to play an Ice Tail Explorer next turn, kind of get the ball rolling that way. But if Colin has a really good aggressive start here, maybe with a Sacrifice Outlet and a Sephiroth.
Second Moonshadow.
Ooh.
That could be very scary. It already is very scary,
right,
but that could be very, very scary if there's a Bartolome or, as you mentioned, one of those Umbra Caller Zealots as the follow-up here. And notably for Sam, both of their lands, the Fabled Passage and the Escape Tunnel, they are essentially representing a tap land.
Right.
So even if they have an Ice Tail Explorer, might just not have it in hand next turn because no third land to come into play on tap.
Right. This is so much. So that's 4 damage coming in.
Yep. Moonshadows each grow by 1.
Right. Did the Moonshadows...
At least
they did. They didn't grow yet.
Colin... Okay, put the tokens away, but they are still in play until the end of turn, I believe.
Got it.
Get Lost went after the Llanowar Elves, but not growing the Moonshadow, so I believe missing some growth triggers there.
Okay. But Sam losing out on the Llanowar Elf, this has got to have slowed him down significantly here, but does have Badger Mole Cub, Fabled Passage here, so that's some extra triggers here.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Going to sacrifice the Fabled Passage immediately. That comes back first, so you do still have 4 lands on the battlefield. Right. That means the Force comes into play untapped, and you can just sacrifice a map token on the Badger Mole Cub. That probably looks like what they're doing based on the gesture, but does need the library shuffled so you can resolve that effect.
Having a 3/3 is huge here, just so you can get block and kill the Voice of Victory.
Badger Mole Cub is huge here because it's Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah. So now it being a 3/3 here is really big, and now Sam deciding whether or not they want the Badger Mole Cub. He's like, you know what? I got enough mana here.
My hand is gas.
Right.
All right, so Colin missing the growth on the Moon Shadows is a little problematic here. Shadowy Backstreet kicking things off. What does that find? What is in the hand? Attacks with both Moon Shadows.
Infestation Sage here, but no sacrifice outlets here, so just only getting it for a little bit of damage here. Just 2 damage coming in.
I think the sacrifice outlet might be on top of the deck. I think that might be a Bartolome I saw, if I'm not mistaken, which I very much could be at the angle we have to work with. But is it going to be too late? That's the big question.
Right, because that was kind of the window. I think Colin needed to have a really strong follow-up this turn, and just playing an Infestation Sage is very weak, and now 4 mana here. This has to be Icetail Explorer. It could be a Nursery, too.
It smells like an Explorer. It is an Explorer. Here we go. Fabled Passage comes back. That's the first land for the turn, excuse me.
Right.
So
can play another land out of the graveyard if Sam chooses.
All right, there's the mill.
Ooh, Bossing Save for a little value.
Yep. Sacrifice first. Get full information.
Yeah, now Sam is just kind of getting access to tons and tons of value here.
Yeah, I still Explorer, just such a powerful card.
Right. Another Bossing Say.
Yep. Question is, what do you want more here? I see a Sapling Nursery in hand.
Right. So then you might want to just have the maximum number of forests in play to get the maximum discount on casting the Sapling Nursery.
Right.
Yeah, I see a Michelangelo in hand, a Sapling Nursery in hand.
If you Fabled Passage for another forest here, you could just cast Sapling Nursery, right?
Right, but you would not get any creatures this turn. So it's kind of one of those, do I feel like my creatures in play right now are going to be good enough? And actually just going for the Bossing Say here, because now you can still just play a Michelangelo here just to have 1 extra blocker in play.
All right. So, Weirdness has officially been dialed up to 11, Paul.
It has. And Michelangelo, another really, really cool addition here to the deck here. 2 mana for a 1/1. Gives you a mutagen token. You can sack the mutagen token to give counters on things. But, of course, with Michelangelo in play, you can get an extra counter. And this deck's all about the +1/+1 counter. So this is kind of what allows you to just put just mountains and mountains of pressure on your opponent very quickly.
All right, so the card on top was Sephiroth.
Okay, that's fantastic here.
Yeah, trigger 1 on Sephiroth. Both Moon Shadows grow. You get a replacement for the Sage. Draw a card. Land Sacrifice Outlet would be
the dream.
The dream here. Absolutely huge.
But yeah, like you mentioned, Colin's only got the 4, I believe.
Right. And Sam only has 3 blockers right now. So one of these Moon Shadows is guaranteed to be getting across if you attack with everything.
Right.
So we'll see what Colin's follow-up is here. And, you know, if we're right and there was a counter miss on the Moon Shadows earlier, then Sam is 2 life higher than they should be. The Moon Shadows are 2 power smaller than they should be. And depending on how the math works out this turn, that could be the difference between the win and the loss.
Yeah, it absolutely matters here because kind of at this point we're getting to kind of the point where Sam's just going to have enough blockers, especially with the ability to play the Sapling Nursery next turn. Your route to victory then becomes to just drain your opponent out with the Sephiroth.
And we know in those situations, every point of life matters.
Absolutely.
So, attacks with everything. Tokens made, coming across. What is Sam's decision? Sam blocks the Voice of Victory, takes the rest. No. Yes? Down to 5. Okay.
Okay. Wait, didn't block the tokens either?
Didn't block the Didn't block the tokens?
Because they get sacrificed at the beginning of the next end step, right? So
right.
It goes into the graveyard regardless.
Right, and Sephiroth will trigger regardless.
Right.
Okay.
So the Moon Shadows grew because Sephiroth entered the battlefield and sacrificed the Infestation Sage.
Right.
So
then
those are both 2/2s, and now
they should trigger again when the Voice of Victory dies.
Correct.
But they haven't, so maybe a question of, is that considered missed?
Oh,
maybe.
I see. Yeah, because the warrior tokens don't get sacrificed until end of turn.
Right. Sacrificing those, Sephiroth should be triggering twice and flipping here. So Sam down to 3. Sephiroth flips. Emblem online.
Okay.
Moon Shadows once again not triggering. Colin might just not be aware of the tokens dying, triggering Moon Shadows. It should happen, right?
Well, I believe so.
They do go to the graveyard before they disappear.
Do tokens count as permanent cards?
Does it say permanent cards?
Yeah, it says permanent.
I don't. So. Oh, they don't count as cards.
Right.
They are permanents, but they're not cards. Okay, excuse me. So, that is
permanent cards.
Permanent cards.
Not just permanent. So
All
it triggers Sephiroth because that's on any creature dying.
But not the Moon Shadows. That was never missed.
But he did miss the Moon Shadow trigger on the Voice of Victory dying.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So apologies from us. Some interactions that
that we're not as Moon Shadow. You know, we'll get more accustomed to it because the Grixis Monument decks are playing it, of course. But yeah, ton of pressure here on Sam. Actually needs to find a way to close out the game this turn, I think.
Right. And you have to close out the turn without losing 2 creatures.
Yeah, I think because there's not a Mossborn Hydra in play, it kind of starts with Earthbender Ascension. Right, if you can get that going and make a gigantic trampler, but you don't. And there's the Icetail Explorer in play with, a Fabled Passage in the yard. But if you start with Fabled Passage, that is. Oh, there is an Earthbender Ascension.
There is an Earthbender Ascension.
But Sam Bogue also has Fabled Passage in the graveyard, so Sam might be interested in playing the Fabled Passage first, then cast Earthbender Ascension, target the Fabled Passage to get some more landfall triggers.
All right, Paul. If you see a line to 24 here from Sam, I'm ready for it. I'm done discounting this mono green landfall deck.
Yeah, no, I don't think that because there's no doubling happening here.
Right, it's a very tall order without a Harmonizer
or a Bristly
Hydra.
Bill or anything along those lines. But there is a Michelangelo in play, right? So that actually adds an extra counter, once you get Earthbender Ascension 2/4.
Right.
So, trying to find enough going on here.
Look, Sam is also trying their hardest to get this going. Can you do it?
Can you make it? What are we looking at here? Because there's 6 toughness also in play, so you need to deal 30 damage.
And
with
again,
your creatures.
I've harped on this before. Sephiroth is an emblem. He doesn't need to stick around anymore. He can go. He can die. He can be thrown away, and that emblem will remain to close out the game.
Right, so Sam needs to find 30 points of damage.
And here's another issue. Sephiroth triggers on any creature dying, right? So the Fabled Passage being Earthbent, you can't sacrifice it without being drained for one.
You're absolutely
so
right.
These big loops of I'm going to loop these creatures to have them come back from
you can only do
it.
You're probably just doing it this one time here, and then you can play another Fabled Passage out of the yard because I believe Sam still has one more activation here from the Icetail Explorer. I just feel like this is probably. Oh, did Sam get a second Earthbender Ascension in play?
Yes, that is 2 Earthbender Ascensions with different arts in play. Look, again, I'm waiting to see it happen. I currently do not see it happening, but I have been wrong and surprised before.
Yeah,
I've been wrong and surprised in this match.
All right, Sam, can you find the line here to deal 31 points of damage?
31 points of damage.
Okay, so those are. Oh, both. No, that one's on 2. Okay, that's yeah, that's big.
That is a big difference.
Because Michelangelo, it's only +1/+1 counters on creatures, right? We got to double check here.
Correct.
'Cause it's a newer card.
Yes, it is not double counters. Only +1/+1 counters on creatures.
Right.
So charge counters, nope.
Yep.
We're not doing any of those things. No loyalty counters on planeswalkers. None of that. We're good.
Right.
We're good, Mikey.
Right.
Tone the weirdness down to 11, not like 14.
All right, that's a 5/5 cub.
Yep.
You sack this.
Trigger Sephiroth. Yep.
Yeah, Sephiroth. Yeah, that does drain you.
It sounds like yep.
Yeah,
All right.
Uh-huh.
that has a cost to it.
So that's 2 landfall triggers.
That's
right?
2 landfall triggers.
2 landfall triggers. So that's 8 extra points of damage coming in on the cub.
Yep. And then what?
I don't know.
I know.
There's a map.
I'm asking Sam.
Yeah, there's a map. That's 2 damage.
Yep. There's a mutagen.
There is a oh, right, and that's an untapped land.
Yep. 31. That's the number.
31 is a tall order. Is there just any other way to get lands in play? I mean, this is.
Look, you're not going to concede. You're going to keep playing. Put maximum output. You need this not to be a land. Okay, that's
okay.
That's 2 more counters, right?
Yeah. So
yep.
This is still just not enough.
I don't see it.
15 damage.
Sephiroth.
Okay. 17 damage.
Yep. 6.
Okay.
Turn him sideways.
This is.
You've taken all of your game actions.
Colin goes, I take it. You could also block with it.
Just block with both creatures, and that's lethal.
Right, you got the emblem, right? Yeah. This is not just a static effect on the
I will block with both of my creatures. Sephiroth.
Wow. Didn't expect that one coming into the second round here. Colin Walton with Orzhov Sacrifice taking down Sambog on mono green landfall. Sephiroth getting it done.
The one-winged angel. You love to see it.
Wow. That was not on my bingo card coming in.
Absolutely not. Look, so far I've crossed off 2 things that were not on my bingo card this weekend. I saw a pet duck yesterday, and now I have seen Sephiroth win a game here in the feature. Pet duck, Paul. You cannot make this up.
All right.
Really, really fantastic stuff happening from our feature match area. That was really cool to see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, probably targeting these decks that don't have a lot of interaction, right? When you're kind of playing these Orzhov decks, you're just kind of going, I hope I play against mono green. I hope they're not that fast. And then I just drain them out.
Yeah. Now, I will say, I see the vision for the sideboard control plan. We are working on getting you another game of Magic. While we do, we're going to yap a bit. I do see the vision for the sideboard control game plan. I'm not sold on it based on what we saw so far that match. Again, Enduring Innocence can change things a lot, so we'll see if we see the deck again throughout the course of the weekend. It's not what I expect a lot of people to be running, but of course, Colin is still 2-0 right now, so we may see him again as the day goes on. But it's an interesting deck, right?
Right.
The concept is cool.
Yeah, look, if Colin is 6-0, we are going to see him again.
Right,
right?
Absolutely.
This is just a really cool deck that's really not super represented here, and the fact that you can take down a really great player in Sam on one of the better decks in the format here, that's just a really, really impressive thing.
Right, and a deck that Sam has a lot of experience on. Again, they played the previous version of Mono Green Landfall 2 weeks ago in Milwaukee, got a Pro Tour invite with it, had a great finish despite falling short of the top 8. So taking the match down here when they were doing all of their things, really good still.
Yeah, totally.
All right, so we are continuing to figure out whether we have a feature match, so bear with us with just a moment. But speaking about Sam's deck for a second, even though they lost, the new cards look very good.
Yeah, no, they look quite impressive. The Michelangelo, I mean, it just gives you another really good 2-drop, and that's kind of something that this deck has been missing. When you watch, the decks basically just had 4 copies of Badgermole Cub as a thing to do on turn 2, sometimes playing 2 copies of Esper Origin, something along those lines. Now you just have really, really great threats in the Michelangelo and the Return of the Bristly Bill. With 8 2-drops, you can really beat people down.
All right, we have another feature match for you. We are going into Game 3, I believe. So this match is already well and truly kicking underway. Game 3 between another familiar face, Shaheen Surani on the top of your screen on, surprise, surprise, Azorius Control.
No, wait, really?
Unbelievable. You wouldn't expect it.
Wouldn't have seen
Biggest
that one
shock of the weekend.
Yes.
On the bottom, Andrew Suker on Demir mid-range. As we mentioned, it is Game 3. Shaheen on the play here. It was a Spyglass Siren kicking things off for Andrew, but that was met with a Seam Rip and a Tap Land.
And another Spyglass Siren here to follow things up and utilizing the map here immediately.
Yep. So one map token still on the battlefield, shortcutting through getting the dice on there. That hit a land. That goes to hand, and back we go Shaheen's way.
Yeah, and this is one of those matchups where you kind of like the blue-white control side, at least for game 1, but it gets a lot more difficult after sideboard. The Demir decks, get to board in cards like Duress, perhaps more counter spells, and then all of a sudden it gets a lot more difficult. Especially cards like Kaito, really tricky card to actually answer if you can ever get it down. You do have the 4 copies of the Get Lost, and you're going to have to lean heavily on that card.
Now, there's a card here in Andrew's deck that I haven't seen too much of, Paul. Talk to me about Azor Beastbinder.
Yeah, so that's a 2-mana 1/3 here. It is a nice way to kind of shut down really strong utility creatures, right? Because you kind of turn things into a 2/2, and then the cards basically just don't have any amount of text. So when you do expect, for example, mono green landfall, where they have all these really great utility creatures, being able to shut that down is quite nice. It's also really hard to block, right? So then you can also just have it as another nice 2-mana play that lets you, ninjutsu in something like a Kaito.
And it is also, it works on earthbending lands, right? They lose all abilities. So would that mean that if they die, they don't come back, right?
Yes, possibly. So I think this is a nod to the mono green decks where this is just a creature that they can't really block that well and just gives you a nice aggressive threat.
Joined the board. As we typically see from the mid-range against control matchups, you do have to take the role of the aggressor as the mid-range deck, and you're also happy to have 2 creatures here because you'd like to ninjutsu in a Kaito if possible. So here comes the attack, and Shaheen thinking about what he's going to be doing before going through potentially saying no blocks and then having a Kaito be available for ninjutsu.
Right. And Andrew I've been playing a lot of Ninja Turtles draft. I just said sneak, but ninjutsuing in the Kaito here, Bane of Nightmares. And yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's just so hard. Even if you do have the Get Lost, you can't fire it off right away, right? So you at least get your value the turn that it hits.
Yeah, the OG ninja with ninjutsu coming in here in Kaito and getting
top
6 damage across, I believe. So Shaheen falling to 13, activating the Surveil. Looks like 1 in the yard, 1 on top. Island hits the bin. Card drawn. Island hitting the bin means that Andrew does have a 4th land here, as we expected. The question is, what is going to be the follow-up? It looks like just a pass.
Yeah, doesn't utilize the map here either.
Doesn't deploy the Spyglass Siren again, so a nod to potentially Spell Pierce,
but
Spell Snare.
Shaheen making a treasure here instead of making a 1/1, maybe also mindful of a potential Spell Pierce out of the sideboard. There are 2 copies in Andrew's sideboard here. Yeah, but the number 1 thing here for Shaheen is to get that Kaito off the battlefield if he can.
Right.
Does look like he's setting up some Get Lost mana here, potentially.
Sunken Citadel, very cool land for the control decks. Just being able to tap for 2 mana to activate abilities of land sources, meaning that even though Shaheen only had 4 lands on the battlefield, was still able to make a treasure off of the Fountain Port. Just cool little things that allow this deck to cheat a little bit on mana, play a little unfair. There's a Spell Snare on Get Lost.
Spell Snare, but the 3 steps ahead here from Shaheen means he did get that Kaito off the battlefield here. But another shields down moment here for Shaheen. You know, if Andrew has another Kaito, Enduring Curiosity, there's a lot of really powerful things that Andrew can cast here. Ooh.
Starting with sacrifice a map, that is weakness. That you love to see.
Right. And as you can see, Andrew, actually, you might be wondering, why are you keeping in Requiting Hex in the sideboard here against Azorius Control? Well, one of Shaheen's primary win conditions here is Wan Shitong. And of course, you're casting it for, 6 mana or whatever, but the mana value is 2, which means Requiting Hex would cleanly deal with it. Of course, it also kills Restless Anchorage if you need to deal with that as well.
And I'm wondering if Andrew actually needs a land, because you saw him bin an island last turn, but now bins a Requiting Hex, hits an Enduring Curiosity. Looks like has a land, keeps the Curiosity on top, is happy with it. So everything is going steady so far for the Dimir midrange deck. 5 damage coming across. Shaheen falls to just 8 life, and back we go. 3 mana now represented from Andrew.
Yeah, and Andrew actually has a slightly different version of Dimir midrange with 2 copies of 3 steps ahead in the main here, so is potentially representing that as well. But I will say, if you're Shaheen, you're kind of okay with that turn, given the fact that all you did was use the map tokens.
All right, Elspeth comes down. Andrew says, sure.
Okay. And that would be able to deal with the Tishana's Tidebinder here. You can -3 here to kill the Tidebinder, or you can make a pair of 1/1s this turn to just give you enough chump blockers to get in front of the Tidebinder while ticking up the Elspeth.
I'm wondering if this is actually a second Tidebinder that Andrew is representing.
It absolutely could be. It could be. Yeah, if it was 3 steps ahead, he's probably casting it there, right? So given that, Tidebinder does make some sense. How many copies are we looking at here?
3 in the main deck.
3 in the main, okay.
No 4th in the sideboard, so likely just the 3. So ticking up.
Yep, absolutely right. And does Shaheen have a 2-mana counter here? No more lies? Nope, it resolves. Oh, and this is just a lethal attack.
That's 8 damage.
Right, if Andrew just goes to the face instead of Elspeth, that will be the game.
Uses a map token. It's a Spell Snare.
It's a Spell Snare.
That, if you can draw that somehow, that would all but lock it up, because I don't think there's any 1-mana interaction from Shaheen's side.
Right.
And it's the speed, so it might just be Get Lost. And if you have any way to draw that this turn, that would be good. Otherwise, you might not want it at all.
Yeah, there is an Enduring Curiosity in hand, so you go Curiosity if you have land as well for the Spell Snare. But are we going face?
Face handshake. Shaheen Sarani falls in round 2, and that is Andrew Sucher on Dimir midrange, taking the match in 3 games.
Yeah, I just think this is just kind of a tricky matchup when you are playing the role of the control player, especially the Azorius control deck. You just don't have enough good, cheap, efficient removal that's instant speed to kind of deal with all of these threats, and you just need kind of the one thing to stick. After sideboard, having access to all those counter spells as well just makes it even more difficult to kind of come out on top as a control player.
Right. Well, really impressive stuff. Very cool matches here in round 2. I'm very excited for what the rest of the weekend will bring us. Of course, we are just kicking off. That was round 2 of 9 Swiss rounds today. So a lot more magic to come. We're going to cut to a short break. On the other side, it'll be Jim Davis and Corey Baumeister bringing you some standard magic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Corey Baumeister. That is the one, the only. It's Jim Davis, MTG. Jim, how are you?
Cowabunga, dude.
Cowabunga. We are here at another standard tournament, and the format looks great. We've seen a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards already. It looks really awesome to me, Jim. Jim, what are you looking forward to today here for our last standard event for a while? I mean, I'm going to miss it.
This is like the actual perfect scenario.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks ago, we had an awesome metagame in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Really, really great stuff. You know, almost no deck above 10% in the field. You know, just new decks, variety everywhere. And now we get to throw a new set in the mix. And Week 1 Standard is perhaps one of my favorite things in Magic, period.
Agreed.
My team back in the day on the Extra Store had a lot of success in these, and they're really, really fun. It's a chance to try the new cards out and kind of have an edge, you know, where typically in a format you've got decks that are established. We'll know what's going on.
Yes.
Even if it's a new deck kind of coming up, it's often a known quantity. Now you should have new cards. And even though it's a large standard format, these new cards come in, your opponents are reading cards as you're playing.
Yes.
It's just a great, great place to be and a great place for innovation and excitement.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with this being a spotlight event for week 1, it's even better because day 1 closed deck list. So all the secrets for people, all the spice that they brought is going to be concealed at least for the start of the day. And well, if you make it to the second day, you know, your secrets are going to be out a little bit as well. You had yourself a really good tournament. So it's going to be really exciting. Now let's take a look at the standings for the tournament. We've just begun. We're heading into round number 3, but let's see which players have an early start here on the tournament. So looking out, love this graphic, by the way. It looks awesome having Shredder in the background. I see Caroline Party playing Grixis Monument. I actually got a chance to play her specific deck last night a little bit, and it is awesome. It is, it's a Quantum Riddler deck, so believe it or not, I'm a fan. But I think that deck's great. I think she's going to be someone to look out for. Anything else really standing out here on the first page, Jim?
I love how even here in round number 2, there are hundreds of players at 2-0. Michael the Benedetto Plumber still manages to get on the first page no matter what standing list we post at any point in a tournament, he will be on the first page guaranteed.
Yeah, normally I would think, oh, maybe we just didn't erase his name from the last tournament, but he is now playing a different deck. He gave up the Dimir Demons for Izzet Spelementals after Demons didn't have necessarily the best weekend. We see in 16th place there. We see John playing that mono-white Momo deck. That's a new deck that we're going to be seeing throughout the weekend. I played that a little bit as well. I only had time to play 6 matches with it, but can you guess how I did, Jim?
5-1.
A solid 6-0. I was crushing it. That deck is really fun. Let's take a look at the second page of standings to see who else has an early start at the tournament. Whoa, Pat Cox. Okay, I haven't seen that name in a long time. I have played a lot of matches on the Pro Tour against him back in our day.
I lost an invitational finals to him.
Oh, did you? Okay.
15 years ago, yep.
Oh, I've never lost one of those. But in 31st place, we have Ryan Aitcoin as well, a good buddy of mine here playing Izzet Prowess that we haven't seen as well. And, of course, still the player that's doing great on the first page and the second page, Shredder. Shredder is just on both pages doing really strong so far.
Yeah, and, of course, Christian Calcano, fan favorite, good friend of mine, and just a fan favorite overall. Everyone loves Calcano. It's hard not to. He's a great dude and a great player. Just seeing him in the hall brings a smile to my face. Got to hang out with him yesterday for a little bit, so love seeing him do well to start.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's going for the calculator. He's a good dude. So let's pivot into round number 3 here, and let's get ready for the feature match to get ready to go. Now, let's take a look at these deck lists because, Jim, we got some spice here in both of these deck lists. So let's start off with Joseph Puglisi here on Jeskai Momo. Walk us through this one a little bit.
Yeah, this is really, really cool. So I talked to Corey Burkhart yesterday, and he was telling me about this deck that his team is working on, and this is a really cool kind of mishmash of the Momo decks that have been popping up. So these mono-white Momo decks using Momo alongside Sage of Disguise and Springleaf Drums. That engine is here.
Which you're a huge fan of Momo in general, so.
Yeah, it was very big on Momo for the Pro Tour. Didn't find Springleaf Drum, unfortunately. And then kind of melding on the Jeskai stuff. So we've got Quantum Riddler, Ashling rekindled, really, really cool here. And you might see Ashling, well, there's so many combo draws you want to do where you can Riddler and then go Ninja Go and then blink it. Well, Riddler still costs, air quote, 5.
Yes.
So Ashling is able to warp in these big things and set up your blink turns and just kind of like a cool, aggressive tempo deck with a lot of synergy, and it looks awesome. Yeah,
Go Ninja Go is a card I really want to keep an eye on. That one's going to be really exciting. So let's take a look at Joseph's opponent. Well, we're going to be seeing this name a lot and have seen this name a lot. It's Mason Buonadonna we're going to take a peek at his list, the Boros Tokens list. So walk us through this one. More new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cards.
Yeah, so this is a list that's been floating around kind of on the fringes of Standard for a while.
Yeah.
You know, kind of utilizing the mobilize mechanic alongside War Leader's Call. So all these tokens coming in, dealing damage and buffing up. But there's a really good new card in Turtles for this set, the Last Ronin's Technique, which has the sneak mechanic. So for 2 mana, you can get 3 attacking 1/1 tokens. So you pop this in off a headliner or another 1-drop. With War Leader's Call, it's a ton of damage. It really, really adds up. Going as far to play Shocking Sharpshooter. Another kind of impact tremors effect where each creature that enters deals 1 damage. So damage adds up fast. This is a deck that's also able to win outside of combat.
I normally hate these style of decks, but this seems like enough cool toys that this maybe could bring War Leader's Call, a powerful card that hasn't seen a ton of play, maybe into that Tier 1 limelight. And if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Mason Buonadonna, who's always at the top tables. But sounds like our players are ready to go, so enough of us yapping. Let's head on down to the feature match area and get ready to watch the Magic here at Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right, heading on down. We have Joseph Puglisi on the bottom and Mason Buonadonna up top. Normally we see Mason Buonadonna going turn 1 Llanowar Elves over and over again, but not the case here.
Yeah, I mean, Headliner's great. I think this is a really, really good 1-drop.
Yeah.
Standard is so big right now. There's a lot of really good cards that, you know, just there aren't necessarily room to play them all. Springleaf Drum being one of them, too.
Oh, God. I mean, now that's my favorite 1-drop. Springleaf Drum, I think, is great right now. It's getting supercharged here with the release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, with the new, you know, the mono white Momo deck isn't necessary. I mean,
this is the draw.
Here's the draw. Here's the draw. I'll stop saying whatever I was going to say because this is amazing. Turn 1 Drum into Momo, into doing things is extremely powerful. And up against a Boros aggro deck where you just had on turn 2, 2/2/3 lifelink flyers, like that's trouble.
Yeah, this is the draw of any one of these Momo Springleaf Drum decks. The best you could possibly get. There are many variations also, but this is it. This is the peak.
And I mean, to be fair, this is the draw for Mason Buonadonna as well. Like, 1-drop into Voice, into War Leader's Call. I mean, both players firing on all cylinders. Let's see what we got heading Joseph's way.
Yeah, the awkward part here, of course, is the attacking these small tokens into lifelinkers is pretty rough. So just a passive a turn, not what Mason's looking for.
Yeah, no. Okay, so now let's see what Joseph wants to be doing here. And now you are kind of torn a little bit. How much damage do you want to start pushing through with your flyers? Do you want to start holding back? Because, well, normally you're like, well, I have lifelinkers. I'll attack for 4. You're attacking with a Baneslayer on turn 3. That's pretty good. But when your opponent's cracking back with these voice tokens coming into play, not only is it 6 damage with just the voice. Okay, never mind. But you get the pings as well. So that was a lot of damage. I think that was a very important seam rip.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely need to break up what Mason is doing. Lifelinkers coming in, so 4 damage and 4 life, and follow-up. This Jeskai version of his Momo deck is definitely, ooh, here we go. Ooh. Go Ninja, go. I've been waiting to say that. Not long, apparently.
Yeah, you waited a full 3 turns.
Yep.
So Go Ninja Go here, incredibly powerful card. Being able to exile a creature you control, then return it into play, plus Go Ninja Go deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures you control to target creature an opponent controls. So when you can, you know, either on turn 3 with the help of Momo, where you can warp Riddler for 1 mana and then Go Ninja Go to blink it out and deal damage, that's absurd for 1 card. You get to keep your Riddler around and kill a creature your opponent has. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool because unlike Splash Portal, it has utility as well. It can just be a removal spell, so a lot of flexibility. A little more expensive, but flexibility is key.
Are you insinuating that Splash Portal does not have more utility than blinking out Quantum Riddler?
That's basically it.
Have you ever blinked a Thunder Trap Trainer and got an extra card that's basically Ancestral Recall at home?
I have never put Trainer into my deck before.
So oh, really? No. Yeah, that's right. You don't have taste.
Rats! Rats!
All right. Couple of rats are coming into play. Those were some pings to Joseph's face. But still, at the end of the day, that one Sage holds back the whole team. So unable to get through any damage. And now heading back Joseph's way. But outside of that amazing turn 2, you know, not the most being added to the board so far.
Yeah, Joseph's deck is definitely a little bigger than the mono white version is. You know,
yes.
Things like Shiko and Nova Hellkite, you know, they're There's some, and of course Riddler as well. Bigger things going on, more card draw. Going to be a little slower and more plotting, but more powerful in a longer game. But still has the possibility to have this draw too.
Agreed. Yeah, it's really cool because we basically saw this mono white Momo deck pop up on Magic Online like earlier in the week, and it was just saying, hey, you know, there isn't even really any new cards in it. It was just people kind of found this combination. It won a challenge. It won the very next challenge, and now this feels like the level 2 of it, where a deck like this, when you find some new sweet deck that gets boosted up with a new card like Go Ninja Go, all of a sudden this is the type of deck that can just take control of a tournament and be the next best standard deck type thing.
Yeah, very exciting. You know, we're in that kind of question phase of like, okay, well, what's the best version? Is it mono white? Is it Jeskai? Is it blue white? There's a lot of ways to build this deck. The engine's been established. Now we need to find what the best spot for the engine is.
And I mean, you left out one of the main things it could be as well. Could be unplayable. I mean, we probably not, right? But it definitely could be in that vein where like, okay, this deck is doing well against some of these fringe decks. Then you put it up against Lessons, Landfall, and it's like, okay, these are the real decks. That could be the case. I don't know, and that's kind of the question we're going to be answering this weekend. And hey, what Joseph's doing now, a lot less exciting. If he had a Riddler, it'd be a lot more exciting.
That's usually your modus operandi. So
yes, but what I'm kind of saying is this is a deck that it can run out of steam. It's not like Lesson where you're never running out of steam. Yep. You know, like if you don't have Riddler, you don't have these ways to draw cards. You are just playing some awkward cards from time to time.
Speaking of awkward cards, this game is definitely bogged down a bit. These rats, they can't block, can't attack. Joseph not doing a ton here to kind of progress the game state. He's still in a good spot, but needs to find the next step.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, so there is Frostcliff Siege. More than likely Jeskai, I would think, at this stage of the game, unless we have a Riddler or something. But since we're going straight to combat, I would kind of assume that it is. I want to draw a card every turn with this Momo. And that looks to be the case. 1 damage, so not pumped to the teamer side.
Yeah, I think teamer side is usually the plan, you know, but in a game like this where it's kind of scrappy and resource light.
Yeah, I would think it's probably 80-20, you know, percent that you're teamering. But when things aren't going the way that you plan, you need to catch up a bit. Need to find a Riddler or something. The Jeskai mode can get it done.
Hello. So
all right.
See activation on this encampment here, which will kind of mobilize off the land. So this is a pretty powerful effect to have on a land with a Warleader's Call in play. So if this land activates, it deals 2 damage, it makes 2 temporary 2/2s, and draws a card of Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, incredible card. And, I mean, that's not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle card. It is just a card that hasn't seen a lot of play from Dragons of Tarkir.
The lifelink blocker is certainly great here, but I don't think that if this game kind of stays like this and Mason just activates the land every turn, that's going to be too much to overcome. I think that Joseph needs to kind of get the ball rolling here and find some more things to do.
I mean, each activation is 6 damage.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 damage plus draw a card. Yeah. I mean, that's incredible. 4 mana, take 6, draw a card. Like, that's an above-rate spell already. Of course, you need Enduring Innocence and Warleader's Call to make that functional. But, wow, Joseph, just another attack and draw. So had just an absolute banger of a draw starting on turn 1 and turn 2, and then just completely fizzled out afterwards. Yeah. Elspeth is here. And that is for sure trouble. Let's see if we want to make some tokens. We want to jump some stuff into the air. Either or, it looks great for Mason. And I just got to say, it's nice to see Enduring Innocence back in the feature match area. That card has been, you know, kind of low-key banned since all these Badger Mole Cups just go way over the top of the traditional Enduring Innocence decks we've seen.
Yeah, and also, of course, dying to combustion technique at a Lessons. So
yeah, that's a good point.
The 1-2 punch of, like, being poor against Badger Mole Cup decks and poor against Lessons, but it is a really, really powerful card. And, oh, boy, we're seeing that now.
Yes, okay. So there is the way. No blocks. Instead, wow, you take 6, 7, 8, 9?
Well, we got the double tokens off of Elspeth and the
oh,
damage of
my
Call,
God.
And they're all 2/2s, and Joseph's dead.
You take 18?
Yeah.
He just took 18 off that one interaction there. I mean, having 3 other cards that backed it up. But, wow, that was really impressive here first game from these 2 players. So, sounds like we are going to be taking ourselves just a short break to get something handled. And then we're going to be heading right back into this match here. So, Just hang tight with us here for 1 second, and we'll be right back, everyone. welcome back to coverage here. Sorry about that short interruption, but we got everything fixed. There's no more gremlins eating our cables, and everything should work perfectly now. So we're going to head on right back into round number 3 here and get ready for game number 2 between these two players. All right, so they're still just sideboarding up here, getting ready to go. So we'll kind of do the same here, Jim. Let's start it off. Let's start off with Joseph's side. We have 1 Abrade, 1 Clarion Conquer, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Frostcliff Siege, 1 Get Lost, 1 Ill-Time Explosion, 1 Pyrrhic Strike, 1 Requisition Raid, 3 Rest in Peace, 1 Sage of the Skies, 1 Sheltered by Ghosts. Okay, can we play some 3-ofs and 4-ofs here? Come on.
Back in my day, my sideboard was 4-4-4-3.
And honestly, that's what those Momo decks were. It was like 4 Rest in Peace, 4 Clarion Conquerors.
Yeah, when you add more colors to your deck, obviously you get more options.
Yeah, that's true.
This is not only a smorgasbord of cards, but there's a lot of cards that are also in the main deck as extra copies. So 1 Sage of Disguise, 1 Frostcliff Siege. That's usually the mark of a deck that's not done brewing yet, you know, where you're kind of still figuring out exactly what you want here and there. But imagine what removal spells here. Ill-Timed Explosion feels like a really nice one to kind of mop up some tokens, mop up some things. But the strokes don't seem, I don't know, I guess we saw the Elspeth come down. Stroke could also counter last run technique too, which is kind of nice, but a little more interactive. I'm not sure. You know, kind of just tune up the removal spells to thing. Both these decks are fairly new decks.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of thing where both players are kind of just flying by the seat of their pants and figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And not open deck list, so they don't know exactly what each person is doing. So then from Mason's side, we have 2 Fire Magic, 1 Get Lost, 1 High Noon, 1 Kutsul's Flankers, 1 Ogier Axonil, that's a card I haven't seen in a while, 2 Pyrrhic Strikes, 1 Requisition Raid, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Seam Rip, and then 2 The Legend of Roku. What do you like here?
Yeah, Ogier's was often seen in the main decks of these decks. So the list I've seen so far is more of a main deck card. It is really good when your opponent's kind of going over the top of you to kind of get them. But this is more of a grindy matchup. Legend of Roku looks pretty nice. You know, as far as having good removal for the larger creatures, you know, Get Lost, Fire Strike's pretty cool as well. But mostly just kind of your average grindy matchup. Legend of Roku, some bigger removal spells. Kind of do your thing.
Sounds great. And before we get into this next game, cowabunga, dudes. As you can see, this is Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So that, of course, means Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is out right now and available here at StarCityGames.com/MTG-TNT. So pick up some turtle cards and get some spicy standard editions here, as it looks like there is a lot more cards that are making it to standard kind of than I thought. So action underway here. We got Mason starting off with the first play here. It's Voice of Victory on turn 2. Nothing from Joseph. And then Seam Rip here to deal with Voice of Victory and heading right back. So a much different game here so far.
Yeah, much more measured start for both players. And I think Mason is the aggro deck here. I think Joseph's going to want to make sure the removal lines up properly. Joseph definitely has the end game stuff with the Riddlers and kind of really going to go to the big thing, with Elspeth being the only really heavy hitter out of Mason's deck.
Yeah.
So far things go well for Joseph.
Okay, here is Voice of Victory number 2 and Seam Rip for Voice of Victory number 3, I guess. And all right, the voices are out.
And Voice is good against Joseph's deck. There is some flash speed stuff, Angst with Savior, some instant removal spells. It's not as good as it would be against a pure control deck, but has some text for sure.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Aside from this, the synergy of just being this token maker.
Yeah, I mean, besides the synergy of sometimes it attacks for like 11 instead of just 3. But this seems like an incredibly powerful Voice deck, and Voice is a very powerful card. Just hasn't really seen a big home, I think mostly because what we were saying before, the Lessons deck can kill it for 1 mana. Here's Seam Rip and 2/2/3 flyers. Sage of the Sky comes on down, which once again feels like kind of a new card here in the metagame, although it's been around for a while. And Mason Buonadonna playing Legend of Roku.
Yeah, this is a big one here. When the game kind of gets slower and messier like this, a card like Legend of Roku can just take over. Basically a 4-for-1. We get a great threat and 3 cards. So really good spot for Mason to be trying to kind of get into this grindy game.
Showdown of the Scalds-esque, something that was an extremely powerful card in Standard back in the day. And Legend of Roku has just pretty much replaced it. Not only in Standard, since Showdown, of course, isn't legal anymore, but it's replaced it in Modern. It's that good of a card that it is just a better Showdown of the Skulls as well. It's a 4/4 flyer on the backside when it's done doing its value thing. So just an incredibly awesome card.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I thought Showdown would be better. I thought maybe some recency bias in action. But actually having a threat attached to your card advantage is quite powerful.
Yeah, it really does change the texture of that card for sure. And here comes the beatdowns. I gain 4, you take 4, says Joseph. And now we'll see what Mason's going to have for the follow-up. So we do have a frontline rush, which is underneath that Legend of Roku to be able to cast. And Springleaf Drum and Momo is coming to hang out.
Yes, unfortunately, this looks like it could be an Aang, but with the Voice Victory in play, that will not be a thing. So we have wasted mana here for Joseph, which is not ideal.
Yep, 100%. And, I mean, if you had Aang, too, you're just playing it, right? You're going to Aang a voice or you're going to Aang something. So that is just telling that, well, Joseph might have things to play. Could be cards like Disdainful Stroke, whatever counter spells. Doubt you'd bring that in, but otherwise it would make sense that it's just lands. Here's War Leader's Call, and buckle up.
And not just lands for Mason, actual heaters.
Yes. And Mason playing with that kind of confident speed that we've been seeing from him, the last year of Magic. I mean, he's made multiple top 8s at our events. A lot of times with Simic, with Cub decks. And, of course, Joseph on the other side won one of these events along with his brother. They each won an RC.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty awesome feature match here, round 3.
Yeah, no kidding. Both absolutely phenomenal players. I believe Team Scrap Heap for Joseph.
That is a lot of tokens.
Yep.
Each one, of course, come with the damage from the War Leaders, and then, of course, being a 2/2. So a lot of power added to the board. Holy moly.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this game feels basically over already.
Yeah, because the problem is that even if Joseph deals with this, even the best case scenario is the 1-of copy of Ill-Timed Explosion, Legend of Roku is still there, about to flip over into a massive threat as well.
Yeah.
And the War is still in play, too.
Yeah. And, I mean, the Goblins do come in attacking already, right? That's how this card works?
Which card?
The land. They do put them in the 2 warriors that are attacking, right?
There was a frontline rush cast.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
the Goblins are off the rush, and the land is very similar to just immobilizability. It makes the warriors, and they come in, and then they die into turn.
So Mason was, kind of shortcutting. He just had the 2 tokens in, but it was actually 4 tokens that were coming in. 2 off the mobilize, 2 off the land.
I think that the Goblins were cast instead.
Oh, okay.
Frontline rush. So no land this turn, but definitely a good chance for next turn. And then a 5-mana burst lightning to kill a 2-drop is pretty embarrassing for Joseph. So far, this deck has not panned out in a good draw either game.
Yeah, no kidding. And this is getting to the spot where, sure, you cast and find your best card, Riddler or something. Not going to do anything here.
Yeah.
Yeah. These tokens have just went far too wide.
Once War Leader's Call is in play, you got to do something because the game's going to end pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's not a ton of ways to deal with it. There's 1 get lost. There's a 2nd get lost in the sideboard. Yeah, okay. So the Pyrex Strikes as well. Requisition Raid. So it just depends how many cards you bring in because a lot Yeah, that's probably going to do it, huh? I mean, that's 4 more attackers. That's 5 pings. They all are 2/2s. So that's 5 pings down to 6, and then we take 10. That's -4 as far as I'm seeing. And that's Mason Buonadonna dominating Joseph Puglisi here so far. And, Jim, I got to say, that looked really good.
Yeah, rats.
Rats.
Turtles, Spotlight, but Mash Splinter's friends are ready to hang out too.
Yes, yes. Wow, so that is going to be the match going to Mason Buonadonna. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of both of these players here, but I'm really impressed. We saw Joseph have some glimmers of all right, that was cool. Game 1, turn 2, when you start with Drum, you go into Momo, into Sage of the Skies. You're putting in a lot of power on turn 2. That was great. But basically from then on, it was the Mason Buonadonna show.
Yeah, and the interesting part is that one of the things you could say against the mono-white version of a deck is it doesn't have as much card draw, it doesn't have as much filtering. It's pretty reliant on the angel that comes in and warps.
Shepherd,
it can kind of run out of things to do in theory. Whereas this version, with having Ashling and having Quantum Riddler, you would think that it would be better at kind of having cards, having the right things at the right times. But the draw of that game for Joseph was just kind of tough after the initial start both games.
The one thing I will say for the mono-white version, the things that you do gain, you gain card advantage in the sense of like you warp out the Shepherd, you go get a Pixie, you bring back Shepherd, you kind of do tricks like that, and you get to play 4 Abandoned Air Temples. So you get card advantage in the sense of your cards soak in more value, but it's not the same card advantage of Ashlings, Quantum Riddler kind of thing. So I bet there's give and takes, and I think we'll see a little bit of both versions, the Jeskai and the mono-white here as we go. So, all right, really cool first match. We're going to head on down to a backup feature match and see what we got cooking in the feature match here. Area here for the second one. So that's going to be up here real shortly. But Jim, if you were playing this event, what would you be playing? What would you be sleeving up?
The mono-white deck is very appealing.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where I think the mono-white deck is probably very close to optimal as it is right now.
Okay.
But I think that for these multicolor versions, they're not close yet. Figuring out once you're adding colors and now you're figuring out your mana base, you're kind of like putting in all these different moving parts. Are you going to blink more? Are you going to Riddler more, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
So the mono version is quite appealing. Like I said, the lands are really, really good.
Abandoned Air Temple is a heck of a Magic card.
Yeah, really good alongside the creature lands. And then it's honestly just great to play 15 planes or whatever, where all your lands always come in untapped, no pain, very, very appealing. So that's an appealing choice. I still think that Simic Rhythm is just a pretty sweet deck. It's quite powerful. We were saying this 2 weeks ago. And I didn't have the weekend I thought it was going to. Still did well, made the finals.
Yeah.
But wasn't, I thought it was going to be a big surge. It was a mid-level surge. So
you're not going to be happy with what I would have played at this. I would have actually just played Lessons. I just would have played this. This is the type of tournament where there's a lot of people trying new things, where I would have just wanted to try to play the good deck, for this one. But if I had a lot of time to prep, I have my eye on the Jeskai kind of warp decks. That can play the 3-mana warp creature that you can warp in for 1. I always forget the name.
Hylia.
Hylia, yeah, you can play Hylia, like Splash Portals, the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles card, the Go Ninja Go, and try to combine Is It Blink with the mono-white deck. That's where I'm going to be cooking in the lab here next week, but I probably just would have been boring and played Lessons this time around.
Bad guy Corey.
I know, yep. So
Bad guy Corey playing the best Is It deck. You have a brand, my friend.
No, I told you I wasn't going to play Is It Blink.
No, I'm saying Is It Lessons.
No, you said the best Is It deck.
I
wouldn't have played the best Is It deck this time. I would have played Is It Lessons. So, so Jim, we do have this tournament, for the spotlight. We do have the entire top 8 is going to the Pro Tour. We have 666 players here that are playing so far. Strange number, of course, but it's going to be a tough tournament. We're going to have 9 rounds day 1, and then we'll be finishing off tomorrow to see who our top 8 is. But sounds like our players are ready here in the feature match area. We're going to head on down and watch some more Magic. All right, so we got Jody Keith up top, and we got Ryan here below. Teamer Battle Crier combo versus Grixis Monument. Okay, this Grixis Monument deck I have been very impressed with. They added Cool But Rude to the deck, and you really needed some extra card to make this work. I believe I saw Yuki Ichikawa, like top 8, a challenge with just the Rakdos Monument, add Riddlers, basically. List was kind of all over the place, but I saw some players, Caroline Party being one of them, that have a finely tuned list, and it looks quite good as we start here with a Cecil.
Yeah, the Riddler is interesting in this deck because it just kind of, I didn't think to add that, but once you think about it, that makes a lot of sense. You're just dumping cards out of your hand for various effects, and then if your hand size is low, Riddler draws more cards, and then you can kind of keep going with all these looting effects where you just keep drawing 2, discard 2 cards of value, draw 2, discard 2 cards of value. So really cool innovation. Caroline's matching around one was awesome. Watched it from the hotel room, and another just really cool new deck.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, like some of the things you can do with like warp out a Riddler, you have Cool But Rude in play, have 2 cards in hand, or even 3. You attack because you discard first, and then draw, and you can really get some nasty synergies going. Like if we lead with a Monument after this, you'd get some really nasty stuff going. But Spell Snare to deal with Cool But Rude, and Cecil comes in to deal 2 to both players.
Yeah, and we have on Ryan's side, Kind of an interesting looking list here of Teamer Battlecryer. Has some of this like devastating onslaught stuff, but a lot of interaction also. And then 4 copies of Furdock Core alongside Ugin Eye of Storms.
Okay.
So like looks like it's just a little more rampy than actually going big. Oh, I'm sorry. And also playing Storm Scale Scion. The Storm Dragon.
Storm Dragon, yes.
Dragon Storm in Standard.
Oh, man. Let's go. I played a lot of that deck back in the day. That made my knees hurt just thinking about that. But, wow. Okay, so pretty awesome stuff here. A lot of innovative decks really all around. But we've seen this Teamer Battlecryer combo before. It really relies on its core engines, the Teamer Battlecryer and the card that we're seeing. The Outcast Trailblazer to be able to really get the action going, and without it, it can be a little tricky. But this is a very different deck.
Yeah, this is a cool list. A lot of interaction.
Yeah. What's the deal with Furdock Core in this deck? You know, like it seems out of place to me.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I am currently looking over the list trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because usually the core is used for its kindred synergy. You know, being an otter or a dragon, whatever else it might be. Not really seeing any.
Well, Dispelling Exhale, you can reveal the Furdock Core, I guess, but that's minor, right? Like, that's quite minor.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's watch and find out.
Sounds great. Sounds great. All right, so here is the Trailblazer coming on down, adding the mana for Teamer Battlecryer, and, well, now everything costs 2 less. This is the, am I dead moment if you're sitting across from Ryan.
I guess casting a core it could be free in theory as you're drawing cards and going off. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay. And the big finish here again it's quite different. There's 1 Devastating Onslaught and there's 2 Stormscale Scions. Stormscale Scion is the 6 mana dragon with Storm that bumps all your other dragons up.
There we go.
And if you cast that with a Trailblazer in play, you draw a whole bunch of cards too. So and all your cards are free because of Battlecryer. This is cool stuff.
This is definitely cool stuff. So, all right, the other side, Jody, a main stage to these kind of tournaments, comes on down with a monument.
And we're seeing usually you don't see this interactive suite in these Battlecryer decks. We're seeing Spell Snare, Negate, really picking apart what Jody's doing and buying time for Ryan to kind of get this engine online, which is cool to see because most of these Teamer Battlecryer decks are much more linear and much more kind of focused on just doing their own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a one of Negate, but whatever, you know.
I mean, a Negate, a Spell Snare, versus Burst Lightning, bounce off a Braid, Dispelling Exhale. It's a lot of interaction. There are 12 instances in the deck.
Agreed. Yeah, that is a lot more than we normally see. So, coming on in with the flip side of Cecil, as well as the Phoenix. Do a little bit of trade, gain some life, take some damage off the Phoenix.
Yeah, so Ryan,
we're on our way.
Ryan valuing the Trailblazer here over the Battlecryer, which is interesting.
And a death mark here, straight out of 2012. Coming on in.
That the Cold Snap printing, I think it is.
I think it is, yes. No, it's not Foundation. Okay.
Well,
it does look like it, right?
The one that Jody has, I think, is Cold Snap.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
I mean, they look similar, but you could be right.
Same art.
Okay.
Yeah, because it has the no black border on the bottom.
You're right. Yep. And Jody's been around for a while. We can deduce that he's was playing in Cold Snap.
Yep. Ryan's like, ooh, wow, Cold Snap, nice.
Yeah. All right, Quantum Riddler coming down for Ryan, drawing some cards here. And the Flail coming on down. And, man, you can do some crazy stuff with this Flail. The fact that you can just equip over and over and over again is quite nice if you need to discard a lot of things.
Yeah, very, very potent. It's not a particularly powerful card in a regular fair game of Magic, but in the synergy of what this deck is trying to do, just having discard a card as a cost in play is fantastic.
Yes, in the grand scheme of things, it is a bad card, but it very much synergizes with this deck.
My favorite kind of Magic card in Constructed.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore seeing decks that use kind of a weird card in a weird way to make things more than the sum of their parts.
Exactly. Instead of I'm playing powerful cards that are powerful, so therefore they work together, you know?
Yeah. Corey Quantum Riddler out.
Yeah, pretty much. Every deck I've ever played, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many Bloodthorn Flail-like cards I've played, but if I ever would play it, it'd be in this Grixis Monument deck. There's a lot of really cool synergies going on. I just kept, goldfishing Caroline's deck in the hotel lobby last night, and I just kept seeing more and more synergies. The more I would look at these cards, it looked really cool.
The deck is awesome.
Yeah.
It's so I love Bloodghast. It's one of my favorite Magic cards of all time.
Yes.
Any deck that has Bloodghast and Flameway Phoenix in it, sign me up.
Yeah, going to bring you back to a little bit of hollow one, huh?
Yep.
All right, so heading back Jody Keith's way. Here is cool, but very rude.
Rude.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually my nickname for you.
Thanks.
Jim's cool, but he is pretty rude.
I guess. Thanks.
Heading to combat, Flame Wake Phoenix comes down, and now here we go. Here's one of the synergies. Discard 1. How many cards you got in hand, Jody? I bet it's 1. Draw 2. Beautiful combo. And Jody didn't even want to activate the cool but rude beforehand, just thinking, hey, if I draw some interaction, I would rather use that ability. But now, you know, Jody can, if you got nothing going on, crank that up to level 2.
Yeah, and with Ryan going to 2, it would have been a force block with the Riddler. So, but still, a great spot for Jody with Ryan at 2.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Now that I look at the life totals a little closer, we probably still should have done that to force the block.
Well,
but
I mean, with this is the power of the flail. So
Yeah.
just having Colin draw card in play at all times means that I can just discard a card for any reason I want, whenever I want.
Yeah.
And
now you just win the game because now you level it up
Right.
and do that. So it was a force block. Ryan just didn't see it.
Yep.
So that's going to do it. Jody Keith takes that down 2-0 with Grixis Monument over Ryan here on that cool Teamer Battle Crier combo. Really spicy stuff, but man, I mean, either this tournament is just 100% chock full of spice, Nick Miller's the greatest at his job ever, or a little mixture of both as he's been finding us all the heaters so far. Looks like it's going to be a great tournament so far, huh?
yeah, why not both?
Yeah,
just
I think it's why not both. Yeah.
Shout out to Nick behind the scenes. Nick is the rock, the core behind everything that happens here, and I just love Nick. Nick's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to do it here for round number 3. We're going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, more magic here in Richmond, Virginia. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name's Corey Ballmeister. That's Jim Davis. We're going to be getting you ready here for round number 4. But first, Jim, we have what everyone's been waiting for. It's the metagame time here in Richmond. Let's see what it looks like today. This is the first time we're seeing it as well. And oh my God, once again, we have a format where the top deck is not any more than 10%. I mean, come on, this is amazing.
Yeah, we were so close. I was telling Nick this before, so close to having all single digits. Just 0.5% on Is It Prowess and 0.7% on Mono Green Landfall, but absolutely unbelievable. And so Landfall and Lessons was the metagame for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Prowess is the big new upstart. It was the most played deck across the pond. And then second most played deck here, been really coming on an aggressive, powerful deck. We saw it a bit in Milwaukee, but now really coming into its own.
So the Otters swam across the pond here as well, but maybe just not as many, huh?
Otters swim very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it makes sense because, well, when we were at our last event in Milwaukee, Is It Prowess put up the highest win rate amongst any deck. So people were just like, okay, you know, Magic players love stats, and they love looking at that and be like, well, the highest win rate was Prowess. Let's play a lot of that. And why do you think that is? Like, Prowess is a deck that didn't really gain anything. You know, it doesn't necessarily seem like it has a huge edge up against the biggest decks. Like, I would think it's probably pretty good against Landfall and okay against Lessons. Like, what do you think about Prowess? I'm kind of perplexed by it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a very straightforward, very focused deck where, you know, Lessons and Landfall are both decks that have really, really powerful end games.
Yeah.
You know, where Lessons has this Accumulate Wisdom, you just draw so many cards, and then you eventually get to your monuments and kill your opponent. Landfall, you're putting a bunch of lands into play, and you kind of have, okay, at some point, I'll Harmonizer or I'll win with the enchantment. And Prowess kind of says, like, no, there's not going to be a sometimes. You're going to win soon or you're going to be out of here, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, a deck like Mono Green Landfall, it is very, very powerful. It's not as straightforward and linear as a deck like the Rhythm decks were.
Yeah.
Where those Magic World Cup decks just, they go and they do their thing.
Yeah.
Whereas Landfall and Lessons are a little slower. And then Prowess gets the removal, too. So Prowess gets to be fast. And then against decks that are playing Llanowar Elves and playing Badger Mole Cub, the removal spells are there to kind of pick things off. And just
or like Into the Floodmaw. Like, I think Into the Floodmaw is actually pretty good right now.
Yeah, like the ability to kind of just, you know, when all your spells cost 1, as we've seen historically in Magic's history, it's a great place to be with a fast clock. I think it's also just a really good default deck, too, where it's just like, you know what? Folks going to be trying out new things, you know, trying out, you know, brews that might not be completely refined. I'm just going to light some people up.
Yeah.
I'm going to play some 1-drops, play some spells, and just kill people.
How we looking here for Mono Green Landfalls? Like, anything really changed from these? Are you thinking the majority is still going to be that Sapling Nursery style, or are they kind of reverting back? Because that is one thing we've been seeing with Lessons and Landfall. They've been kind of, now that we're at this very mature, this very late game stage of Standard, you know, I mean, new set coming in, so of course everything's kind of changing, but it's late in our season, right? Like, we don't have a lot of other big Standard events until the Pro Tour here coming up. So is it Lessons and Landfall are kind of at this arm race with each other, so other decks are kind of coming in to take advantage of type thing? Or?
Well, one important thing is that Is It Lessons fundamentally is a deck that's not going to grow that much with a new set.
Yeah.
We will not get new Lessons till possibly Strixhaven, which of course is a lesson-focused set. But, you know, in Turtles and stuff, there are new Lessons, not a lot of new cards. Mono Green Landfall did get new cards.
Yeah.
So Michelangelo, Weirdest to 11, and Michelangelo and Leonardo.
Yeah.
And Leo. Mikey and Leo.
The one where you get a counter on something. Yeah.
Correct.
New cards, we'll be getting these names right as we go. But
yeah, but 2 new cards that care about counters. And Mono Green Landfall is kind of, in essence, a counter deck.
Yes.
You know, with your Badger Mole Cub puts a counter on a Landfall creature, on an Earthbending creature. So you can kind of work that in. We saw some Hydras on camera earlier as well. So that could make the deck kind of lean a little more aggressive, which is kind of a cool adaptation. So there is still some, like, you know, modulation happening in the Landfall kind of party of the metagame, you know?
Okay.
So still things to be kind of learned and figured out.
So this is probably 71 players, but, you know, you're pretty confident that it is not 71 exact kind of deck list, right? Like, there's probably Landfall of old and a little bit of Turtle hybrid stuff, right?
Right. Some folks playing Sapling Nursery, some folks not. Some folks playing new Turtle cards, some folks not. Some folks being more aggressive with cards like the Hydra, some going longer with Sapling Nursery. So a lot of possible customization within that deck for your expected metagame.
Are you shocked with Is It Lessons not being the most played deck after it just won Milwaukee?
Not really. I mean, it's pretty, you know, everything in the 8, 9, 10% range is very, very close. You know, the deck is really good, but there's also the allure of just new things. You know,
Okay.
a bunch of new cards, a bunch of fun things to try out.
So looking down kind of at the rest of the metagame here, I think one other big story, we're going to kind of break this down from what we've been seeing here at the last couple events more than normal here. Dimir Excruciator, I think with 24 players, that had a tick down, right? I don't think necessarily had the best weekend here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, my read on Excruciator was it's a really good deck for one tournament. You know, kind of like the deck that won Worlds. Javier won with it was like the Dimir.
It was Dimir Excruciator. It was
like,
the same deck.
It was slightly different, but same Excruciator idea where it was really good for that one tournament. And then once the secret's kind of out, it's like, oh, okay, I kind of get this. I kind of know how to play around this. And it is fundamentally a sorcery speed, kind of clunky deck. It's powerful, but a little clunky. So not surprised to see that fall down the list.
I remember going up to Javier in that Worlds when he was like heading into the top 8. I was like, he played their team played 2 Caustic Broncos, and they're like, this card might be unplayable. We're not sure. And I was like, how many times did you take 6 damage off attacking and revealing a demon? And he's like, not 0. And still won Worlds with it. So another one, I think maybe the biggest story here is 21 players playing mono white Momo. This was a lot of players that this deck popped up this last week. You know, I saw it on like the Monday challenge, maybe the Sunday night challenge from the week before. And this is the new hotness. It's not even that many new cards. It's just a new deck that won the challenge, then it won the very next challenge, and a lot of people are playing it. I think the deck is really sweet, don't you?
Yeah, it's awesome. And the crazy thing is, you're right, there are no new cards. That deck, as is, the list that I've seen, at least from the challenges, was almost 100%, if not 100% legal at the Pro Tour like a month or 2 ago.
Yes.
You know, so it was a deck that just wasn't found. And here it is, just tearing it up. It is definitely the new hot deck. And for folks who have the ability to kind of say, you know what, I can put all my testing aside. I can get these new cards in 3 days. I'm going to play it. They're here playing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, that just shows how amazing Standard is right now, that we have this incredible deck diversity. This is the second tournament back-to-back where the most played deck is 10%, and we're still having new decks that are popping up. That just really shows what an incredible Standard metagame we've had since Worlds. I mean, looking at our last 6 events, or our last 5 events at least that we're here in the U.S. or we're Pro Tours or Worlds. Worlds, we had Seth winning with Lessons. Atlanta, we had Kai with Airbending. Portland, we had Tristan Wild LaRue with 4-color Rhythm. The Pro Tour, Christopher Larson won with Dimir Demons. And then Milwaukee was won by Will Kruger with Lessons. So, I mean, a lot of variation and a lot of metagame churning throughout that time. So we're going to get to standings here in a second. I want to say one last thing about this is our Monument decks, I think, is the other big story here. Both of them at 17. So realistically, the Monument deck should be above Excruciator if we combine them. That would be a large amount of those decks where we saw 1 or 2 people play it at the Pro Tour. I believe it was Benton Matson played the Rakdos version. But now with Cool But Rude, does that kind of send this deck over the edge?
Yeah, it's cool because this was a deck that was definitely fringe, but did surprisingly well kind of under the radar. You know, one of the big stories from any event is, you know, you always look at the deck that wins, the deck the top 8. There are always decks that, you know, maybe they go 11th place, 12th place. They can kind of be hanging out in that range where it's a very, very good record, very, very similar to the players that top 8 or won, but, you know, one match didn't go their way. And now we're seeing, usually that's where you find the gems. You find the decks that are going to break out into the next big thing. And the addition of Cool But Rude is a fantastic addition to a deck that was already very cool.
Well, we have our producers basically with the cane off stage to be like, wrap this metagame up. Jim, I think we got to start a podcast just talking about metagame shifts here from now on, because this is awesome.
One last thing, all the way at the bottom, 32% other, double, triple what the top 2 decks are. That's awesome.
Yeah, the most played deck is other. That's incredible. All right, so let's shift gears and get ready here for round number 4. We're going to take a look at our standings to see how that's looking going into it. And see what players are 3-0. We're still going to be a ton of them so far. Looking at the players, we see Mason Buonadonna, who just won with Boros Tokens here a second ago. We see Zevin Faust playing Boros Momo. That's kind of his style. He played that Azorius Tempo, High Noon, Aang Swift Savior deck for so long. And what do you know? Michael Plummer still at his rightful place on page 1.
I don't know if it was audible to hear me laughing when it went up because he just can't get off the page.
Yeah. His tiebreakers are just good from winning so many events in a row. They just stay good. That'd be my superhero in Magic if I could pick one. That's for sure. So, looking at decks, anything big standing out here so far?
Just a big variety back here. You know, tokens, lessons, spellmentals, rhythm. You know, aggro, lessons, delirium, Jeskai mid-range. Just a variety pack that's a really good snapshot of the variety we're seeing in Standard at the moment.
Yep, awesome. We'll take a look at page number 2. Jim, walk us through this. See if there's any big stories here for the rest of the top tables.
All right, so we got more mono white Momo, which is, we see 3 mono white Momo here on this page. There only were 21 players playing the deck in total.
Yeah.
So the deck is, 4 at the one at the bottom too.
Oh my goodness.
So far we're looking at a possible breakout. Corey Burkhart, I spoke to Corey yesterday, and Corey was between mono white and Simic Rhythm. He said he had the Jeskai Momo deck, wasn't super confident about it, and I told him, I was like, listen, I probably would play Rhythm or mono white, and here he is, 3-0 as always. So that's cool to see. Adam Snook, a Northeast player, a long-time player, and just a great metagame, a lot of great players.
I've been seeing a lot of players I haven't seen for a while. I looked over, I was in the feature match area, and I saw a Star City Games shirt, like one of the old ones from the tour days, and I was like, this player's playing blue-white control? Who's brave enough to do that? And I was like, Sheehan Sarani, of course. He's back. He's back. It was awesome to see. So we're seeing a lot of players from back in the day. It's been a blast. So let's shift gears and look at our feature match here. Let's pull up some deck lists. We're going to have Kai Nelson up against Alexander Bebe here on Is It Spelementals up against Bant Airbending here from Kai. So walk us through Alexander's list.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. This is a deck that has fallen off a bit because it was so good at punishing the Badger Mole rhythm decks at the Pro Tour.
It's still the 4th most played deck, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was like so good in that metagame.
Yes,
now it is just like another one of the decks. Thunderflock's still an extremely powerful card against any deck putting things in play. We saw the Boros Tokens deck, the Momo decks. Those aren't elementals, and they all get bounced. So Thunderflock's still a very, very powerful card. But for the most part, pretty straightforward. A lot of interaction, a lot of removal spells leading into Thunderflock and some big elementals.
Okay, and then let's take a look at our other deck list here. This is Kai Nelson, who, you'll remember Kai from playing, this exact same deck, but winning Spotlight the Avatar, and I gotta say, we just saw him off camera getting his trophy here from that event, and it is absolutely gorgeous. We have also seen the trophy for this event. We'll show you a little bit later here. It's really cool as well. But walk us through this. Any big changes? I see Turtles and Aang are working together these days.
Well, first off,
do
yourself a favor, go on social media and see that trophy. It is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I saw it yesterday. It is such a cool trophy.
The Avatar one or the Turtle one? I mean, both.
Both, but the Avatar one is just like, it's an iceberg. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, Michelangelo's technique here doing kind of a collective company impression, which is kind of a cool way to find your combo. But otherwise, mostly it was the same. Interdimensional Web Watch, Spider-Man and Michelangelo and the Airbender all coming together to combo you out.
I love it. Okay, so these are going to be our 2 players. They are ready in the feature match area. So we are going to head on down and see who remains undefeated here in beautiful Richmond, Virginia. So let's check it out. Who do you think is favored in this matchup, though? Do you like the Is It Spelemental side, or do you like the Bant Airbending side?
I mean, Spelementals is historically, like Thunderflock is very, very good against Badger Mole Cub kind of stuff. That being said, Kai's deck has the ability to play at instant speed, has a lot of good interaction, and it just has so much grind and churn, too.
Yeah.
And a lot of extra mana as well. So if things get bounced, you kind of just go again. I don't know, honestly. It's going to be a pretty interesting, pretty close match. A lot of interaction. I think that Alex is definitely the aggressor.
Yeah.
Kind of has to get in, get some threats in play, use the interaction. You cannot give this Bant deck time to kind of get things set up and really combo off.
I would not want to be playing against Spelementals if I'm playing Bant Airbending, I don't think. I mean, if you're playing a Cub deck, this is a Cub deck, but it's barely a Cub deck. The Bant Airbending list. It's not Simic Rhythm where you have a bad matchup, but it still feels kind of rough to me outside of the fact that you can, Aang your opponent's Thunderflock, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot more play. I think
there's definitely more play.
It's probably not great. But I don't think it's necessarily that bad.
Yeah.
A lot of play, a lot of flexibility, and the threat also of if you rebuild into the combo, you just combo.
Yes.
Whereas it's really hard to rebuild when you're playing the rhythm deck because you just need to get all your guys in play again, then try and get a Crater Hoof and so on and so forth. So
yeah, I think Andrew Ellenbogen and the team that played Spelementals at the Pro Tour had something like a 24-1 record against Simic Rhythm.
Yep.
But the Bant numbers, I imagine, there's no way it's that bad,
Yep. Yeah, one of the most lopsided records I've ever seen in a matchup in a Pro Tour.
And some of the most lopsided interactions here to start. 2 Spell Snares on Doc and Bramble Familiar, and a Braid to deal with another Bramble Familiar. So everything going Alexander's way. The only speed bump is we didn't hit land 4.
The thing here is, though, is that if this draw against the Rhythm deck, now the Rhythm player has to look at 2 Rhythms and their Crater Hoof in their hand, and they're like, ugh. But Kai's cards all just cost 3 and 4, and there's Aang, so Aang, Appa, they're flexible, they're instant speed. There's a lot of play here.
Yeah, absolutely. Aang sending up to the airbending zone. You'll cantrip another day, says Kai.
3 mana for an op, just not a good deal.
No, not good, not good. Divinations just went downhill, you know?
Yeah.
All right, so it is airbent, and we'll head Alexander's way, see if we can deal with something. Still no immediate pressure that you're going to like kind of get comboed out yet. Although it is still technically possible. You got to have a lot of things go right, but
it's also that a lot of the removal in Alex's deck is predicated on Burst Lightning. It's a 2 damage spell. There are a lot of 3 and 4 toughness creatures in Kai's deck, which kind of circumvent that. There only are 2 Abrades, a couple into the Flood Maws, but the removal doesn't line up insanely well.
Does it seem like there's a little less removal than normal from this particular version of Spellelementals with just 4 Burst Lightning, 2 Abrades? I feel like that is like 1 or 2 lower than we normally see.
Yeah, a few more counter spells, 3 Spell Snare, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spider Sense. Yeah, a lot of those for sure.
Yeah. So definitely maybe trying to shore up other matchups. Maybe Is It Lessons or whatever. We're going to see those Spell Pierces almost assuredly come out. Eddie Merck comes on down to do some pinching. Pinches Aang and Llanowar Elves, taps them for now, and no other follow-up from Kai. And is it Sunderflock time? I mean, you're right here, Jim. Sunderflock doesn't look that good at all right now. You Sunderflock, and then you just replay Aang and get rid of Sunderflock. Like that interaction feels pretty bad for Alexander's side.
Yeah, and then Aang's back in play.
Yeah.
And then it's still a little hard to combo off like next turn, but.
All right, heading back Kai's way. Pretty cool to see. I don't think we saw too much of Kai at the RCs, but after winning Spotlight, the Avatar here in Atlanta, coming back, playing the same deck, and starting 3-0, you got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, it's cool to see the Victory Lap tournament.
Exactly, yeah. They'll be like, I'm going to play this deck again because, well, it's good memories. And if you can ever win back-to-back with it, I mean, then you're flying high.
That's how legends are born.
Exactly. All right, so just another land and a pass from Kai. Do we have tricks up our sleeves, or is this just I don't have anything, or I don't want to overextend into Sunderflock?
Yeah, I mean, Appa, of course, Steadfast Guardian, the big flash threat for 4 mana. There isn't a ton of other instant speed stuff in the deck aside from Aang, who's already in play. So it feels like an Appa turn. It feels like pretty hard to not play something on this turn.
Yeah.
And now we see a second crab. Wow. Quick down to 3.
Yep, huge hit.
That being said, though, if there is an end-step Appa and attempted a combo, what's going to break it up? There's 2 into the Flood Maws, Burst Lightning, couple of Braids. There aren't like a ton of things to break up the actual combo.
Yeah.
And this is the difference here where even though Kai's at 3 behind on board, a combo wins the game.
Yeah, so Spider Sense to counter the ability from Appa or into the Flood Mod to bounce Appa, but other than that, you're right. There's not much to break that up.
Only tapping 3.
Okay.
And
is this just a second Aang legend rule? That feels horrific, yep.
Oh my god, yeah.
Keeping that one and airbending that one, that's kind of cute.
Oh, boy.
Oh, cute or a complete backfire, I guess, huh?
And it's important to note that's both Abrades. There only are 2 Abrades in Alex's deck. All the other rule spells are Burst Lightnings. So kind of what I was saying, but found both Abrades and has the right answers.
No kidding. And Kai went for kind of the cooler play to be able to transform. Or, no, not to transform, but just to be able to soak up some damage, I guess. And kind of got punished, huh?
I think he's trying to set up a combo.
Yeah.
But all right, trying to stay alive. There are a lot of legends in this deck.
Yes.
So when you draw a lot of them, it can be awkward. But, oh boy, Spider Sense.
And the one of Spider Sense. So all the 2-mana ways to deal with the creatures there, we kind of had them all. So really impressive stuff there from Alexander and made that first game look pretty easy. So let's check out our champion from Atlanta's sideboard. See what we have changed a little bit. We got 1 Avatar's Wrath, 2 Bovine Intervention, 1 Cavern of Soul, 1 Kutzo's Flanker, 1 Leatherhead Swampstalker. I think that's a pretty good card. Really strong against Izzet decks as well. Maybe not, well, maybe here, but either way, I like that card in sideboards like this. 1 Oko Lorwyn Liege, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Reclamation Sage, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Seam Rip, and then 1 Spider Sense. Yeah,
not a lot of great counterplay, because the issue is that, typically you'd want to lean on cards like Oko and Quantum Riddler in a matchup where your opponent's killing all your stuff. But Spellbantles does a really good job of turning the corner quickly.
Yeah.
And then Sunderflock is pretty good at mopping up tokens from Oko or Leatherhead. These cards that, in theory, would be good against a lot of removal spells. Sunderflock kind of takes that out of the equation. So I think for the most part, there isn't a ton to do here. Cavern of Souls looks fine. I think adding the land is also nice against any deck trying to kill your mana dorks. But there isn't a ton of counterplay. I think mostly just looking for a better draw than the last game, because the draw last game was quite bad.
Flanker for sure to exile the graveyard, but other than that, yeah, I'm with you. That it all looks pretty medium to me. So.
Yeah, I guess Rest in Peace, you could try and fight back against the elemental part of it. It's a weird card. You don't think of it as a card to come in against a prowessy deck. Yeah. But against Spellmentals, because their threats are all cost reduced from the graveyard, Rest in Peace is actually quite good against them.
Andrew literally said, he's like, we fold to the card. It's just 100% GG. So Rest in Peace. The flankers, they're coming in. Let's see what Alexander has. On the other side, we have 1 more Abrade, 2 Annuls, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Get Out, 2 Gigastorm Titans.
Hello.
Yes. 1 Negate, 2 Raw Crackling Wit, 2 Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, I think the better removal spells. Broadside Barrage, Abrade, things that can kill larger creatures is very, very important. We saw that game. Not a single Burst Lightning was cast because then we're drawn. It was all the Abrades, thankfully. If those 2 Abrades have been Burst Lightnings, everything's a little bit different, Yeah. But Stroke is an interesting one because there are 2 total copies of Cavern of Souls in Kai's deck. It would be very good otherwise. It's a really good answer to Appa.
And a third in the board. I don't know if Kai wants to bring it in. But once again, closed deck list. These players don't know about that.
Yeah, it was one main, one board.
Gotcha.
I think that's pretty standard. Yeah. But so it's a card that can be really good, but a little bit risky. And then rest of the sideboard's kind of whatever. Get Out looks pretty nice too for the same idea but same problem. Mm-hmm. That's really it. Just kind of tailor your removal spells, kind of play a similar game, and I think just make sure you get some threats in play. Don't give Kai too long.
I love the duality that we have from open deck list on day 2 and closed on day 1. It really adds a nice little wrinkle here that people can play their spice and you can have some success with it. And then you're like, oh, is my spice good when people know about it? You answer a different question on day 2. I just think that is a pretty cool aspect to the tournament. So, all right, before we get into it, well, we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's already out. But now if you still want to pick up some of your Lorwyn Eclipse cards, SCG's gotcha. So Lorwyn Eclipse, you can still order right now. Get those delivered to your house. Pick them up. Do whatever you want. You can go to starcitygames.com/MTG-ECL. I'm going to miss this set, Jim. I had a lot of fun with it. It was a good time.
Really, really cool set. But, I mean, Boggats are kind of like Mutant Turtles, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. A little bit.
A little Shadowmoor side, right?
Yeah. And Changelings are all Mutant Ninja Turtles also.
That is actually a fact. They're also humans, though.
Yeah, but there are a ton of Mutant Ninja Turtles in Lorwyn.
That is true.
So there you go.
That's why we pay you the big bucks there, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, let's head on back down and see who's going to be 4-0. Now, Jim, we got 9 rounds today. Record of 6-3. How are you feeling if you're 3-0? Like, are you like, all right, maybe I can ease up a bit, or have you really accomplished nothing yet?
I think it's the point in the tournament you're now settled in. You're warmed up. Round 1, round 2, occasional round 1 jitters. You kind of got to get in the flow. By round 3, you should be pretty well ramped up.
Yeah.
I think it's important to not be like, okay, I'm 3-0, I'm 4-0, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Especially for players who maybe haven't made that day 2 yet, haven't made that top 8 yet. There's a feeling of like, oh, could this be it? Could this be the one? Those are thoughts you should probably try and keep out of your head if possible. Get in the flow and just start playing. Those numbers don't matter. Just keep playing the best you possibly can.
Would you say get into the avatar state?
No, I'd say cowabunga, dude.
Okay, absolutely. All right, we're going to take a look at one of our other tables. We have Neil Estrada there up top. We have Michael Mabberry down below. Boros Dragons up against Mono Green Landfall. Excuse me, is that the 2/3 that when a land comes into play, you gain a life?
It sure is.
Okay.
The Botanist?
Yeah, from Edge of Eternity, that card was quite good.
Yeah.
In limited.
That was a great limited card.
All right, but looking at this, wow, get lost, deal with everything Neil has, and already has Momo and the Hellkite plus Sarkin coming in. This looks like Michael very clearly closing up and getting ready for a game number 2. This matchup should be bad for Mono Green Landfall, right?
It's funny because the Hellkite doesn't really have a lot of targets.
Yeah,
you know,
but the 4 Clarion Conquerors that are usually in the list.
The Conqueror is quite nice, although it's, you know, the kind of thing you can sideboard against as Landfall. You can go down some of your mana dorks and your stuff. But yeah, definitely seems like pretty good. I think it's the kind of matchup where if Neil can get a Sapling Nursery in play, awesome.
Yes.
But might not get to that point.
Yeah, that might be every matchup, to be fair, with these Mono Green Landfall decks. You can play that busted card on turn 4 or turn 3 or something. It looks pretty nasty. Neil Estrada, I believe we saw a little bit of in Milwaukee, maybe having a bit of a deep run.
Yeah, it's a name I've actually seen a lot.
Yeah.
You know, over the course of the last 6 months to a year watching these events.
Yeah,
so,
sure has.
Good on Neil.
All right, back into the action here. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf from Kai, and it lived. So that's got to be a great sign here for Kai Nelson.
Yeah, just an island. Llanowar Elf skipping Spell Snare. Just go right to 3.
Yeah, exactly. Why even count to 2? Just go straight past it. And now it'll be the time where, a lot of your 3 drops are maybe not the best to play proactively. Sure, Angswift Savior, go. So you kind of do have to walk into the Spell Snare. That feels pretty face up. If you're not going to kill an elf and you're on the draw from the Spelemental side, I mean, you probably still keep opt hands and stuff, but I feel like you got to have something to slow down these kind of, air quotes, cub decks.
Yeah, and with half the cantrips being sorceries and sleight of hand,
yeah,
it limits the range of that. If it was 8 instant speed cantrips, sure, but mono blue.
Mono blue coming down, so you got to think. I would have, all right, a counter spell is probably likely on my mind if I'm Kai. So try to play around something the best I could.
Yeah, there are 2 Cavern of Souls most likely in the deck post-board.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of a high variance element to the gameplay of the games I have Cavern, your best cards are your worst cards. The games I don't have Cavern, you have some really solid removal against my big-time threats.
Yeah, and here's another dock. Is there going to be another Spell Snare like Game 1, or it's just kind of backbreaking after backbreaking? Maybe.
We'll see.
Finds it.
Top? Nope. It's okay.
Probably was a mountain. Probably can't dig for a Spell Snare if you do see your second color on top and online. And, never mind.
Okay.
My goodness. Okay, so the Patience was fine with Doc, but didn't want a second threat. That's got to lead me to believe that it is land, Abrade, Doc, or something like that. But no.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, I would have Spell Snared that Doc so fast.
Right, because the thing is that, A, there's no guarantee that Kai plays another 2-drop.
Exactly.
And then B, Doc is a part of the combo. Now, Bramble, of course, if you can airbend it, you can do cool stuff, but that's hard to do against the Burst Lightning deck.
Bramble's a side quest.
Right.
Doc is the main combo,
right.
I'm with you. And I don't even know if this is better. Like if having Bramble Familiar in the yard versus Doc in play versus the other way around, I don't even know if that's better in general. So, of course, it's all contextual to Alexander's hand, but I'm also very shocked at that.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for Alex. I mean, it seemed like a pretty confidently made choice where it was, no, I'm not countering that.
Yeah.
And then, yes, I'm countering the Brambles. So,
yeah, just the way I haven't necessarily seen a ton from Alex here on other tournaments, but you just tell by the way he's playing. Very skilled player.
Also, Invasion Ops, Portal Sleight of Hands, nice lands.
Are those Dissension Spell Snares? Is that what that set was from, I believe, right?
Pretty sure, yep.
Okay.
Poor Watchwolf.
Yeah. Watch, then we just talked to Alex later. He's like, yeah, I borrowed this deck from my dad or something like that.
First tournament I ever played in.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm surprised to see nothing on the end step from Kai on Alex's end step. And just a very modest, beatdown game.
Okay, here's Broadside Barrage on the dock. And if Kai doesn't have stuff to play, you got to think you have some kind of interaction here.
This is so risky. Appa or Aang here protects against that. So I think that was probably a good read on Kai's side, feeling like, hey, if I play an Appa on your end step, you're just going to kill it with barrage or counter or something like that too. So good exchange. And then Alex not having a great clock in play.
Yep, that was indeed very risky and punished a little bit. I would think the Appa is definitely more punishing, but Aang was still great. And let's head the other way. So now, I mean, it can be Sunderflock time if we so choose. Like, Sunderflock still stays in, right? In this matchup?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
The thing about the spell mounted like is it's so threat light. It's kind of hard to cut threats.
What are you talking about? You got Gigastorm Titans in the sideboard.
That is a very cool card.
It is.
5 mana 4/4, costs 2 if you play a spell this turn.
Yep.
That was a fun limited card.
It is really nice. Good old 4/4. But for a constructed card, I mean, it is an elemental too, believe it or not. And here is the Sunderflock to send the elf and Aang away.
So importantly, that does put lethal in play for Alex.
Yep.
So Kai's got some work to do. Of course, Aang can bounce one of these and so on, but like it forces Kai into defensive action.
I will say Aang Swift Savior has looked quite bad. It's just looked quite, oh man, if there's an annul, like Aang Swift Savior has looked pretty unimpressive in the face of what Alexander's doing. Like, I think the best thing we've seen it do is save the dock. Like, you really don't want to be airbending out these Sunderflocks or even the Elemental. It's just okay.
Yeah.
The Hearth Elemental, you know?
Pretty cool hit here on the web watch, a bovine intervention. So
yeah,
that can kill Sunderflock on Alex's turn. Of course, if you run afoul of a spell snare or something like that, you just kind of lose the game.
Yeah.
But you want to do it and not give the Ox chance to attack. But then you can Aang the Ox too. So
we can dock and then bovine intervention because it costs 2 less now, huh? So that's a nice little cute combo.
Now this does give the Ox, but it is no longer a lethal board for Alex.
Yeah, we'll pull out bovine intervention for anyone who's not familiar with that. But yeah, should just be a 2/2, right?
Standard staple bovine intervention.
Yes, exactly.
You're not familiar?
No, I'm familiar. I said for the people that aren't.
Okay.
There we go. Get that 2/2 white Ox token. Let's see if we got that in the feature match area. I think our judges are scrambling as we speak.
I'm gonna bet yes.
We got him.
There it is.
Perfectly.
That is the official art.
Exactly. So, and having to destroy it, you know, right now, that's kind of brutal.
Uh-oh. So Burst Lightning does change the math.
At end step?
Yep.
Oh, no. Well, this might be the last turn here of the feature match here for Kai Nelson and Alexander Bebe here, as there's a lot of ways to just win this. A braid to the dock, 6 damage coming through. And, yeah, putting Kai down to 1.
Is there a burst?
No, okay. The burst lightning at end step's kind of interesting to me then, right?
Yeah, I mean that tells me even I am in big trouble. But
yeah, I mean that would have told me that I'm dead. Like
yeah.
Otherwise, why play it this early? Like you could hold it for some kind of interaction. It doesn't really break up the combo all that well, as everything has bigger butts than 2. But
it could speak to a 2-mana counterspell. It's like trying to be mana efficient, but like because you spend the mana last turn, 2-mana counterspell this turn, but like
sure.
That level of efficiency doesn't seem that important with Kai at 1. So,
agreed.
Or I guess it would be 3, whatever. But
either way, as long as Alexander just doesn't have a land in hand, 2 more lands on the top of the deck type thing, Kai is going to be in a lot of trouble to win this game.
I mean, we got Big Aang.
Yep.
You know, and there's a decent amount available also. So for Kai, there are certainly plays.
And I mean, that's the play. If there's nothing else, it's get the crossroad going, hope we hit something nice.
Yeah, one thing here is that the starting towns are now blank colorless lands. So
yeah. Luckily, doesn't need it for this one. So here's the crossroad. There's a flanker that can gain some life. I mean, getting rid of the graveyard, the damage is kind of done once you have an element already in elemental in play. But gaining some life is not so bad.
Yeah, gain life, jump blocker,
Yeah.
and can block the Ox. And you want to be in a spot where you're going into your turn with some of these combo pieces in play.
Mm-hmm.
And Ox is getting lighter on cards.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if that burst lightning to the face was regrettable here later. You know, like if this game turns around for Kai and there's a situation where, well, Kai would be at 3 here and you could burst lightning to the face with kicker and win or something like that, that could be brutal.
Right, it's funny because Kai's at 3 and then Alex just untaps and draws a land.
Exactly, that's
it's lethal.
4.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
this is probably going up to 4 now, I would assume. But let's see.
Flanker choosing the modes.
Yep, gaining some life here. Excuse me, just gaining 2, doing some scry.
It's not quite out of the woods just yet.
Yep. And by the woods, you mean burst lightning with kicker, right?
Yep.
Yep.
That's what I'm scared of whenever I go in the woods.
Oh, exactly.
That and bears.
Not 2 oxes?
Nope.
No, I haven't seen too many in the woods.
Just grizzly bears and burst lightning with kicker.
Jim's camping. The things he packs for camping is wild.
Or crabs.
Yeah, or giant crabs here. And that's going to be tap 2 creatures. Now that's 1 chump blocker, 6 damage is coming through. There really can't be anything from Kai, right?
I don't think so.
All right, and there we go. We get a handshake here at the end, and Alexander Bebe goes to 4-0 with Is It Spelementals, and gotta say, that looked pretty good, and that matchup, kind of like we were saying, looked pretty bad for the Bant Airbending list, but Kai also just didn't do a ton, right?
Very clean game from Alex.
Yeah.
Kai's draws both games are pretty bad.
We're pretty mid, yeah. Like, had good starts, but, and to be fair, sorry to interrupt you, but there was just a bunch of spell snares that timely hit so many creatures, like 4 of them throughout the match. Like, yeah.
Yes, any spell snare exchange is always just so good. The card's fantastic. One of those, kind of sneaky additions to a format that really changes things up.
Yeah, I think it was like right when I started playing. I was like, all right, I got a Tarmogoyf, I'm on the play, and I get spell snare, and I was like, oh my god, how could I ever win? How will I ever financially recover from this? So, sounds like we got ourselves some more Magic to jump down to. So let's get back in and watch some more. All right, here we go. We got Jesus Ramos up top versus Kevin Lin on the bottom here. Bant Omniscience against Mardu Control.
Say what now?
Yeah, right?
Let's take a look at this. This is a really, really cool deck. Unholy Annex and Friends, Inevitable Defeat, Kutzel Flanker, Spine Rock Tyrant.
Okay.
Spine Rock Tyrant. You know that card?
I don't.
It's the 6/6 Mythic Dragon from Lauren, and it has text on it.
Okay.
They've been something about Withering, if I remember correctly.
Oh, the 5-mana one. That doubles the spells?
Yes, I believe.
Oh, okay, that card is busted.
And it gives all your spells Withers. So
Yep,
really cool Mardu Control brew here. Not really any big-time new cards. One cool synergy, though, is the Furdock Core, again, is a demon for your Unholy Annexes.
Oh.
Which is very nice.
Okay, yeah, this is a very spicy list. Very much an anti-creature deck up top. But when you play against Kevin Lin here on that Bant Omniscience deck, I got to say, this does not seem like a good matchup.
It does seem a little tough, yeah. Non-blue control against combo is historically very, very bad for non-blue control.
Yes, exactly. All right, so then looking at, and we've seen this Bant Omniscience deck. It's done some nice things. It's just felt like it's always just not quite consistent enough to be able to do it, because that's the thing is, like, most combo decks are A plus B combos, and those are good things. Splinter Twins, Pestermite plus Splinter Twin, Breach plus Grinding Station, those kind of things. But now you need Kona, you need the land, and then you also need Omniscience. But then that's not it. You also need a way to win after that. So that can be pretty brutal at times.
Yeah, it's the kind of combo that feels like a 2-card combo, but it is a lot more. And there are definitely times where you start going, and then you stop.
Yeah.
And then you lose because you spent so much time setting up that you just kind of get going here. So.
Yeah, totally agreed. One nice spicy addition that we see a Northwind Avatar in Kevin's list to be able to go get something from the sideboard, maybe a win con type thing, which is pretty spicy.
Yeah, it's cool. And definitely a cool addition from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
It's been stuck in my head all day, folks.
And it will be for the rest of the day.
It's gotta be in yours too.
Absolutely. I need to go play that arcade game after this immediately.
Big Apple, 3 a.m. Yes, this is tough. These Mardu Control decks, we've had decks like Boros Control, Mardu Control over Magic's history that are really, really good at killing creatures.
Yes.
But just soft into, you just watch your opponent cast stock up and you go, that looks fun.
That does look fun. I have 3 removal spells in hand. 2 of them are requiting hexes that you don't even have a target for. But, I mean, that's the thing. That's the type of deck. Mardu Control, honestly, anything that has the word control in it, when you have a targeted metagame, you can really do some damage when it's just all Simic Rhythm decks. It's all whatever you want to beat. You can do some good stuff. But I think the metagame's too wide open for a deck like this to not, be a little worried about playing a deck like this.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we see a mixture of 1 strategic betrayal, 2 intimidation tactics. You know, trying to guess the right numbers of those cards in a metagame like this is very difficult.
Okay. Yep, I agree. So inevitable defeat there at end step to be able to destroy something and then do a little lightning helix action. Or I really should say a siege rhino action, right? But
Both is good.
yeah. Now, the one thing I will say is Ramos can just kill a Kona before we go to second main very easily and very often.
Yeah, the problem is the lack of closing speed. So, yes, it's easy to kill Kona, but we can see exactly this. We can see Voice of Victory into Kona or some sort of like double 1-2 punch.
Oh, my God. Voice into Kona is so good. And then, well, there's nothing you can do. Here's Omniscience, and now we get to start going. So there's the Dragon. You got to think when you can find something in the yard that it's going to be enough here. Taking a look, we see a Formidable Speaker. That's 1 card. An Overlord of the Mistmore, Quantum Riddler. I mean, that's really it. There's no, like, I win combo card, but a Speaker's good, right?
You Speaker for Meringue. Meringue, bounce the Dragon, keep bouncing it, and start your loop, and you're all good to go.
Wow, yeah. You can bounce Formidable Speaker and the Dragon and get every creature out of your deck and every card out of your sideboard. And, yeah, should be enough by then, huh?
Do you think every card in the deck and sideboard will be good enough? Because if it's not, Kevin, you've got a problem.
Yeah, no kidding. How does the deck win, though? Is it just overwhelming them with cards, or, like, what is the I have won the game? Because we're going to see it. It's day 1. It's not open deck list. So right now, Jose Ramos really wants to see the entire deck, you know?
Yeah, unless I'm missing something, I don't see a, like, I win the game actually card.
Yeah,
just
I'm not either.
Literally put everything into play. And
oh, well, here he can gain infinite life. Flanker.
Oh, flanker, sure.
Yeah, flanker, River Regent. So now Kevin is at infinity life. We'll make sure to accurately represent that on our screen.
Just keep hitting the little up button.
Yeah. And I guess just infinite.
Yeah, it means infinite everything, infinite creatures, infinite life, and then, you know, I mean.
And then I guess you just put 1 counter spell. Yeah, there's 1 Spider Sense in the sideboard, so you can get that to prevent a sweeper.
Yep.
Okay, that is awesome.
Yeah, really, really cool.
Wow.
Cool to see the full setup here, too. And like I said, you know, if you're not pressuring, the Omniscience deck has the ability to kind of hang back, find interaction, find Voice of Victory, find that 1-2 setup.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so looking at the sideboard here, we'll take a look at Ramos' side to start. We have 2 Biza, the Bounding Spring, 1 Deadly Cover-Up, 1 Duress, 1 Fire Magic, 3 Hexing Squelchers, 4 High Noon, 2 Return the Favor, and 1 The End.
So, of course, the card High Noon. If High Noon is in play, Kevin cannot combo.
Yes.
Right, because you're obviously only playing 1 spell. That being said, the issue here, once again, is that Jesus can put High Noon in play, but then what? Mm-hmm. The game has to end, you know? If you give Kevin all the time in the world to kind of keep going, and then just find an answer, end step, you know, disenchant that or whatever, get lost, whatever, untap and do the thing, that's going to be a problem. So it's funny, these Hexing Squelchers aren't that exciting, but I think just bringing in anything that attacks and applies any amount of pressure is a big deal.
Yeah, agreed, because it really does seem brutal to just be able to close the game fast enough against Kevin and his Bant Omniscience deck. So looking at Kevin's side, we have 2 Authority of the Consoles, 1 Bees of the Bounding Spring, 2 Day of Judgment, 1 Formidable Speaker, 1 Kutzo's Flanker, 2 Overlord of the Mistmores, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Spider Sense, and 2 Voice of Victory.
Yeah, so Voice of Victory is huge. It's just sort of like that preemptive, you know, Orm's Chant silence effect where you play Voice and they have to deal with they can't deal with the Voice, right?
Yeah.
Removal doesn't work. So you can't stop the Voice with a removal spell because once it's in play, you can't cast it. And then once it's in play, you can't cast anything else, and that is it. So Voice of Victory is a key here. You could bring in things like Overlord or Quantum Riddler if you want to have a little bit of a fair plan also, but Kevin's main plan just seems so good.
Yeah.
And, of course, we are closed deckless, so this Mardu control deck is certainly a rogue deck.
Yes.
It's hard for Kevin to know exactly what is coming in.
That's true.
Is there going to be, you know, a litany of duresses? Is there possibly some sort of like cranial extraction to get all your cards effect? Hard to know that. So I think bringing in like a Riddler or maybe an Overlord is like just a hedge is kind of fine. But the main plan in Kevin's deck is phenomenal.
Yep, totally agree. Going to be a rough road here from Ramos for sure. But before we get into this next game, Jim, I know you're a big fan of getting a lot of Magic cards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but sometimes you have way too many Magic cards. What are you going to do with that large collection?
Turn them into more Magic cards.
Oh, smart.
You hop over to the booth here at any event, or of course online. You can go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com, and you can sell your cards for cold hard cash. You got to pay your rent, buy mom a present for Mother's Day or whatever else it might be. But more importantly, you're probably getting yourself some more cards. So take that 30% trade-up bonus. That is a huge bonus.
Yeah.
You have a nice little bankroll. Your store credit in your account just kind of hangs out there. And next time you go to buy cards, you just say, hey, put it on my tab.
Exactly. I've been saying for years, give me these cards, put them on Jim's tab, and just it's worked every time. So I really like the system that you're doing, Jim. Keep it up. It is really working out for everyone involved. Sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. Into the match. We got Kevin down below. We got Jesus Ramos up above here on Mardu Control. Game number 2. A lot of draw go. Play some lands.
Yeah, no 2-drop here. Again, I would love to just see Hexing Squelcher.
Yes.
Just put a Grizzly Bear in play and attack. The matchup is so bad, you have to do something. Apply some pressure and then kind of lean into your opponent's deck's fail rate.
Yes.
This Omniscience deck definitely has a fail rate.
It does.
It has some pretty awkward possible draws. It can be in some weird spots where it fiddles around too much drawing cards. So just put some amount of pressure on and say, hey, you have to do your thing, and if you stumble, I can steal a win.
Yep. And discarding Kona, that's pretty interesting. That's one of the cards you really don't discard that often, right?
Well, I like this because this is not a matchup where Kevin wants to just jam Kona on turn 4.
Yeah.
This is a setup. This is a sculpt your hand, find a Voice of Victory, and when you play Kona, you're going to be all rolled up and ready to go, so you don't really need to have it early.
You're going to find that second one eventually, and I think
Right.
we already do have one in hand. The card in the back there. So honestly, that should really give Jesus Ramos a sign that there is another Kona. It should be almost face up there. Flankers coming down to do a little bit of library manipulation from Ramos.
This is great.
Yeah,
if there had been
pressure.
Hexing Swelcher on 1, Kutzel's Flanker on 2, that is not the best aggro draw of all time. But hey, it's 5 power in play.
I wouldn't have recommended it because that would probably be a GRV to play Hexing Squelcher on 1. But, otherwise, I'm right there with you.
1, 2, just sneak it in there. He's a little goblin. He's just causing trouble.
It's just a little guy.
Just causing trouble.
All right, that's fair. That's why Jim's here and not getting GRVs in the feature match area.
Thank God.
3 damage coming on in, starting that pressure up against Kevin Lynn, and just a land pass. And here we see, once again, Furlock Cove is making Furlock Core, is making it into so many more decks than we have seen in basically this entire standard season. We saw the Azorius combo deck that we saw a little bit in Milwaukee, but now, what the heck? This card's popping up everywhere.
It kind of just speaks to the power of the card Mutavault. When Mutavault was in Standard, it was in so many different decks. It's such a really good glue card. Having this changeling ability, being able to glue together these various different kindred effects is so awesome.
Yeah.
And it's not as good as Mutavault is, but it has some shades of that alongside some other synergy like untapping it with Otter stuff and here being a demon for your demon package. It's just a cool card. Very, very well-designed card.
It is a well-designed card, and yeah, I love Unholy Annex with this. That is nasty.
Right.
That's the one reason why Unholy Annex is like borderline unplayable right now is like if you lose your demon, and it's pretty easy to just kill whatever demon or bounce the 6/6, then all of a sudden your card's pretty bad. It's a liability.
Yeah, and it's very hard to remove. So
yeah,
here we go. I love the aggression. Lightning Helix to the face.
Yep.
I think that Ramos just needs to be a bad beatdown deck here, and so far it's kind of working.
I love it. Get some pressure going, and it looks like Kevin's just going to go with end step, chart the course, maybe sift. Looks like I did see a get lost as well, so plenty of action. No chart the course, but double sift from the Meringue River region. The coil and catch.
Yeah, one important thing here is that Kevin is setting up for probably turn 6, Voice of Victory and Kona, but there is no tap land available yet. None of these station lands that are able to kind of tap Kona and do the combo. So, and they also come in tapped, which is awkward. So if you find it on turn 6, you can't make that sequence happen. So a lot of pressure to find it in this draw right here.
And it's like there might not even be a turn 6. There was the land, though. I did see one of the tap lands, so you can do that. Put that into play next turn. Interact. try to stay alive, and then win the following turn on turn 6. I think that has to be Kevin's plan.
Yeah, we saw Uthros Titanic Godcore in the window.
Yep.
This is essentially a base blue-white deck splashing for Kona. No land for Ramos.
Yeah, so just the goods. And can have some interaction, but man, when you go Voice of Victory as your first spell, like, I really don't see any interaction that Jesus Ramos could actually have.
So the thing here is that Kevin doesn't have to do Voice of Victory to Kona.
Yeah.
You know, where this is a spot where with Kevin at 7, effectively a 5 because of an Unholy Annex thing, there's a 3-1 in play, possible burn spells, and then of course the core can just fire up an attack too. Kevin can just go for it here. You know, this is a spot where, you know what, I can just jam it. Not going to, though.
I like it because we have the Get Lost as well, so you can force, you know, Ramos to be able to deal with this voice, have the Get Lost to interact, and then kind of go for it afterwards. Oh, I saw another voice in hand, so that's big.
This is perfect. So, yeah, second voice and 2 points of interaction. Great setup for Kevin.
Yeah, so now a good blocker for Flanker.
Never mind.
A bad blocker for Flanker.
That being said, Get Lost on either the creature or the Annex.
Yeah.
And this is fine. One less point of damage here. This is Kevin saying, this game is not going to go one more turn. I'll take the 2 instead of the 3.
Yeah, exactly. If I don't kill you next turn, I'm going to die from Kevin's perspective.
Yep.
And, I mean, unless there's a Duress, I mean, Duress doesn't hit everything. I guess we don't see an Omniscience yet. That's the other problem. And that is why I'm not the biggest Omniscience fan in the world. Like, yeah, you set this all up. You got your land that you can station. You got your Kona. You got the way to protect it. But like, oh, yeah, you need a 4th combo piece. Like,
right. There's a lot of moving parts.
Exactly. But I did see a Meringue River Regent. So worst case, you just Kona, tap, Meringue, bounce a couple things, and hope that that's good enough. And it might be.
Yeah. You know, having a voice in play and a Kona and a huge creature. And then, of course, the Kona is still in play, so if an Omniscience is found on a future turn, that works as well. That being said, the aggro plan here with Jesus at 27 life is, you know, it's a bit.
Yeah. You might as well say Ramos is at infinite. Okay, let's see if we drew Omniscience. It would be the best draw here so far.
So, very hard to have any counterpoint to this voice.
Yeah. God, it's so frustrating. Okay.
I mean, that is something.
Yep. It is indeed something. Do some looks, and let's see.
Ooh.
Do we see any gigantic Omniscience?
The top card is... wait, never mind.
No.
Top card was High Noon.
Okay, there is Kona.
Like, it just tapped itself.
Yes.
It's like, I like being tapped.
But I do not think the follow-up there is Omniscience, so we are going to just have a normal turn. River Regent to bounce those, and now Ramos can easily have the ability to win the game next turn.
Yep, 5 life for Kevin.
Double Helix. You can get Inevitable Defeat mixed with a Helix. There's a lot of possibilities. Let's see what Jesus Ramos has. But you got to think if you give Kevin another turn, it's just going to be too much value, right?
Right. That being said, like, it probably needs to happen this turn.
I mean, Inevitable Defeat just on Kona would be pretty good, right? Like, that could maybe buy you a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, the Meringue's still really big, and then what's the avenue to find those last 2 points? It's probably just some other burn spell.
Yeah, it might just be better to play the core, Unholy Annex, draw the card, put you to 3, say go. But, God, that feels risky, too.
Yeah.
But that's a play that Ramos does have just on the table. Not necessarily a great one, but...
Yeah, now, in hand, Kevin does have a Speaker. Speaker can go get the new Northwind Avatar, which can get any card out of the board. Mm-hmm. So, kind of, you know, can go piece by piece here if necessary.
That is the truth. Easy to take 2 damage with that. Down to 27.
Tough life, 27.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Really tough. But to be fair, you can be at infinite, I think, and still be losing the game here, at least 200 or so.
I mean, it does require Omniscience at that point then.
Yeah.
You know, where
for sure.
It can't just be this fair, like put in a Meringue, go Northwind for an Overlord or something like that, you know.
Yes.
So
yes. So there's the core, there's the Annex, and now are you leaving that 1 extra mana, or just putting a counter here? That was the surface level play. Very shocked Requiting Hex is still in the deck, aren't you? That tells me that I don't have enough cards for this matchup.
Yeah, it kills Voice of Victory, but Voice of Victory will often just be cast on a turn that Kona's cast too.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem with these Mardu, typical problem with Mardu control decks and control decks like this in general is that they play so much removal, you kind of just can't cut it all.
Exactly. And I mean, normally you do see like these kind of decks, a prerequisite is I have to play 4 duress on the board.
Yep.
But that is not the list that Ramos decided to play. Only 1 duress on the board. Just saying, hey, maybe there's not a lot of control, there's not a lot of combo. I'm going to ignore it. And that's reasonable.
Right. There's a lot of good tools against Lessons, in Get Lost and Abrade, as far as dealing with their artifacts and enchantments. And besides Lessons, there aren't like that many full-on non-creature spell-based decks.
Yeah. Rolling Dragonstorm coming in to draw some cards, still on Omniscience watch.
It's got to be the Omni and something else, though, too, because the hand was just Speaker in a land. So you find Omniscience, and then what?
Yep. I think I saw Stock Up in hand now, so you'd at least have that for free. But, yeah, it looks like it's just going to be Meringue number 2. Do the same thing. Bounce the Annex, bounce the core, but, that's getting less and less possible to actually do here.
Yeah, and now the life buffer from Ramos is really important. If Ramos was at like 12 from like random shock lands, didn't game his life, then you could just see Meringue swing twice and win the game. But at 27, this is a much harder fair game to play.
Yeah.
And of course, the God Core doesn't really have any utility if it gets fully stationed up. Becomes a Tolarian Academy. There are no artifacts in play. So even though that's getting closer to being ready to go, it's not really
not really enough. And here is another Meringue River Regent being put into play. Bounce the core, bounce the Unholy Annex, and now we'll see. Does Jesus Ramos have one of the inevitable defeats? Are they still in the deck? I mean, you could have High Noon. You could have one of the 4 Lightning Helixes.
There was a High Noon on top of the deck via the Scry. I thought I saw the Scry then go to the bottom after that, but maybe not. This is the exact mana necessary for High Noon, right?
Yep. And completely tapped out Kevin. Let's see. High Noon, partner.
Yeah.
Damage upstairs. And that's really impressive.
Yeah, so that is what Ramos needs to do to win this match.
Yes.
Just be this sort of like scrappy, I'm just going to play some creatures, then I'm going to Lightning Helix you, and it's going to be ugly. It is not going to be pretty, but that's how you got to win, and in your bad matchups, that's how you win bad matchups.
Okay, so I imagine we're not going to see too many changes here going into the next game. So let's talk about the sale we got going on here, Jim. It is a spicy one for all you Commander player enjoyers out there. You can save 10% off any kind of Commander cards. Any of them that have that kind of specific Commander label. So if you want to get some cards to get ready for your group of friends at home, or, just maybe some Commander staples made their way into Standard, Modern, any of that kind of stuff, you can save yourself 10% off by going to StarCityGames.com/sale to get yourself some Commander set singles. Now that sale will go until basically midnight on Sunday, and then that sale will be no longer, so make sure to get your orders in this weekend.
I'm not much of a Commander player, but I do know whenever I see a Commander card just out in the wild, or if it's in a vintage cube or whatever, I always go, wow, that's a good card.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and some of them make their way into constructed formats, and then I also think, I'm like, wow, that's a good card.
Yeah, yep.
All right, we're kicking it off. We got one of our station lands. We got a Hallowed Fountain. My Monastery.
Awesome.
Coming down, and now we got some pressure here. Time to do some squelching.
Grizzly Bear, love it. I love seeing a player understand what they need to do in a bad matchup to win.
Yes. Now, that being said, I looked at Kevin's hand. I did see Kona, Omniscience, Green Source number 4. So we could be ready to go next turn, depending if, like, hey, this flanker feels like the ultimate bait, right? Like, you want to kill this? It's like, you might as well. I haven't been killing you until turn 6. What's,
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty hard if your Jesus here, if you have an Annex, not to cast it.
Yeah.
So
Same, yeah.
especially with your only threat in play hitting the bin. So
Yeah, it's either that or you hold up Lightning Helix and you do nothing this turn.
Right. And it's the kind of thing where bad matchup, you need to hope for a bit of a fail rate.
Yeah.
If there's an Annex in hand, I would love to see him play in there. But this might just be, I just don't have a proactive thing because my deck doesn't do that.
I like that you said it would have loved to see him play it there, even though he would lose the game on the spot. But I'm with you. If I had Annex there, I still just would have cast it.
Yep.
Even if I had a Braid as well, and I would have just accepted that. Yeah, I'm going to lose the game if you have the perfect draw.
Ooh, this is fun.
Yeah.
So this is a fun interaction here. So Nowhere to Run comes in, kills the Kona. It makes Kona into a 1/0 creature. Then when the station resolves, it looks at the last known information on the power of Kona, thereby only getting 1 counter. It is completely irrelevant to the game because there are 0 artifacts in Kevin's deck. But as a person who likes rules and cool stuff, it's pretty cool.
But holy cow, did they maintain a correct battle state here, and Jim's loving it.
And I'm honestly really surprised Kevin went for that.
Yeah.
There seemed to be no pressure at all to go for that in any way, and Kevin's shown so much patience over the course of this match.
Yeah.
Surprised.
I think he has a second.
Sure.
Yeah. Then I like it. Just go for it. But he also had the Meringue River Regent, so you could have just drew some cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm with you. And actually, it might not even be there. No, it is there. It is that last card. So, had it, went for it, had a chance, being like, well, maybe my opponent taps out again for something the next turn, and then I go for it again, them thinking, hey, no way you could have another. So I get the reasoning, but I'm kind of with you.
I mean, there's intimidation tactics in Jesus' deck. If Jesus untaps and casts Tactics, takes the other Kona, that is a disaster.
True.
So
True.
I just don't see a need. Like, yes, some, 10% of the time you're going to win the game with the spot there.
Yeah.
But most of the time you're not. It's a really good resource exchange in a good matchup you just don't need to make.
Sure.
So,
Kevin also hasn't seen the tactics, so there's that too. There's a lot of wrinkles going on for sure.
Sure. And this is part of the beauty of both closed deck lists on day one.
Yeah, I love it.
And a super rogue brew where you're just not sure how to proceed.
Yep. So Unholy Annex comes down. Looks like Ramos says, can I go to end step, or do I need to wait in second main? Maybe they're worrying about the timing result. Okay. So says, yep, that's no problem. And now we're going to see Kevin put a couple cards into his hand, either with that Charter Course or the Coil and Catch.
Yep. See a Voice of Victory in hand, too. So Kevin is pretty well rolled up here.
So we just need a land, right? Because we have Kona, we had Omniscience, and we have Meringue River Regent to sift. It's not completely rolled up in the sense that it's it's deterministic, but I think there's going to be an Omniscience in play. There's going to be a Coil and Catch, and then you got to see from there if it's enough. So I think this is Kevin taking this down.
Well, we got to see, because the Omniscience deck is definitely not a sure thing.
I think we drew a Formidable Speaker, though.
Okay, that is a sure thing.
I think it might be.
Forget what I just said.
So now, I don't know if it is a sure thing yet, right?
With the Avatar, or just a Meringue.
I think you just have to sift, right?
Meringue, bounce speaker, replay speaker, discard, go again.
Okay.
Now get the Northwind Avatar, and now you can go get everything you need and set up that Meringue loop.
Yes. Okay, this is awesome.
Yep.
Ooh, it looks like it might not be in the deck. We put a Meringue River Regent to the front. We're consulting our sideboard, so
that sort of works. So the problem is you need to. So you're gonna bounce the Meringue.
And you gotta just draw, right?
Then you gotta discard the. Oh, so you're gonna sift here, sure. So
I think you have to.
Because otherwise you need to discard the Meringue to go search for a creature, and if you bounce the Voice, now your shields are down.
Exactly. So we're gonna do the sift.
Oh my God.
We're gonna discard one, but now you can Formidable Speaker for it again.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, and now we drew Overlord, so that's infinite creatures. Infinite 2/1 flyers if we wanted. Either way, this is cool.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where, and this is a good build here, too, for Kevin, where trying to avoid the whole, I'm just going to cast stock up, I'm just going to cast stock up, I'm just going to cast stock up, and I have a fail rate.
Yeah.
This sort of, more deterministic, searching for creatures, doing these bounce loops, pretty cool stuff.
Formidable Speaker for this deck is just incredible. And, there is the new Northwind Avatar to get the cards. And, hey, this is another innovative card here from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That is just a cool card.
Yeah, is this Beza abusing the fact that Kevin has less cards in hand as a draw engine?
I guess. And then you coil every turn. I mean, I just imagine this is over, but I want to see it all happen.
Once you have 3 dragons, I think you're all good to go.
Yeah.
Because then you're constantly looping. You're always getting 1 ETB off of the loop, because the dragon will bounce your other dragon, and then whatever you want an ETB effect, and you're just kind of doing the thing.
I think that's actually an evergreen statement. If you ever have 3 dragons, you're good to go. Like, just any game of Magic, if you just have 3 pet dragons, you're probably good to go. Like,
all right.
Formidable Speaker. Discard stock up, gets another Meringue River Regent, Overlord, Meringue, infinite 2/1 flyers. With Kevin at 21 life, you just got to think that eventually you will Meringue River Regent, the Northwind Avatar. You go get your 1 Spider Sense to counter any kind of potential sweeper. And now I have 1 billion 2/1 flyers, and I'll say go. Oh, we're going to need more tokens. More. Yes. Add more. Thank you.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Jesus draw for turn.
Yeah.
Cast a Duress. Take Spider Sense. Cast Deadly Cover Up.
Yes. Yes. Or better yet, I mean, if we're going for stretches, cast a Rakdos Charm. You know, there we go.
Okay.
Infinite damage upstairs.
There's a fun old school sideboard card against the old Splinter Twin decks.
Okay, so there is Day of the Black Sun. There's 2 of that in the main, and there's Deadly Cover-Up. So maybe we're not 100% done if we do find Duress and Day of the Black Sun. I don't know, Jim. I'm reaching here.
Yeah, it seems like Kevin is gonna find some way to make sure this is all completely locked up.
Yeah.
You got the bounce loop here, and now Riddler could draw the entire deck.
Yep, that can draw the entire deck, and then we're going to be able to have whatever kind of counter spells you have available. I mean, to be fair, there are not really any counter spells besides the 1 Spider Sense.
Right. That was my my point with the 1 Duress being possible way out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Kevin's also at 21 life. The thing is, they basically just like, if Kevin were to draw his whole deck, put everything in play and say go, and there was some weird corner case like, oh, I actually can kill all your stuff, and Kevin's mostly out of cards.
Yeah.
It's a Hail Mary. We're grasping here a little bit, but if it happens, it would be really cool.
But it's also the turn's going to end with Kevin having 7 great cards in hand too. So like you'll be able to deal with the board if we have that Hail Mary scenario anyways. But then you're going to have Omniscience with a great hand to just do it again.
Sure.
Sorry to rain on your parade and
just try to have a little fun.
I know.
You know?
I know.
Heard here first, folks. Corey hates fun.
Hey, I'm having a blast here. This is awesome. We saw, in the 2 matches we've been covering, the 5 matches that we've covered, I think it's just all different decks too. Like, this tournament looks like we have some incredible stuff. Did Ramos just knock the top of the deck?
Yeah. All right. So, just, I'm curious the actual number of moths. I imagine it's more than 24.
Yeah, I would think so as well. I would think we have 1 billion moths.
Is that your number?
I think 1 billion, yeah, and that's going to do it. Kevin Lynn wins by showing us how powerful Omniscience still is. We lost Abuelo's Awakening, but hey, there is still ways to put that card into play. And some new toys, being able to have the Northwind Avatar to, be able to wish some cards out of your sideboard is pretty cool for this deck, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, so for those who don't remember the Wish Cycle, because maybe you were born over the last 20 years.
Exactly.
The Wish Cycle is some Judgment, and they were the first spells that could ever get a card outside the game, I think, barring some weird old corner case. And they were always a big staple in combo decks. Mm-hmm. Cunning Wish got instants, Burning Wish got sorceries, Living Wish got creatures. And in various combo decks over Magic's history, the ability to kind of go into your sideboard and pull out an answer, a win condition, or whatever else is really, really cool. And now it's back here in Turtles.
Yeah. And, I mean, we saw some Wish stuff like, even in, like, Modern Storm or whatever, there's just Wish, So those kind of cards are really, really cool. So, all right, this tournament's been awesome. That's 4 rounds in the books. We're going to take ourselves a short little break. On the other side, well, we got 5 more rounds to bring you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to coverage here from Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty DeVuti, once again joined by Mr. Paul Chion. 4 rounds in the books here, so we are just under the halfway point. 5 rounds of Swiss still to go, so we have plenty of Magic action to bring you. But I think now's a good time, Paul, to take a look at the standings to see how the first 4 rounds of the tournament have really gone here. As we take a look at the first 16, 1 or 2 familiar names I immediately recognize. Zevin Faust in 4th has ditched the Azorius Tempo. He's on Boris Momo. And then Corey Burkhart in 8th on Simic Rhythm, Paul.
Yeah, and this is one thing that we didn't see actually at the last event. The rise of the Momo decks, right? Before it was all Izzet and basically Cub decks, and now we have 3 different Momo decks here in the first page of the standings here. So just really kind of impressive to see this deck that just kind of got developed over the last couple of weeks really still have a lot of success.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do still see a lot of the familiar faces as well. Is it Lessons? Is it Elementals? Is it Spellelementals? Is it Prowess? All still coming out in full force. So the standard format continues developing, but in these developments, it doesn't really feel like older archetypes are getting pushed out. One thing we'll notice on this first page is no copies of Mono Green Landfall, but I don't expect that to be a consistent theme throughout the weekend. I expect we'll see plenty of that, especially with the new tools that they got.
Yeah, Mono Green Landfall and also the Dimir Excruciator deck that we saw a fair amount in the last event, definitely less numbers for this event.
All right, let's take a look at the second page of standings and see how the 4-0s continue to look here. Just under 700 players playing this weekend, so still quite a lot of people. And there's 3 copies of Mono Green Landfall right on cue. Anything else that stands out to you, Paul?
Yeah, we got Jody Keith there in 17th place, going 4-0 with another kind of newer deck here in the Grixis Monument deck, which, of course, has looked pretty impressive when we've seen it on camera. A little bit more Mono White Momo there by Alan Miller there, sitting at 4-0 as well. And then we have Adam Snook. We still have a couple of Dimir champions here. Adam Snook and Andrew Zucker with a 4-0 ranking with Dimir midrange with slightly different lists as well. There's a lot of different ways. There's a big card pool. There's a lot of different ways you can build the Dimir midrange deck. So just cool to see that basically everything is represented here. I mean, this is one of the most diverse standard environments that we've ever had. You know, I think the narrative, if you asked somebody a month ago, standard's in rough shape, too many Cub decks, now look at where we're at, right? People have found a way to put together great strategies, right, that are just powerful in its own right, but can also handle a lot of those different rhythm or Cub decks.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. After the World Championships, I was feeling a bit doomer about it. I was like, Izzet Lessons is too powerful. It's going to dominate the format until something gets banned, and it's not going to be a healthy metagame. And yet, there's been no bannings. We are 3 months out from the World Championships now, and rather than that happening, it's been the exact opposite. The format has just been continuously expanding, more decks, everything is viable, every event feels like it's being won by a different deck, new decks keep popping up, and it's not just because of new cards, but as with the Momo deck, it's just people putting new combinations of cards together and figuring out that, hey, we have 15 sets of standard to work with. Foundations had like 500 cards. There's probably something we're forgetting that we have access to.
Right. No, absolutely. And this is also, if you just think about it, you know, it's kind of tough from, you know, maybe Wizards side when you have a lot of people who think, oh, this format, there's something wrong with this format. You need to do something, right? And sometimes they don't do anything and they go, just let's wait it out. Let's give it a shot. We got a couple of powerful sets. You know, they have done their own testing. They recognize that there's some powerful cards that are going to come out that might shake up the metagame. In this instance, the inaction has led to, again, one of the most diverse standard environments that we've seen.
Yeah, I think especially when there's a vocal group saying that action needs to be taken, to stand strong and say we are going to show inaction, that is in and of itself very impressive, the recognition and to be paid off for it, because obviously if that doesn't work out, if the format remains stale and it remains in a way where things aren't going well, then that looks terrible for you. But this is their understanding of the format, and it's a really good understanding because it does just look incredibly healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the kind of the approach of let's give it a couple of events, see what happens. If it still remains a problem, then we can do something about it. But right now, everything's just kind of sorted itself out.
Yeah, I really enjoy each and every standard format that we get to see, every standard event that I play in. It just is a lot of fun. Yes, it can be a bit overwhelming or daunting at times just trying to pick a deck in a format
Right.
like this, and there's definitely some argument to be made to treat it like an Eternal format where you stick with one deck, you work on iterating it, you put in the reps, you learn the format inside and out, and you really get prepared with it. But also, sometimes we see a deck pop up like the Momo deck, and it's like, all right, time to learn something new.
That's right.
Time to iterate. We do have some deck lists available from the feature match that we are going to be watching this round. So let's take a look at what we're going to be working with, and it is going to be Zevin Faust, undefeated on Boros Momo. What's the big difference here in the Boros version of the deck compared to the mono white deck that we've seen earlier, Paul?
Yeah, I think the big thing is just access to additional interaction here. You have the 3 copies of Nova Hellkite along with the 3 copies of Burst Lightning, so I think that probably really helps out, specifically in the mirror, but just any type of creature deck, but just having the ability to have Nova Hellkite to be able to snipe other Momos that your opponents might play, kill some Llanowar Elves, and also the fact that it's a flyer means that you can actually cast it at a discounted rate with Momo-friendly flyers.
Yeah, the turn 1 Momo, turn 2 Nova Hellkite curve sounds kind of terrifying to me when I'm thinking about it more and more. It's like, if you can make the mana work for this, because that has to be the primary consideration is, does the mana work? But if you can make the mana work for this, that just sounds incredibly strong, right?
Yeah, yeah, and the mana is a little bit tricky because if you kind of take a look at this mana base, we have the 12 red-white lands in the deck and 1 multiversal passage. That's 13 red sources, so I feel like actually hard casting Nova Hellkite might be difficult at times, but I think just the value of being able to haste it in is quite strong.
And there's 4 copies of Spring Leaf
of
drawn
course,
in this
right,
deck.
yeah.
That helps out a lot.
Of course.
We're not going to look at the other deck list because actually we have the match ready, so we're going to see both decks in action. So we're going to go right down to it and let you know what Zevin is playing against here in round 5 from the Spotlight. So the opponent, Adam Snook, for players who have watched the Start of the Game circuit in the past, for those that have been watching Magic for a while, longtime player from the Boston area, I believe, friends with Dave Shields and Matt Costa, and part of that group that has put a lot of very prolific players forward throughout the history of Magic. He's on Dimir mid-range, as we mentioned in those standings, and it is going to be Adam on the play, kicking things off with a Spyglass Siren. Now, Dimir mid-range deck that everybody is significantly more used to seeing. That has been a known quantity in Standard for quite a while, going back almost 2 years at this point. Kaido, the centerpiece of the deck, and everything sort of working around it, and the cheap disruptive creatures and the evasion and all of that, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like you mentioned, just being able to have a nice creature set with a bunch of evasion creatures with Kaito and Enduring Curiosity, that's kind of your late game engine there with the Planeswalkers and the enchantment creatures. But, you know, we saw this Momo deck in action. This deck can keep up, right? This deck can put a lot of pressure onto the battlefield and then just put a bunch of counters on your things. It really doesn't run out of things to do when you have cards like Halia drawing you cards and Starfield Shepherd casting it, you know, with the warp and the actual cost just giving you multiple things to do.
So Zevin had the all-important Momo on turn 1. However, Adam went for sacrifice the map token, explore a second copy of the Siren into the graveyard, grow your first Siren up, and then the Corroding Hex to deal with the Momo.
And look at this. This is Halia being played for his warp cost, gaining a life, and then casting Nurturing Pixie here, just to make sure you have a blocker here for the Spyglass Siren. It's really, really important. Turn 3, if your Dimir opponent has a creature in play, you just need to make sure that you have a blocker in the way so that Kaito cannot get ninjutsu'd in.
Yeah, the easiest way to lose against this Dimir midrange deck is absolutely your opponent just being able to freely ninjutsu in a Kaito on turn 3, not only getting the value from picking up a creature that usually has an Enter's ability, but also the fact that Kaito is just such a massive threat to have on the board and start getting activated that early. You don't want that to happen, and you do see that it forces your opponent to warp their play pattern around it.
Right, and Adam actually passing and not playing land drop number 3. So that is rough. Now, of course, he could be representing all kinds of interaction here, Flood, Pitch, Drowner, removal says, and what have you, but that is a big, big miss there.
Right, because you really do not want to be falling behind against the Boros Momo deck, because we've seen the rebuilds that the deck is capable of. Just going Momo here
Sage?
into the Sage.
Oh, man.
Every time. It's just so backbreaking.
And I believe Sage of the Skies, the trigger is a cast.
It's a cast
It's
trigger.
a cast trigger. So
Yeah.
even if you counter the Sage of the Skies with a Phantom Interference, you still get the 2/3 token.
Right, that is the worst part about it, really, against these more counter-heavy decks, whether it be a deck like Lessons or a deck like this, for removal, for counters. The fact that 2 creatures come in and you're getting it regardless of a counterspell is just really, really strong.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just great to see a deck that can actually play Sage of the Skies. Of course, it's a very, very powerful card if you can turn it on, and it seems like a lot of decks do seem to have trouble with this. You know, we were mentioning how the Grixis Monument deck has trouble with a couple of 2/3 flyers. So does the Dimir midrange deck, right? The whole thing with the Dimir midrange deck is, hey, check out my Deep Cavern Bats, check out my Spyglass Diamonds. I have these flyers, then I can utilize, you know, Enduring Curiosity to get card advantage. But now you just have just this army that just keeps everything in check.
Right, my flyers are supposed to be unchecked. They're supposed to be free in the sky, right? They're supposed to be able to get in. And the fact that they're so easily checked like this is so brutal. Yeah. So, Nowhere to Run comes down, takes care of the Sage of the Sky token, and then we see an attack against the Momo saying, I'll happily trade this Flood Pit Drowner for a Momo if that's a trade you want to take. And then following it up with a singleton copy of Flitterwing Nuisance before passing the turn back.
Ooh, 3 mana here. Is this just the Halia? Oh, no. Cosmic Grand Zenith.
Even worse.
Does Zevin have a follow-up? And he does. And wow, Zevin will be able to live all the dreams here. You get the trigger from the Cosmic Grand Zenith. If you do choose to make a couple of tokens here, that'll, of course, will that trigger the Halia?
I think not.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't, right?
So, no getting the life, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just see counters placed. We're waiting to see if dice are being provided or whether tokens are being provided to our feature match area.
Both really, really rough spot for a Dimir midrange deck where they don't really have any type of sweeper type effects game 1. So when you just kind of can go wide, it's just really, really hard to deal with all of these threats.
All right, so the answer is tokens. Now, not able to attack in for the 2 life game because that was the turn the stun counter was on the Sage of the Skies. So we see just a pass from Zevin going wide rather than getting aggressive, knowing that as long as this Cosmo Grand Zenith lives, the next turn I'm going to pretty much close the door on you.
Right, absolutely. I mean, especially with that Sage of the Skies untapping as well, helping you kind of in that race situation. And again, the Dimir midrange deck, it doesn't really have a way to get ahead on cards unless you can connect with your creatures.
And I think this, while we have a moment while Adam thinks about what to do with this, I think Sage of the Skies plus Momo is really a perfect embodiment of the standard format and also the 3-year standard. A card like Sage of the Skies, which is so incredibly powerful in a vacuum. This card, anybody who reads it can tell that it's so powerful. If this card went through its entire standard tenure without really getting a chance to shine, that would be a big shame, right? That would feel bad from a design perspective. So the fact that it can stay in standard long enough for a card like Momo to come and this deck to get discovered, well, that just does so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And same thing with Momo, right? The more sets that come out, the more awesome flyers that exist in standard, and then, of course, you're just going to be able to supercharge that card.
So, we do see a pass from Adam. Halia leads things off, then a Nova Hellkite. That triggers the Cosmogrand. Adam says to Shauna's Tidebinder, turn off that trigger. That's one problem dealt with, but it's one problem of many.
That's the thing. It's like, okay, you stopped the trigger from the Zenith, but you lost the creature. You're taking 1,000,000 damage here. Halia is still on the battlefield, so this is so much on the board here for for Adam to deal with.
Right.
And not really, I mean, the Dimir deck's just not known for being able to just turn things around just at once, right? It's trying to keep the board completely clear, prevent you from resolving any of your spells. Something like this, in a pre-boarded situation, tough.
Right, so, Momo and everybody but the soldier tokens coming across. So, I believe this is Zevin offering a Momo for Spyglass Siren trade, if I'm not mistaken. But the rest of the damage is just going to be too much. So even if Adam takes that trade, there's just too much of a board state. And one thing we've highlighted time and time again, the biggest weakness of Dimir midrange is wide boards. It's not a deck that can typically afford to play mass board removal, which means if the board goes too wide, you're in trouble. Let's look at the sideboards, as I do see that Adam has come a bit more prepared with 2 copies of Day of Black Sun. Talk to me about his sideboard plan here, Paul.
Yeah, so 2 copies of Day of Black Sun seems like it could be very, very important for a matchup like this. Unclear if he's going to choose to bring it in, given that he's on the play. This might be a play-draw type situation, similarly to what we saw maybe from the Orzhov Drain deck that we saw a couple of rounds ago. But the 2 copies of Requiting Hex absolutely also going to be looking to come in here, just to make sure that you have the full 4 copies to deal with Momo. If you can get Momo off the board, that might slow down the Boros Momo deck enough to the point where you could kind of enact your own game plan. So those are the 4 cards I would expect Adam to definitely consider bringing in here. And then if you take a look at Zevin's side, well, highly specific cards. If you look here, 4 copies of Clarion Conqueror, certainly not going to be brought in here. It doesn't really do that much. Those are meant for the various Cub decks and such. But there are 3 copies of Get Lost. That could be something that you can consider if you feel like Kaito could be something that's problematic. And the 1 copy of Seer as well might also come in just to have a little more disruption. But this entire engine just seems really, really powerful. And when I look at a sideboard like this too, it tells me Zevin doesn't want to sideboard that much, right? You want to just kind of keep the cards that you bring into maybe 3 to 5 cards and not go too crazy.
Right, it is in some ways like a combo deck because of how synergistic the deck is. And also, as a side note, it's the Starfield Shepherd effect, right? It's the fact that you can play some Silver Bullet singletons in your main deck, a card like Curious Farm Animals, for example. Being able to play that means that you don't need as many sideboard slots for, you know, disenchant effects, for example, because you can just have that Silver Bullet in your main deck.
Right, yeah. And that's probably the 1 card Zevin would sideboard out in this matchup, just because there aren't any really enchantments or artifacts in the Dimir midrange deck. But yeah, just a smattering of interaction, but Zevin wants to keep the core strategy of his deck intact.
Okay, so as the players finish sideboarding up, I will let you know that our next event coming up is going to be SCG Con Cincinnati. This is the first of 2 U.S. regional championships qualifying for Pro Tour Amsterdam. May 15th to the 17th, we will be in Cincinnati to bring you SCG Con Cincinnati featuring the regional championship. You can head over to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more details, and hopefully we will see you there. So, interesting matchup. On paper, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like it's pretty tough for Dimir midrange. They have 1/1 removal, but it feels like the Boros Momo deck continuously has the rebuilds, and as soon as they get a little too wide, you just get buried.
The problem is it's so hard to beat either the 2 cards that care about casting multiple spells, right? Sage of the Skies, what are you going to do? Counter it? Use a removal spell? Like, if you set that up, it's just tough, right? Same thing with Cosmogrand Zenith. If you play the Zenith and then you play another spell, that trigger is going to happen. The only decent way to stop that is Tishana's Tidebinder. That would be the best thing to do. But if you don't have that 3 mana up, that's also tough to get to kind of overcome. So I just feel like fundamentally the Boros Momo deck just has a lot of problematic things that's really tough for Dimir to have all the answers for.
Yeah, when you're a 1/1 deck relying on your cheap flying creatures and your enduring curiosities to get you recoup the value that you are losing from 1/1ing yourself, and you face a deck that is inherently a 2-for-1 deck in a lot of aspects. You have cards like the Starfield Shepherd. You have cards like Halia, Cosmogrand Zenith, Sage of the Skies. So many of these cards replace themselves or give you multiple bodies. It's an uphill battle the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the addition of the red cards are problematic here, right? There's a bunch of 1-toughness cards in this deck. I wonder if Adam has to consider, it's like, hey, you got Nova Hellkites in your deck. Do I need to board out Flood Pitch Drowner? It's one of my best cards, right? It's good in a creature matchup. So those are also things that you need to consider. And the fact that it's a haste creature that can kill a Kaito.
this is horrible for
This
Adam.
turn 2?
This is turn 2. Adam went land pass. Typical start from Dimir mid-range, assuming you've boarded into being more reactive game 2. Zevin went Springleaf Drum turn 1. Turn 2, Starfield Shepherd. Go get a Momo. Then use the Starfield Shepherd with the Springleaf Drum, play a Pixie trying to pick up the Shepherd. That gets nowhere to run.
Right.
So at least the Pixie doesn't grow and you don't get the value, but
He took 3 game actions, right? He cast 3 different things in one turn, and if it wasn't for the removal spell, he would have been able to get that Shepherd back.
right.
Yeah.
It just, every time you see any exchange like this, you can understand why Dimir midrange would feel like it's in so much trouble in the matchup.
And that's always kind of the knock on Dimir midrange because of how powerful Standard can be. You know, when you look at Zevin's start, you're like, oh, is he playing a Modern? What's happening here? Like,
right.
This is just such a powerful thing that you're doing. Meanwhile, Adam is going, okay, removal spell. I hope this works.
All right, here comes Cosmo Grand Zenith, and we know that Zevin has a Momo in hand. So with the Springleaf Drum, the second spell is immediately available, and you don't want to be passing priority, allowing Adam to cast this removal spell first. So Momo immediately gets cast, Zenith triggers, and we'll see if Adam still has anything. Tokens made, and shoot the Sheriff on the end step, but the damage is done.
Yeah, and that's the brutal part, right? It's like, all right, well, I did kill the Zenith, but I mean, there's 2 1/1s. What am I going to do? I have to use removal spells on the 1/1s too?
And look, we alluded to this in the standings when we were talking about Zevin. Zevin's been playing a similar style of deck in Azorius Tempo since the World Championship. He played it then. He played it in Richmond. And then he played it in Milwaukee last weekend. Right? He's changed course.
Yeah.
He is... For him to have been playing the same deck for multiple events and have good faith in it and be like, no, this deck, this is the real deal, this is what I need to work on, you can see why the deck just seems to be on a different power level.
Yeah. I mean, that does say a lot, right? Again, I mean, we kind of talked to, of course, Zevin's a pro, so he's obviously capable of piloting anything and picking it up. But again, he's had a lot of success with that Azorius Tempo deck, and for him to make this decision, and look at this, just more value, right? It's just like, this is a white.
There was a board wipe cast last
there was a board wipe that was cast, but Adam missed the land drop, and now Zevin is completely refueled.
Right.
There's a Shepherd that's in the warp zone. There's a Sage of the Skies that you also have to answer. This matchup feels brutal here for Dimir midrange.
It really feels like...
Yeah, because keep in mind, Adam went, kill your Zenith, dealt with a problematic card, played a board wipe, and he's still in a world of hurt here.
Right. Even if he hadn't missed the land drops, it really does feel like that. There's nothing you can do to not be perpetually behind in this matchup.
Yeah. So Preacher the Schism here, good value creature from Adam, but of course not able to block any of these flyers.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that during sideboarding actually, is Preacher as a 2/4 Death Touch creature has always been very strong in creature matchups, but this Boros Momo deck being almost entirely in the air to try to capitalize on Momo, it does make things a bit more awkward, right?
Right. At that point, you're just kind of relying on it as maybe a value engine where you just attack and, get a 1/1 every turn, perhaps draw a card. But yes, it's not going to actually do a great job of blocking just about anything. I mean,
there's the Zenith and the tokens it makes.
Yeah, and the Halia.
And that's about it.
Yeah,
right?
this version doesn't play any of the Figure of Fables that you have seen sometimes in the mono-white versions.
You do have to cut something for the red cards. We did see Burst Lightning and Springleaf Drum to enable some of the more explosive starts. So I wouldn't be surprised if we even without the red, we see Springleaf Drum become more prevalent in these decks.
Right. Then I see is there a Sage of the Skies in Zevin's hand?
I believe it just got picked up by the Pixie.
Got it. Oh, sure.
Of course it does.
You can just make another one, sure.
Just make more.
Yeah, and it's like, how does Adam even come back
I
from
think
this board?
we're done here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. A sweeper wouldn't even be enough at this point. The Shepherd is a 5-mana card.
Yeah, so our overlay did just crash, so we will get that fixed for you. But I don't think it's going to be long before we're done here. Adam does finally find a 4th land.
Okay.
Soulstone Sanctuary, but again, it's what can you say, you know?
When Monty is at a loss for words, you know somebody's in trouble. It's hit you for 2, get a 1/1. It's a rough spot. But, you know, Adam's certainly trying, you know. There's no curiosity here or anything along those lines. Does get a 1/1 token. Can't block the 9 power and flying that's coming in play. Is that a 1/1 token, excuse me?
That's the copy token.
Okay,
Sage
never
of the
mind.
Skies.
So it
yeah.
is 8 power in the air coming in, and Adam's presumably taken some amount of damage already.
Right, and like this is, I'm at a loss for words because I'm trying to find an angle for Adam to attack this deck on, right? You can't race because of the lifelink and Halia. You can't out-card advantage them. Every single card they play is essentially a 2-for-1 if you break down the deck and what it's trying to do. You can't block them because they're in the air. It really does feel like, at least in the specific matchup, there's no angle of attack.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, one card I'm thinking of, it's far too slow and far too clunky, is the card from Lorwyn, the Glen Elendra's
Guardian?
The counter spell, the 4-mana one.
Yes.
That would be an answer. It's not elegant, but
I think it might just be Glenlander's answer.
Something like that. So you get a couple of flyers and you would counter a thing. But yeah, it is tough because you kind of want your answers to be on the cheaper side of the spectrum.
So our overlay is back, but do not trust the numbers or the pips you're seeing. Zevin Faust is currently up a game and significantly ahead on life.
Right.
We're continuing to fix everything, but while we do, Zevin is going to continue burying Adam Snook here.
Right.
Demir midrange is
Bunch
very much just trying to...
Right. This is a double trigger here from the Sage of the Skies as well, because Momo grows from the Flyers. And I believe there's also an abandoned air temple in play. So after this attack, Zevin just doesn't even need to play anything else.
All right. Here's Wan Shi Tong.
Okay.
So we've seen this previously.
Right.
Wan Shi Tong, it's a flyer. These blue decks need it as a blocking body.
Right. Yeah.
It gets outclassed pretty quickly by Abandoned Air Temple, right?
Yeah.
But
you can at least eat the Sage of the Skies, right, which is a 2/3.
Right.
So you can at least eat that, but you're still taking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. And again, we're still trying to figure out exactly the life total that Adam's currently at.
Yeah, I can tell you what you're seeing is not correct.
Right.
We'll start there, and we'll figure it out from there. But Wan Shi Tong comes down, so that's a 3/3.
Yeah. 3/3, we got 3 2-power creatures there on the bottom, and then the creatures up top, the Momo and the Shepherd are 3 power
I
flyers.
believe. Yep.
Yeah, Adam really wanted to get that Wan Shi Tong in play earlier to be able to kind of
Get
have
value
it grow.
from the Shepherd.
That's
yep.
right.
You wouldn't think that Boros Momo as a deck is one that uses this library too much.
Yeah.
But between the Pixie and the Shepherd, specifically the Shepherd getting a Pixie, being able to bounce itself, the deck does a lot of searching. Its engine is self-fulfilling and it continues to whir, as it were.
Now I'm trying to just think about cards. Is there like a hurricane type effect?
You and me both, buddy.
We're trying to find some answers.
There's a second day of Black Sun.
Yeah.
You have the lands to kill Sage of the Skies, but it's like...
Yeah, and even Pyroclasm effects aren't that effective because of the existence of the Sage of the Skies.
Right. So, back we go.
All right, Adam, you do have a second copy of Day of Black Sun in the deck, and right now, with the mana that you have, you can kill the 1-drops. Oh, wait. Zevin. Oh, okay.
Zevin's just reorganizing everything.
Okay.
We're working on getting the life totals updated still. But
so theoretically, if Adam did have land number 5 to play with the Day of Black Sun, he could wipe out the board.
We could have a conversation about wiping this board.
Right.
And Zevin only has 1 card in hand.
He just shocked that in.
Okay, there it is.
There it is.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's the second copy. Can Zevin rebuild from this?
Zevin has 1 card in hand.
Okay.
Surely it's not another Shepherd. Surely.
Oh, no.
No. That wouldn't happen.
You got Shepherd and the Pixie?
Okay, no? Momo into Sacred Foundry Pass. Okay. All right.
So
hey, never say never.
Never say never. I mean, he can grow it this turn. He's got that Springleaf Drum, so that's representing 2 damage next turn. But yes, The second, and I think Zevin, you know, you're always kind of playing the numbers game when you're playing against matchups. You already have a general sense for how many sweepers they could be playing. You could play around the first one, but oftentimes you don't play around the second one, and Adam just happened to have both.
Especially when Adam is stuck on lands. Right? When he is falling further and further behind, there is a heavy incentive to push your advantage, right? You don't want to give a reactive deck time to get back in the game.
Right.
So, Momo grows to a 2-2, and we will see what Zevin's follow-up will be. This is a very low land deck.
Oh, that's lethal. That's lethal if it gets through. Now, Adam does have a handful of cards, so.
That's a lethal 2 mana.
Yeah, that is a lethal 2 mana. What you got, Adam?
Taking the time to think about it.
Okay. It's 2 mana here. Maybe a Flood Pitch Drowner? No, just a Bitter
Triumph.
And taking the damage?
Life? That's...
Okay, so he's at 4 and a Flood Pitch Drowner.
And the Flood Pitch Drowner now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, because we saw the Nova Hellkite being used to abandon Air Temple, pushing Momo back to lethal range with the pump. But the Drowner takes care of that. And Adam, it costs him some life, but...
But this also means that Adam's last card is an action card as well.
Right, that's an action card. And Momo's tapped for another turn, and Zevin is top decking.
Right. Maybe another Nova Hellkite here?
I thought I saw a Cosmogrand Zenith. We'll see.
Right, maybe you just have to play. Oh, it's a Halia. Okay.
Gain a life.
Gain a life, and you can't pump it. Mana short.
Yeah, mana short from the pumps. Momo untaps next turn. That would be a lethal attacker with the Abandoned Air Temple.
That's right.
As we said, Adam Snook's last card is very likely action, considering Bitter Triumph was paid life for.
That's right. It's like, do you have a Flood Pitch Drowner? Do you want to clear the way and try to race? I guess you can't clear the way and try to waste, given that fact that the Momo is representing lethal next turn.
Right.
Pretty safe attack with the Sanctuary at the very least.
Every resource matters so much in this position if you're in Adam Snook's seat.
Okay.
And 4 is a very risky life total because of Nova Hellkite.
Right, and also remember, Zevin's got 3 copies of Burst Lightning. Unclear if he kept them in and boarded it out, but that just gives Zevin also just 3 potential top decks at the win. So,
Adam went for Flood Pitch Drowner main phase, get 5 more damage through. That tells us that he has an answer to the Momo.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good answer because that is a significant increase in clock.
Right, I mean, this is just now a 2-turn clock from Adam's side of the battlefield here.
And Zevin drew a card, needs a Nova Hellkite or Burst Lightning in 2 cards. Second Halia, Legend Rule, gain 2 life, correct?
Yes, you get to gain 2 life here. Still can't activate the Abandoned Air Temple, but
has an untapped blocker
But
now.
You have a 3/3 to block those Flood Pitch Drowners.
Okay, so Adam went to draw a card, a little over hasty, dropped the top card of the library, so we'll just give them a moment to sort it out with the judges. Shouldn't be any harm or damage done here, just sort it out. Judge probably asking, is the order of your library known in any way?
Right. And Adam doing a great job here, fighting back from what looked like a tough board position.
Look, if your opponent floods a little bit and you have both of your board wipes, maybe you have a shot.
Right. Absolutely.
The fact that he is still in such a precarious position when, you know, philosophically, if you're the mid-range deck against the aggressive deck, and you've had this draw where you've removed your opponent's first 2 plays and board wiped your opponent twice, you should be winning handily. There shouldn't be a way back into the game.
Right, and we're still talking as, you know, Zevin still has plenty of outs here
to
keep this going.
I believe that was an attack with everything. Halia blocked one of the Flood Pitch Drowners. That was used to shuffle Momo back in the deck.
Right.
We know Zevin is top decking.
So 7 damage did get through here.
Right. Seven down to 6. No lethal attack from Adam next turn.
Does Adam have no cards
Was that Burst
now?
Lightning?
It might have been. Did he just rip a bird's? No, it's a seam rip.
Okay.
Okay, that gets one of
Adam
those.
has one card.
Yeah, and now you can actually just block. And Dahlia could also potentially be a lethal attack here, right? You attack and Adam has to block here.
Right.
You do lose the Dahlia, so maybe it's better to just keep it on defense and make it so that it can just block either of the creatures here. But yeah, that seam rip was nice.
The seam rip was good.
Okay.
Dahlia attacks.
Has to block. You can either just chump with the Flood Pitch Drowner or go for the double block here and then kind of force the Abandoned Air Temple activation. And then we're just at ground zero, right? Just both sides with basically nothing in play.
I think it has to be a double block unless you have something. You have full information. Zevin has no cards in hand. That seam rip was off the top. So,
yeah, I think if Adam is considering, well, what if I draw an Enduring Curiosity or a Kaito? Would I prefer to just have the Sanctuary still in play? Or do I just want to just go to Top Deck Wars and see what happens?
right. So, Air Temple gets activated. The double block did happen. All creatures hit the graveyard. Swamp Pass for
Right.
Adam. Draw
Nothing.
Pass for Zevin.
Oh, shake of the head says go.
Yep.
Who draws action first? Oh.
Adam does, and big time. All right, so Curiosity hits the board, untap, attack for 4.
7
draw
down to 2.
a card. What does Adam Snook have? Swamp Pass.
Burst Lightning, maybe?
Burst Lightning, Nova Hellkite, both could do it potentially.
This is a Halia.
3 mana, Sage of the Skies, Naked.
Does Adam have a removal spell here for the Sage?
Adam thinking about it. Removal spell, big attacker, Phantom Interference, making a 2/2. Is that right?
And tapping you out.
Yep.
Right. So you can't actually activate Abandoned Air Temple.
Pays the 2. Can't
Okay.
activate, and has the removal spell.
Wow.
Shoot the Sheriff. That is going to be Adam Snook in a game where, I'll own it, I said that he was out of it. I thought he was going to concede. He fights back. He claws his way back.
Yeah.
And we're going to game 3. Look at that big sip of water.
Right, yeah. I mean, just finding a way, that second sweeper, and then at the end, where basically both players had absolutely nothing, Adam's draws were Enduring Curiosity, Phantom Interference, and a removal spell.
That is a fantastically navigated game from Adam. I genuinely don't know if Zevin made any errors in that mid game. I don't know if there was a resource that he could have held back that he didn't. That wouldn't have meaningfully affected the clock in a way where he felt like he had to go for it.
Right.
But also, this is a closed deckless event on day 1. So Zevin does not know that Adam has 2 copies of Day of Black Sun. It's not often that we see Dimir midrange playing board wipes. Of course, going into the weekend, we felt like this would be a possibility with the rise of these Momo decks. But even so, it's something that Zevin is certainly currently thinking about. We've seen his rise on the pro scene. We've seen how he approaches the game. There's a lot of thinking that goes into all of his both deck building, deck choices, and also play.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, going into sideboarding for game 3, play draw, of course, you mentioned might be a consideration. Adam Snook on the draw now. To you, does that change anything?
Well, the only question was whether or not he would have chosen to have the Day of Black Sun in when he's on the play, and he had it when he was on the play. So I imagine that card will absolutely stay in when you're on the draw, where you're presumably more on the back. Basically, is kind of keeping his sideboard roughly the same here. And with Zevin as well, you know, you just have to be mindful of the fact that the sweepers existed. I don't know what he did with those burst lightnings. Were they still in his deck? Did he sideboard them out? But that's, of course, just a nice thing where, you know, you might think this is the type of matchup where I get some damage in, and then I need that removal spell to burn your opponent out.
All right, while the players look at their opening hands, I will let you know our second of 2 regional championships is going to be SCG Cont DC at the end of May, May 29th to the 31st. The second U.S. regional championship qualifying players for Amsterdam. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for all the information on that, and we hope to see you there. back to the match action, and it is Adam Snook unhappy with his 7, going back for 6 on the draw here. Zevenfaust looks like a keep from him.
Yeah, it's just so important to have some of that early interaction or one of those sweepers in your opener. So probably needs to just make sure that you can see a Requiting Hex, shoot the Sheriff, Day of Black Sun, anything like that.
Yeah, I would assume that if Adam sees any hand with Day of Black Sun, it's
and some
essentially
lands.
illegal to mulligan unless there's no one land in it.
Right.
But otherwise, you see a sly smile from him. Not sure if this one is great, but might be a keep regardless. One of the issues when you're playing a mid.
Oh.
So, Paul, why is it so bad for Dimir Midrange to mulligan in this specific matchup?
Well, I mean, this is just a battle of resources. I mean, and the way that the Dimir deck functions, you're trying to 1-for-1 everything and then kind of take over the late game with. I mean, you can get ahead on cards with sweepers and Enduring Curiosities, but you just cannot fall behind on cards in this type of matchup. We see that in Zeven's deck, there's just so many ways to draw cards, put extra tokens in play. Just being limited to just the 5 cards is really, really tough. Now, Adam is on the draw, so he gets to get that extra card. And also, when you're on the draw and you can find the sweeper, maybe that can help mitigate it. We did see Caroline earlier mulligan to 5 and win, but she has Quantum Riddler in her deck.
Right. Quantum Riddler, it really just forgave everything and fixed things. And you mentioned the resources. One of the big things is if there's a massive onus on the sweeper, well, that sweeper is mana gated, right? So if you have a sweeper, but you just can't reach the magical 5 mana to be able to answer the whole board from Zeven, then that's just going to cause more problems.
Right.
And that, in and of itself, is impacted by the mulligans because you're less likely to make it to 5 lands in the time frame you need because there is a clock on you.
Yes.
Zeven kept 7.
Yeah, and the mulligans to 5 too. It's not only is it just bad because you have less cards, but it's actually really tough figuring out what cards to put on the bottom because you need to kind of map it out and think what can Zeven do, but at the same time, what's going to give me the best chances of winning the game? Yes, I want to keep 3 lands, but I think I need to keep 2 and then hope to draw some lands to be able to win the game.
You are certainly in better shape than the days of old where you just looked at 5 cards and it was like, are they good or not?
Of course.
Looking at 7 and picking 2 to put back is a lot better, but
it's more difficult.
It is more difficult as the player. So, Zeven has the turn 1 Momo. That was met by a Requiting Hex. Back we go Zeven's way. Back up Momo into the Shepherd. Probably getting a Pixie. Disaster has struck. Adam Snook, Multiversal Passage was the opening land. Finds a plane.
Okay.
So playing it safe, not going for the value game, wanting to make sure he doesn't miss land drops.
And that's the thing too, right? I mean, this deck it's only got the 21 lands, but with the 4 Springleaf Drums and the 4 Starfield Shepherds, it's just so hard to just ever kind of get stuck on mana with this deck.
Right. Gloomlake Verge, the land for Adam, and we are going back to Zeven's way. So every 2 mana interaction spell in the deck being represented here, including Floodpit's Drowner, and we'll see what Adam has access to.
Yeah, but the big thing here, if you're on Zeven's side, you're like, my Momo's alive. It is on the battlefield here. So, you can use those cost reduction effects, play a spell into perhaps Sage of the Skies if you have something along those lines.
All right. Burst Lightning you.
Well,
I have flipped my Sage of the Skies face up. What would you like to do?
And the thing is, this is really heads up, because if you're Zeven, he doesn't have a removal spell, right? So I can actually get away with this, because anybody watching would be like, well, you just killed a Momo in response and you're totally fine. But Zeven correctly identifies, well, if you had the kill spell, you would have used it. This is going to work.
Yeah, we would not be in this spot if the kill spell was there. You're never supposed to be allowed to untap with a Momo.
Right, exactly.
So the fact that he did means now I sequence this way. I don't attack. I don't open myself up to anything potentially.
Yep.
we just do it now.
Right. There is zero risk, and by doing it this way, you just get to get in for more damage because the Sage, once it resolves, you get 2 extra points in.
Exactly. So that was 5 damage coming across from Zevin, in addition to the 2 Adam took earlier from the Multiversal Passage. Another Multiversal Passage coming down now, but this one is tapped on blue. And back we go to Zevin's turn. Exact same position, 2 mana represented. Much worse for Adam.
Oh, my goodness. This is, what, 10 damage coming in? Adam's already sitting here at 13 life.
Man, I got to tell you, Paul, this red inclusion, this Nova Hellkite,
oh man,
it looks really good to me.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives you more reach, right? It just gives you that extra angle of attack here. Whereas in a mono white deck, even if you're at 5, like if you wipe the board, they can't just kill you on the following turn.
Right. So we did see a tough decision from Adam. Goes for the Floodpits Drowner on Sage of the Skies,
right,
opening himself up to 2 more damage, but tapping down a creature that would be an attacker next turn. The follow-up Pixie bounced the Nova Hellkite.
Right.
Absolutely backbreaking.
And a sweeper doesn't even do it here, right? You can only play Day of Black Sun for 2.
Right.
And that wouldn't kill the Sage of the Skies, and we, of course, also know about the Nova Hellkite in Zevin's hand.
That is not even the cost of missing land drops. It's just we're on Adam's turn 4 right now.
Right.
This is Zevin's done this much damage and this much damage in 3 turns.
Right. This is just, through removal and just kind of shows you the power of the deck. I mean, Starfield Shepherd just kind of does everything you want for this deck, too.
Right. Sorry, it would be 4 turns. This is Adam's turn 5.
I believe and then Zevin missed the land drop, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed a turn in my mental recreation of the game. Doesn't matter. Requiting Hex, Momo down.
Okay.
Floodpits Drowner is checked by Nova Hellkite, so maybe Adam has access to Tashana's Tidebinder to die in the air.
Yeah, this is actually tricky here for Zevin because I think he's considering, well, if I go for the Hellkite and Adam kills it, well, he's going to go for it here.
Yeah.
And then plays a sweeper. Okay, well, there's the Floodpits Drowner. This still puts you down to 1.
You're at 1. Adam's hand is air, I think.
Right.
Nova Hellkite is in the warp zone.
In the warp zone, but it's just not enough.
It is. Doesn't have it. And after an incredibly impressive second game comeback, Adam Stoke, unfortunately, with a mulligan to 5, doesn't have the tools he needs to survive against just a near perfect draw from Zevin, the double Momo living through the first removal spell into the Sage of the Skies, and everything just working in perfect harmony as this deck tends to do.
Yeah, I mean, this already, just even based off of what we saw in Game 2, it kind of looks like a tricky matchup, a pretty difficult matchup maybe for the Dimir mid-range deck. So you need every single one of those resources. Adam barely won Game 2 with both sweepers and a ton of removal, and it kind of came down to top deck wars, which kind of goes to show you what that matchup is like. But then Game 3, perfect Momo draw, pretty hard to stop.
Exactly. So, congratulations to Zevin Faust, moving up to 5-0 now. We have another feature match for you, so we're going to go right into it and let you know what... All right, excuse me. We are setting it up, but we're going to let you know what we're going to be watching, Paul. Lay it on me.
We got Ryan Jang on Rakdos Rummaging.
Yep.
And we have Carter Newman on Mono White Momo. So this is actually kind of 2 of the newer decks coming into this event here. And the Rakdos Rummaging deck is, in fact, it's like the Grixis Monument deck, but it's actually not playing the Monuments at all. It's actually just Rakdos, very, very aggressive, and it's got a couple of interesting cards as well. But the core is still the same, where you have cards like Cool But Rude, Bloodthorn Flail, and Iron Shield Elf.
Right, exactly. It's embracing Cool But Rude as the engine for the deck and what brings everything together, and saying the Monument is 3 mana, that's too much to pay for any individual card, not willing to do that. Instead going even lower to the ground, even lower on lands, and just setting yourself up to be stronger, saying that I can aggressively discard my lands. So, we're ready for the match. We are going to be going into Game 2, joining it in progress, and here we go. So, Ryan Jang on the top of your screen on Rakdos Rummaging. He's up a game. On the bottom, Carter Newman on Mono White Momo. So, Momo can bleed. 4 Springleaf Drum in the deck.
That is a marauding Mako there from Ryan Jang. Oh, and then we have some ash here. Carter with a Warped Halia into a Novice Inspector. Of course, this is the mono white version, so slightly different than what we just saw here. Can we get another creature in play? Oh, Carter didn't have a second land, I don't think.
That's
wow.
Springleaf Storm doing some heavy lifting,
But
but that's bad.
But that is a really cool interaction, though, that we didn't see. Novice Halia triggers off of creatures and artifacts.
Ooh.
So when you warp in a Halia and then you play an Inspector, you don't need to play anything else. You get to draw that card.
Delicious. I love card advantage.
That's a clue token. That's not. It's not a food token.
Yep.
Okay.
The Inspector has gone inspecting, found a clue. Back we go Ryan's way. What does Rakdos Rummaging have? We are in post-board games, Paul, so talk me through what the general idea post-board for this Rummaging deck looks like in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine for both sides, you're going to be kind of leaning into just a little more interaction because these are just both creature-based decks here. So taking a look at the Rakdos Rummaging deck, I see Bitter Triumph. Just any extra ways to get Momo off the battlefield would be something that you want to bring in. I also see a Pyroclasm. Karsi Revenant actually seems really, really good in this matchup. It's just bigger than Sage of the Skies, and it's a big Death Touch lifelinker as well.
So, Bitter Triumph casts targeting Novice Inspector.
Wow, that's aggro.
Yep, saying you're stuck on lands, you have one creature, I'm going to get that off the board and try to limit you. I can't attack with my Mako without getting a counter on it. So, there we go. On the other side, Starfield Shepherd comes down.
Ooh, no Momo. Actually gets a Nurturing Pixie here instead. Picks up the Shepherd. I guess you can get it next turn because you picked it up. So lots of value. I mean, look just how many permanents there are on Carter's side of the battlefield here.
Yeah, this is how many permanents with missing a land drop.
That's right.
It's
because now you can just get the Shepherd going. If you don't have a land, you can certainly use that to fetch a land and just kind of keep that thing going. And it's not like Ryan has a significant amount of pressure just yet.
So, back we go, and I believe that's Inti. So, This is one of the cards that is unique to the Rummaging version of the deck rather than the Monument version, Paul.
Yeah, this just lets you have far more aggressive starts with this deck. Instead of trying to go super late with cards like Quantum Riddler or even the Monument, you just have another really powerful turn 2 option.
Right, so Inti comes down. Mako picks up 2 counters. A Flail got discarded or rummaged, and it was a Flamewake Phoenix that was the exile.
Yeah, so Carter taking a good chunk of damage there, 4 from the Mako. Missed the land draw previously, but does have the Starfield Shepherd in hand to get a Plains if he needs. Never mind.
Yeah, found it this time. That's the Cosmogrand Zenith.
Okay, one drop.
That will play Seam
gosh.
Rip. Oh.
What a turn here. And what did the Zenith... I'm assuming we're getting tokens.
It must be tokens,
It has to be, yeah.
So wide we go.
We are super wide now, and now Ryan needs to find an answer to the Zenith while also providing a clock here. And Ryan also missing land drops of his own, playing that Inti to try to hit that land on the previous turn.
Yep. And I'm taking a look at the sideboard from Ryan. I don't see any Slag Storms. I see 1 Pyroclasm, and... You know, that's a Moon Shadow.
That's just not what you want to
that card basically doesn't have text.
It's a 1-mana 1/1 here. And Carter, remember, he missed some land drops here. He will absolutely be able to double spell this turn, considering he's got that Starfield Shepherd already in hand.
Right. Disaster for Ryan.
Yeah, just double checking here the text on the Moon Shadow.
So, we'll see what Carter does. Unfortunately, we are not able to get the overlay back up here. So, this is the same time it...
Right.
Yeah, this is the same time that it crashed in the previous game. We are watching a backup feature time warped.
Right. And look at that. Halia into Seam Rip. I mean, there's just... This one is probably over here because Ryan wasn't able to kind of play lands of his own and kind of enact what his deck is trying to do here.
Yeah, time and time again, this Momo deck just looks so impressive.
Just every time I look, there's just 5 more permanents that enters the battlefield every turn, Monty.
Yep. All right, so we are very likely, I'm not going to call it early this time, but
does Ryan have planes and a balance in his deck or something? I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, he's like, all right, that's too much.
Nope, and that means we are done making sure everybody gets the right cards back. We are going to game 3. So that is Carter Newman evening things up here against Ryan Jang. So as we take a look at the sideboards, Paul, we joined this game, this match in game 2. So we haven't talked about sideboardings in depth yet. Talk to me about what each player is looking to use, starting with Ryan up top.
Yeah, starting with Ryan, I think we're going to be looking at bringing in whatever disruption that you have. Bitter Triumph as a way to kill a Momo or a Cosmic Grand Zenith. The Requiting Hex will certainly come in. I did briefly touch on it, but I do think Carsey Revenant seems pretty well positioned here because it's just a 3/3 flying Death Touch lifelinker that just does a really good job. It's going to be the king of the skies when it's in the battlefield, so I think that's going to be quite nice. Could perhaps see the Pyroclasm being brought in. Of course, that doesn't deal with Sage of the Skies. And, I mean, I can even see a world where you also consider the Intimidation tactics. I don't know if this means that you're over sideboarding here, but, you know, Carter's deck has 27 creatures in it. You will hit a target, and especially when you're on the play, being able to just get that Momo off of your opponent's hand or Starfield Shepherd will go a long way.
All right, what about on the other side from Carter?
Yeah, so from Carter's side here, we see some Pyrrhic Strikes that could be interesting just because it also has kind of that disenchant text on it. So if you want to have some more answers to dealing with cards like Cool but Rude, you could consider something like that. There is a singular copy of Sheltered by Ghost, but when you play against a Rakdos deck, they typically tend to have a lot of removal, so you have to be very careful when you choose your spots with something like that. But if you feel like it's going to be a racing situation, that life swing can be huge by the Sheltered by Ghost.
Okay, while the players finish sideboarding for game 3, I'm going to let you know that if you aren't already, you should definitely be signed up for the Star City Games newsletter. This is your avenue to finding out about all upcoming events like SCG Cont Cincinnati, May 15th to 17th, all upcoming releases like the latest release Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, as well as any sales we have going on. So be in the know by heading over to starcitygames.com/newsletter. Sign up and you will never miss out again. Game 3, Paul. Mono White Momo, Rakdos Rummaging. This does feel like emblematic of the newest updates to Standard. If we were to highlight this weekend in one snapshot, it would be variations of these two decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Ryan kicked things off with a Bloodthorn Flail. That is one of the biggest enablers to a lot of the strongest starts in this deck, but usually you want to lead off with a creature.
Right.
Carter was the one being reactive this time, had a Seam Rip to answer it, making sure the Flail doesn't get out of hand. And then Ryan, finally, we see a Cool but Rude on the battlefield.
Yeah, and of course that's quite strong, but you need to ideally you want to start with some creatures in play before you start kind of playing out all these permanents. But hey, it's still on the battlefield. Now you're kind of well set up. If you even play something like a Flamewake Phoenix next turn, just hardcast,
right,
you get that rummage effect right away.
Exactly. Having access to haste creatures like the Flamewake Phoenix does a lot for this deck. It's not the only haste creature in the deck. There's 2 copies of Casey Jones Vigilante in the deck. So
find you some artifacts there. Is that the?
I'm looking.
All right.
All right, not the haste Casey Jones. Casey Jones Vigilante,
oh,
the
excuse
3
me.
mana Casey.
Okay, never mind.
I set you up for failure.
I know
My
you said
apologies.
haste.
My apologies. We've been playing some Turtles Limited this weekend.
We have.
So we go back Ryan's way.
Yeah, Multiversal Passage here. And by the way, Starfield Shepherd getting the singleton copy of Curious Farm Animals. Nice way to be able to deal with the Cool but Rude.
Yeah, we've talked about just the toolbox aspect of the Shepherd, and Value Town Ryan Jang has the 3rd land, has the Phoenix, discards another Phoenix, passes a turn.
Well, at least I know what that card does.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
All All right, so Carter with not as explosive of a start as we previously seen. You know, when you have those starts with Springleaf Drum and Momo, the deck looks nearly unstoppable. He's kind of playing the role of a slower mid-range white deck here.
Right. And, you know, with the sheer amount of card advantage this deck has access to, it is something you can do. And here's that artifact clause that you mentioned once again being relevant.
Right.
Halia, Springleaf Drum, gain a second life, tap it for mana, Curious Farm Animals, third life. Now you're able to draw a card.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about how Carter is kind of slowing things down, and then instead he played 3 things and gained 3 life and draw. Excuse me, oh my goodness, played 4 things this turn and drawing a card off the Halia.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, I would say that having fetched the Curious Farm Animals, Carter was hoping to have the time to be able to use it profitably, go after the Cool But Rude. But the fact that Ryan went for the Phoenix and essentially forced his hand here means that he would rather this be another 1-drop probably, but this is the world we live in. That's Casey Jones Vigilante.
All right.
So draw 3 cards when it enters. Next upkeep, you discard 3 cards at random.
Got it. So when you have a deck full of Bloodghast and Flamewake Phoenixes, that can get you a ton of value. And because it has 4 power, you get that Flamewake Phoenix out of the graveyard.
Yeah, so big value from Casey. As we've seen philosophically with decks that really utilize the graveyard in the past, I like to think of a deck like Hogarth, for example. Random discard is less painful when a lot of your discards are just good.
Wow, and that was a turn where Carter would have really liked to try to set up a Sage of the Skies turn, being able to get in the way of the Flamewake Phoenixes, but just Starfield Shepherd here to go fetch a 1-mana play.
Yep, so just the 5-mana Starfield Shepherd. This is not a place you typically like to be in the deck. You like to be warping it out, gaining more value from it. So this is slow at full 5 mana, excuse me. But you do what you have to do.
Yeah. And this is a really nice test, though, for the mono-white deck. It's like, what happens when you don't have the crazy explosive draws with Momo? Can you still put up a fight against a really strong, aggressive start like the one Ryan has?
Right, exactly. And we do still have Casey Jones has 3 cards on layaway, so we'll see on the next turn. Ryan's hand is not going to be the stacked 5-card monstrosity that we're looking at right now. There will be some random discards. So we'll see what he has to work with next turn.
Right.
But the board in and of itself is a problem here.
Yeah. And if Ryan has some kind of removal spell, might be interested in just getting the Shepherd off the battlefield, as it does cleanly block the Casey Jones here, if Carter wants.
Right. And Casey Jones is a trigger, so with the trigger on the stack, if you have an instant speed removal spell, you can fire it off, get the Shepherd off the board without risking discarding it. So we will see what the play pattern from Ryan is going to be in the spot. Back we go Ryan's way. Upkeep. Casey Jones comes to collect. Requiting Hex, step 1.
All right, that one's off. And nothing else, so we are going to be discarding 3 cards at random.
Yeah. I would guess 1 to keep here.
Yep.
1.
Keep 1.
Keep that one.
Discard
the other
the rest.
3 go. Mako.
2 lands.
Land, a middle card I can't identify. I think it's a second multiversal passage. I think it's that
Okay,
art.
yeah, it might be. And Ryan did get a fresh draw for the turn as well.
Yep.
I see a Cool But Rude in his hand.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
Pretty rude, but good. I should have said, but cool. I missed it.
You had your shot.
It was right there.
You know, I think you're going to get a couple more opportunities
you
this
think so?
weekend. I feel
All
like
right, I'll
it.
keep working on it.
Good feeling.
I'm not going to miss a second shot. Moon Shadow joining the board. Interesting.
Okay.
This is a card that at this point in the game, we typically see players prioritizing discarding to a card like Cool But Rude, opting to just, I'm not going to grow it big enough. It's not going to matter. But Ryan's saying, I'm happy with the Moon Shadow. Plays it, offers the trades, and then develops the Cool But Rude. So, I'm going to do a little spoiler alert for you. Unfortunately, Ryan Jang does end up winning that game. We are not able to bring you the rest of that one. So it is Ryan from the position that looked very much ahead he was able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. He had a really great board and an active Cool But Rude, and I think killing the Curious Farm Animals to make it so that he didn't have an answer to the enchantment, I'm just assuming Cool But Rude just went off.
Exactly. So that's it here from round 5. 4 rounds to go. We're going to cut to a break. On the other side, we will have round 6 here from SCG Con Richmond. Don't go anywhere. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Monty Devuti, joined once again by Mr. Paul Chion, and it is round 6, Paul. This is the 2/3 point for the day. These are long, grueling days of Magic, but
They're very fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely fun, and I've had a blast just kind of watching all the matches here. We're now kind of getting to the point here. We got a bunch of 5-0s. If you make it to that magical win number 6, you do lock your seat into day number 2. Of course, we have a lot more Magic to play, but we're at least over the halfway point for today.
Yeah, this is the first step.
Right.
As the players that we probably watched this round guarantee and lock their way into day 2, this is when the tournament starts taking some shape, starts forming, and we see what we can expect to see more of tomorrow.
Right.
Let's take a look at the standings. Let's see what we're dealing with in the 5-0s here. So, first page of standings, everybody is 5-0. So 16 5-0s. Mono Green Landfall, 3 copies. Boris Momo in the hands of Zevin Faust there in 4th place. Anything else that stands out to you, Paul?
Yeah, we haven't been seeing it that much on camera, but we still have some of these rhythm decks still staying alive here. Plenty of those top contenders. This is just, if you take a snapshot of the metagame, well, that's just the first page. You just kind of see a little bit of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even going to begin to count the number of unique archetypes here, but I can tell you that it's quite a bit.
Right.
Now, second page of standings, as we take a look there, that is the end of the 5-0s. 21 people sitting at undefeated, and then we swap over to the 4-1s. Some more is it prowess here. Carson Wolf on 4-color Rhythm at 4-1. Esper Midrange making an appearance. It really does feel like you could just sort of play anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever color combination is available, you can probably piece something together.
Yeah, it has been really cool to just see, we've been appreciating it a lot as casters, just the sheer number of different decks and strategies that are viable, and they all come with unique and creative game plans.
Yeah, I am kind of excited or interested in kind of what these, if you look at 24 and 25, what are we talking about there?
Right.
A little Jeskai mid-range and Esper mid-range. Kind of curious to see kind of what it's all about as well, because we've seen a lot of the other decks here.
Yeah, I remember, we saw a Jeskai deck a couple of big events ago that was based around getting Spider-Gwen out of your graveyard and using the Jeskai 4 or 5 mana
Shiko.
Right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's something that the Jeskai mid-range deck is working with. A lot of very cool and unique things making an appearance. And Corey Burkhart's still sitting at 4-1 there in 32nd place. Did pick up his first loss that previous round, unfortunately.
Yeah. But, of course, plenty more Magic to go. And it doesn't even matter at this point. I want to see all the decks. There's just all of them just have a different approach. We've seen a bunch of the Momo stuff. We've seen a bunch of the the flail decks or whatever. But I also just want to see everything else. I mean, we have another really interesting matchup here. I couldn't even tell you.
All right.
I've never tested this, but you know what? Why don't you set us up? Because I'm taking a look.
It's going to be fun. So, welcome to the Great Azorius Brawl of 2026. On one side, Colin Sabor on Azorius Tempo. Known archetype.
Yeah, sure.
We know what it's doing. You're playing essentially a instant speed deck. You're interrupting your opponent with Aven Interrupter and Aang Swift Savior, really just trying to get value. On the other side,
hold on,
Azorius Otters.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, the closest I can relate this deck to is, I think, Jeskai Ascendancy, maybe?
Yeah, remember the Teamer Otters deck?
Right.
But it's instead of Teamer Otters, we're just now on Azorius Otters, and it's presumably got a combo here, and you have Mox Jasper in the deck, and then 4 copies of Fear-Dock Core as something that you can actually, because it's all creature types, when you cast a spell, there we go, it's up on the graphic.
No. Get this tempo off get this off the screen. Let's look at Azorius
All right, there
Otters.
we go.
There we go.
All right. So as I mentioned before, you have the 4 copies of the Fear-Dock Core. That is a card that you barely play in Limited. But here, it makes a lot of sense because this, in conjunction with Valley Floodcaller, because it's all creatures, whenever you play a spell, you get to untap the Fear Dog Core. And presumably, by doing so, you get to generate some amount of mana, and then you can just kind of combo off people that way. You have the Sig's command here as well. I mean, coming into this, I couldn't tell you that I was fully expected for the Azorius mirror and not having one of them be a control deck, but here we are.
I will say, I have seen this deck before. I am somewhat familiar with its game.
What is your match count played with this deck?
0.
Okay,
absolutely.
just want to confirm.
I've played 0 games with it, but I have seen it. It's really cool. It's as we go into the match, we'll show you more. The players are ready, so we are going to head into it. But I think the fact that a deck that previously took, Enduring Vitality to make things able to tap for mana, and then playing cards that make otters or rats to tap them for mana, and replacing all of those with one artifact. Let's go into the match. Let's see what this is all about. It's really cool.
Let's see what happens.
It's really sweet.
Hey, look, by the way, it's a dragon. So then the Mox Jasper also gets turned on, right?
Right. The Mox Jasper turned on. The Roiling Dragon Storm bounced.
Right, yes.
It does everything. All right, Azorius Otters, Azorius Tempo. Here we go. Both players starting off with a Restless Anchorage. Starting town for Colin is the turn 2 play. And as we're going to see so many times, pass.
I will say, though, if you do, I'm just trying to think about how this matchup actually plays out, and I feel like Colin has a lot of tools here to try to fight this combo deck. I mean, you're playing a deck with 4 copies of High Noon main against a deck that's presumably trying to cast a bunch of spells in one turn.
Yeah, I can see how that would be a problem. I'm going to say that is an issue for future Levi. And right now, we're just going to play Roiling Dragon.
Oh, okay, no, it's a now problem now.
Okay. So I'm just going to Seam Rip. Does that?
4 Seam Rip and 4 Boomerang Basics. So you
So we're not cold.
No,
There's
you're
a
not
seam
cold.
Rip. There's a Seam Rip.
That's huge.
All right. Step 1, good. Hallowed Fountain, the follow-up. Furdock Core costs 3 mana. Storm Chaser's Talent.
Okay.
There you go. Step 2, get some pressure on the board.
Look at me. I mean, they just had all the answers, of course. Oh, and the classic Boomerang Basics, your own Storm Chaser's Talent.
Tale as old as Avatar.
That's right.
So, back we go Colin's way. Hallowed Fountain. Beautiful. Old border. Love it.
And Colin leaving up 3 mana here, of course.
Could be anything.
Tons of 3 mana options. Angswift Savior, Aven Interrupter, both great. And then, of course, Flood Pitch Drowner, also an option here.
No more lies. Get lost.
All right. Literally anything. It
could be anything.
Could be any and all things.
All right. Otter attacks for 1. Passes with 3 mana back.
So that's telling me Valley Flood Caller, a very, very possible thing. But there's actually a fair amount of counter magic as well in this Azorius Otters deck. 3 copies of Get Out and 3 Steps Ahead.
It is the Flood Caller played. This will force the hand with the No More Lies. So, Flood Caller exiled. Do play 4. It is part of the combo, of course. So there is redundancy in the deck. I do believe I do see the 1 copy of 3 Steps Ahead actually in Levi's hand.
Okay.
So has access to that as well.
But leading things off here with a Storm Chaser's Talent. We get a nice little prowess trigger here for the Otter.
Yep.
Another Hallowed Fountain untapped. Perhaps another spell, getting in for 2. Okay. So now with a couple of Otters, the pressure is mounting here. Does Colin have something like an Angswift Savior to perhaps bounce one of these tokens? Nothing here.
All right. So back we go Colin's way. That's a lot of lands for the Azorius Tempo deck.
That's right.
This deck plays 25 lands, but you like to be operating on less mana when possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, what can he even be representing here? Is it just some counter magic? There's an Avatar, 2 copies of Avatar's Wrath in the main.
A Wan Shi Tong would be...
That would be nice.
Very strong. Nice payoff for all of these lands you have.
Man, Fear Core picking up Roiling Dragonstorm. That's not something that I anticipated.
Yeah. Welcome, Paul.
to the new standard.
Welcome to 2026, where we have a changeling mana artifact.
Right.
It's
Sleight of hand. Is that did Levi go with the land or the extra sleight
went
of
with
hand?
the land, I believe. Picked up an island. So
Sure.
developing further here. You know, on the one hand, we see the prowess triggers, attack for 4. On the one hand, I am envious of the design team getting to work on these sets because they do just look like absolute blasts. On the other hand, try to balance.
Getting it right is tough.
We put Changeling on a mana artifact. How many scenarios did we think through that this could backfire?
Yeah, well...
Did we think of Mox Jasper? Did we think of Roiling Dragons? Did we think of Valley Floodcaller?
You know, honestly, they're probably thinking, well, it's a manolith. How bad can it possibly be?
How bad could it be?
Well, somebody is 5-0.
Somebody is 5-0. So, Avatar's Wrath is played. 3 steps ahead goes for the counter. Aven Interrupter responds and ensures that Avatar's Wrath will resolve. Goodbye, Otter tokens. And for Value Town, goodbye, Aven Interrupter.
Sure.
That's one you really do not mind having airbend.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want to play another thing? I can just airbend that again.
Verdant Core, here we go.
Boom.
Pick up the Roiling Dragon Storm. Whoa. Pick up.
Yeah, is that...
That's how that works, right?
Maybe not.
Oh, my God. Did we get it wrong
Did we get it wrong
Paul? Oh, this can't keep happening.
Maybe it's dragon creature.
Dragon. Oh, I will be so mad. Okay, hold on. Curse you, design. Whenever a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand.
Okay.
No. All right,
okay.
we're going to call it a mistrigger.
Okay.
Levi, when you inevitably prove us wrong, consider
I mean,
this.
that's the only reason why the Dragon Storm
Why
would
would
be in
you
the deck.
play Roiling Dragon Storm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. I think we got this one right.
Okay, fair enough.
I have faith.
Levi does have a ton of mana to play with right now.
Right.
Are we gonna maybe see some attacks for 4? Do we get spicy and just start attacking?
I would love that. Second for Dock Core.
Oh, hey.
This time we remember.
Okay.
It works.
All right.
It works.
So that interaction is live.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Now, one thing that this deck can do and does do is it makes more Furdock cores, right?
Right.
That's one of the reasons you have 3 steps ahead as well as 6 command in the deck.
Right.
3 steps ahead, we know can copy artifacts. We've seen monument decks do it in the past.
Right.
6 command copies any merfolk. Doesn't say merfolk creature. So the 1 merfolk artifact, it's a merfolk. It's a dragon.
It's
an
all of the
otter.
things.
It's all the things you want it to be.
Yeah. You can play all the kindred spells you want as long as you have a Fear Core in play.
Absolutely. So, back we go Colin's way.
All right. Ending resolves.
Not much pressure being made here.
Oh, wait. No.
Curiosity, that's pressure.
That
okay.
certainly turns things around here now.
Now, we do have an interesting dance happening. There is an airbending Aven Interrupter on one side, face up. There is a plotted 3 steps ahead on the other side.
Right. So yeah, the Curiosity does resolve here. Finds Colin a card. Ooh, going for the Floodcaller end of turn, it looks like.
Yep, has 3 mana.
Is this a No More Lies? Oh, Get Lost.
Get Lost.
Okay, so no combo shenanigans allowed. So that's the second Valley Floodcaller that has been dealt with.
Right.
You get a couple of map tokens here.
So Plot you can cast for free because the Aven Interrupter is not currently on the battlefield. Airbend, that costs 2 mana from Colin, correct?
Right, but 3 steps ahead costs a blue, and then you have to cast the spree cost.
Right, so you still have to spree it.
So you can play the blue part
You're
of it.
getting 1 mana discount.
But when you're tapped out, you can't actually
exactly
cast it. Yeah.
Right. So we'll see how Levi navigates this. The board is now scary. Right?
It is absolutely scary. Now there's a real clock, and drawing all these extra cards means that Colin would be very likely to just find more disruption elements, right? What if Colin finds another High Noon? What if Colin finds another Aven Interrupter? There's already one in the airbend zone.
Right, and has the 2 mana available to start putting up a fight.
Right.
So, we'll see what Levi chooses to start the turn off with. 2 flood colors already used, 2 available.
All right.
1 mana.
Storm Chaser's talent here. Doesn't look like it's going to be quite impactful enough on this current board.
Follow-up, sleight of hand.
Okay.
Look at 2. Seam Rip land. Takes a land.
Yeah, no targets for the Seam Rip currently.
Right.
It would give you an answer to a future High Noon if Colin finds one.
Now we do have 2 Storm Chaser's talent. Those are able to start ticking up. So all of this mana has sinks. Boomerang Basics, Enduring Curiosity.
Okay. Just try to tax the mana here a little bit as it does cost 4 mana.
Right.
Colin going, okay, that's okay.
Level up a Storm
All right.
Chaser's talent. Get back. Boomerang Basics. Boomerang Basics, the level 2 Storm Chaser's
Right.
talent. Draw a card.
Make another token.
Imagine if we had a Valley Flood Caller.
Okay.
All right, Storm Chaser's talent comes back. Make a token. That was met by the Interrupter. Don't make a token.
All right. And this
no
is
tokens allowed.
right. And now that's been plotted, and we have 4 power in the air, and still that Enduring Curiosity in Colin's hand.
Right. But the Interrupter has been fought through. That's gone. So, little by little, Levi is setting up. If he has access to that Flood Caller, that could just completely end the game, right?
Right.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, so Colin's going to be really looking to try to find some disruptive elements here if he doesn't already have it here. Drawing 2 cards, getting 4 points in. More even interrupters would be nice.
Paul, we have been informed by chat the plot is locked to sorcery speed. So 3 steps ahead, not even usable as a counter anymore. It is, in fact, only useful as a token maker. So,
Thanks, chat.
thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Voice of Victory comes down. No spells on Colin's turn. The
Ooh.
clock is fast.
And shocks in, however, a multiversal passage.
I don't know if he has anything for it, but he's going to represent it regardless. Your
Right.
life total is not under any sort of meaningful pressure right
Yeah,
now.
there's only the Otter here. I suppose there are still those Fear Dot cores that are in play. But Colin's sitting at a comfortable 11 life.
So, Levi's way we go. You have all the mana. You have a Storm Chaser's talent. You have a second one plotted that you can cast, but with Haven Interrupter on the battlefield, that will cost 2 mana to cast.
That's right. And unclear that would be you can play the Storm Chaser's talent, but I think if you're on Colin's side, you go, okay, that's fine. Like you can play the Storm Chaser's talent. What you don't want to see is a Valley Flood Caller resolve,
Right.
and then Levi tries to enact some kind of combo plan.
Right. So, map counter
Land.
token on
Yeah.
an Otter. That's an Explore, finds a land. That is not a good sign
Right.
if you're in Levi's seat.
Right. And if you're on Colin's side, you go, oh, that's what you're starting with? Okay, I'm feeling pretty decent then. Yeah, I mean, this can certainly be one of those games where you look back at the fact that Levi did not pick up the Roiling Dragonstorm the first time, because Levi's digging right now.
Yeah. So, one thing to note, can't cast spells on Colin's turn, however, can activate abilities. There's a Restless Anchorage sitting there in the lands, so that is a flying blocker, correct?
That is. So
So-
that could perhaps ambush the Aven Interrupter if Levi leaves the mana up.
Correct. All right, Seam Rip being played. That will go after the Voice of Victory.
Sure.
You don't want the board to get too wide.
Right.
With the Anchorage and the Otters, you are only letting one creature through currently.
Yeah, a Voice of Victory in play just with that Enduring Curiosity is a problem.
Right. And it's a Verge, another Storm Chaser's talent. That's the third joining
Okay.
the board. Another Otter.
Plenty of blockers underground and still has the mana to activate the Restless Anchorage.
Now, notably, it's not ideal, but 3 Otters could hypothetically check an Enduring Curiosity.
Right.
Not interested for Levi. Attacks with the Otter. Colin's life total was low.
Ooh.
This is relevant.
Right.
Otter tapped. Board goes wider,
Right.
but 2 Prowess tokens Doesn't take much to close out the game with
No,
those. So
no, it doesn't.
Colin can't just freely turn sideways with everything.
Now, no, there is a starting town in Colin's hand. If he does find a high noon, just keep in mind, that can just go 5 to the face as well. And Levi's currently at 10 life.
Also, Colin has 2 anchorages of his own. So they could just get swung up. And
Right, yeah.
this game is on a knife's edge right now, it feels like.
It's really, really close. And yeah, Colin looking to continue digging here, activates 1. I don't think he's got lethal this turn, so probably wants to leave himself sun mana just to be able to cast whatever he draws off of these attacks.
All right. Anchorage on both sides activated. So, moving to blocks. Interrupter down, Enduring Curiosity being blocked. 6 damage coming across, right?
I believe so. And so that's 3 cards being drawn here.
Yep. 2, 3. Terrifying. Okay. Levi down to 4.
Colin's at 7, and there is at least there's 1 otter still left.
Right. There's
the other one is
otter
stunned.
And a Restless Anchorage.
Right.
But there's the Flood Pit Drowner and another Restless Anchorage from Colin able to block, and assuming Colin has fully whiffed on all of the cards he's drawn, which is pretty unlikely.
Pretty unlikely. I mean, look, Colin's got a map token. He hasn't even used it this turn, right? So and has up 6 mana.
Yeah. So, we go back Levi's way. Can this deck cobble together the pieces?
Yeah, we have access to Storm Chaser's talent, which is a good inevitable way to kind of put pressure on the battlefield. But right now, when you're behind, just bouncing a thing to draw a card and make a 1/1 might not be good enough.
Right.
Now, Fear.Core costs 3 mana to activate, 4 mana to activate. Might be 4. Yeah, might be 4. So I'm just trying to find worlds where you can maybe get something going, and we're just leading things off with a Rolling Dragonstorm here.
All right. Let's dig. 2 drawn, 1 down. Anchorage goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, and with Colin at 7, I mean, sure, you can get a decently sized otter to attack, but it seems like it's going to be difficult to piece together a lethal attack here, given that Colin also has access to that Restless Anchorage.
Right. Levi looks like the lethal is not in sight. Is this another Fear.Core bouncing both Dragonstorms?
Maybe. Was a 3 mana spell. The 3 drops here are Valley Floodcaller and Fear.Core. Nope, it's another Roiling Dragonstorm.
All right, 2 drawn, 1 down.
That's a 3/3 otter token currently.
Currently. Spell Snare down. That's a 1 of.
Levi has looked at so many cards here.
Yeah, but remember, 2 Flood Callers have been answered.
Right.
One of the disadvantages of playing a low threat count deck is your opponent's removal spells get saved for your cards that matter. And in this deck, there's only 1 creature that really matters. That's the Flood Caller.
That's right.
6 command.
What?
Is that making a Flood Pit Drowner?
Can you do that?
No, target merfolk you control.
Oh, tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. Little used effect here.
Did he go for lifelink? All right.
So
looks like drew a card.
Who won that game?
I believe Colin
right?
won that game.
Because I don't think there were enough spells there.
Yeah,
cast.
I think Levi went for tap, draw a card,
and see if you find something.
See if you find something.
Okay.
Didn't find it. Colin won that game.
Got it.
So, that's what we're gonna say. We're gonna go to the sideboard. Paul, we've had such a great time identifying exactly what this Azorius Otters deck does.
Yeah,
Talk to me about the sideboard
we
plan.
know what all the cards do and all the interactions clearly. Going into the sideboard here, well, you're going to probably just want to find as many instant speed ways to kind of deal with what your opponents might have. So I think Get Lost might be coming in, just have an instant speed way. Not only does it kill the High Noon, but also just kills those flash creatures. Also, Voice of Victory, I think, is going to be very, very strong. If you can get Voice of Victory in play, all of a sudden the draw-go strategy of the blue-white tempo deck kind of gets negated because they need to deal with the Voice of Victory first before they can start playing their Angs and their Aven Interrupters.
Talk to me about Torpor Orb. I don't know if this is a card we typically think of when thinking about a deck like Azorius Tempo, but it shuts down Ang, it shuts down Aven Interrupter, it shuts down Flood Pit's Drowner. Is that a card that you're potentially interested in if you're Levi?
Yeah, it's just weird. Maybe one. I don't, because it doesn't necessarily fully rely on those cards, and you can still win by playing High Noon and a bunch of Flash Flyers. So there are going to be instances where it does a lot of work, but there's also instances, and this is always my issue with a card like Torpor Orb, where it's just like, they can just play their creatures and beat me down. So I think you can make the case, but at the same time, you can also just try to fight these instant speed creatures on a different axis. But yeah, I mean, Torpor Orb can certainly be something that you can consider here because the creatures on Levi's side, none of them come into play and have an effect.
All right, let's talk about Colin's sideboard real quick. Anything you're interested in?
Yeah, for Colin's side of the battlefield here, anything that can deal with a Valley Flood Caller or any additional ways to maybe kill the Feardock core. So Requisition Raid is a way, I believe, that it's a disenchant effect, right? So that can kill something, and
Annul.
Annul is another nice, cheap, efficient way to kind of kill one of those, Storm Chaser's talents or the Feardock cores. And then Get Lost, I imagine that's also going to be brought in. And you can even maybe consider Tishana's Tidebinder because you can just counter the Valley Flood Caller and then shut off its ability.
All right, while the players finish shuffling up and drawing their opening hands, I'm going to let you know that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is now available at Star City Games. You can head over to starcitygames.com/MTG-TMT to get all your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles needs. Let's get back to the game, and it is going to be Levi Pitts on the top, down a game with Azorius Otters, starting things off with a Hallowed Fountain. On the bottom, Colin Sabor on Azorius Tempo with a Multiversal Passage. We're waiting to see what color that was picked for, but starting town, the second land follow-up. And Voice of Victory.
Voice of Victory, so it's exactly what you want here. Does Levi have some kind of counterspell?
Has a Get Out.
That's right, okay.
Not to be confused with Get Lost. Very different. One is a counterspell, one is removal. Obviously. All right, Roiling Dragonstorm kicking things off for turn 3. Drawing 2, discarding 1. What will the discard be?
So a Mox.
That's
All
a
right.
Mox Jasper. I see a Storm Chaser's Talent, but it's just a pass back.
Perhaps keeping up Spell Snare, or at least representing Spell Snare here.
Yes, really does not want to deal with a potential second Voice of Victory, or much worse than that, a High Noon. That would be very bad. So playing things very safe.
1 mana here, so that signifies Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Ottermade.
Get the ball rolling here with a little bit of pressure. Maybe a Boomerang Basics here on the Storm Chaser's Talent.
Multiversal Passage of Levi's own.
Okay.
Taking the shock.
I think Levi's taken a fair amount of damage so far from
There's
the
the
lands.
Boomerang Basics, as you mentioned.
All right, on the stack here, if Colin has a counterspell, might be interested in countering this.
No
it
interest.
resolves. Okay.
That resolves.
Sure.
If Levi is continuing to represent 1 mana, we'll see it redeployed. And there it is. So, 2 Otters made, board state developed. Step 1, Ang.
Yeah,
Goodbye, Otter.
Great against tokens and lets you put a little bit of pressure as well.
So, board is very much under control from Colin's side. Life totals in his favor. Card selection going Levi's way.
Oh,
so
yes.
far.
Oh, yes. I imagine Colin's going to be looking to attack here, but I wonder if perhaps He's got something like an Enduring Curiosity. But
Restless Anchorage played for the turn. That comes into play tapped. Ang attacks for 2. Back we go Levi's way.
All right. Levi's looked at a fair number of cards here already. Only gets in for 1, so that means Levi not looking to play any spells this turn.
And passes. All right, so
what's in Levi's hand?
I see 2 Valley Flood Callers, I think.
Okay, so maybe try to get something going with that first.
I don't know why I'm like leaning down as if I might get a
Are you
different
trying
angle on the screen. Like
just rip it down?
The screen's going to look exactly the same no matter how I look at it.
I mean, if you want to get up, you can walk over to the featured match area if you want to see exactly what's going on.
You want to solo cast for a bit? High Noon, the play from Colin. There is the spell snare that was promised earlier.
Right. And Levi still has the mana to run out of Valley Flood Caller.
Colin says, go. 2 Valley Flood Callers. That I had believed I had seen. 2 cards unknown in Levi's hand.
And Colin's got the Get Lost. Okay.
Get Lost. 2 maps made.
But now Colin is down to 1 mana, so if Levi wants to absolutely make sure that he can resolve the Valley Flood Caller, can. But, of course, without the Fear Core in play, not really set up to just go for some kind of a combo kill this turn.
Right. So no real, no imperative to do that right now. So, second Storm Chaser Talon comes down. Hand, Multiversal Passage, a Valley Flood Caller, 1 card we don't know about just yet.
Playing the land tapped. Has the map tokens. Might be interested in just taking some damage, but I guess now at this point you've shocked in a bunch of land at this point. There's an Ang on the battlefield, so you do have to be mindful of your life total.
Okay, I believe the other card in Levi's hand might be a Get Lost of his own.
Okay.
So has a removal spell should Colin try to amp up the pressure like we saw in the previous game with Enduring Curiosity, is able to use a removal there.
Okay, Enduring Innocence. Not doing anything quite yet, but it is a nice little lifelink blocker for the Otter tokens.
Yep. Ang attacks. That's going to be met with a Get Lost. Levi saying, my life total is under attack. I'm looking to protect it.
Right.
2 map tokens for Colin now.
Yeah, this seems like a very tricky matchup, especially for Levi. It's like, I would prefer to play against decks that just doesn't have any counter spells or removal, and you just kind of have everything.
Yeah.
And so at that point, you're less likely to win through the combo, and you're just trying to play this value game. And the deck is capable of doing that.
Right. I think a deck like Otters is probably much more interested in fighting Mono Green Landfall.
Right.
Right? Mono White Momo. These are decks that don't really interact well. They just do their own thing, and you're hoping to just be faster.
Right.
A deck like Dimir Midrange or Azorius Tempo, where they have a lot of interaction and you only have a very few number of cards that have impact, that's not your dream matchup.
Yeah, this just gets a lot more difficult. An Ang here getting played here.
Yeah.
Drawing a card off the Enduring Innocence as well.
Hit Boomerang Basics. That is in the airbending zone.
Right. Colin taking some number of damage here from the Otter, presumably at least 3.
And back we go Colin's way.
Yeah, we got some map tokens. We can choose to maybe even at least do 1 on the Innocence so that you can perhaps make an attack, gain a bunch of life. You know, Levi's already down to 12. You can even potentially put Levi on close to a 2-turn clock.
Map token.
Ooh.
Hits even Interrupter. Would very much like
probably
to keep that
keeping
on
that
top.
one, yeah.
And drawing it with the Drowner, clearing off the way.
Aggro.
Oh.
Wow, this is rough. Now you draw the Interrupter. You get to get in for 5, gain some life. You still have a blocker here with the Interrupter to stop the Valley Flood Caller. Levi doesn't even have the Fear Core in hand.
Right. I think his last card is just the second Valley Flood Caller. So way too far away. And that means now a potential lethal attack if Colin can clear off the way. No Restless Anchorage is hiding in the land zone this time around.
Yep.
So just this 1 Otter is the viable blocker.
Right, and remember, keep in mind, Ang Swift Savior, you can flip it, right?
Yep.
I mean, Colin's already at, 7 lands in play? You can attack, you can, if you just get land number 8 in play, you can just pay the 8, flip it, turn it into a 5/5 Trampler that puts +1/+1 counters on all your thing, and then, of course, it puts a counter on itself, so that itself could also be lethal.
Right. And if you're not interested in the counters, theoretically, if you want to get around the blocker, you can attack with it as a flyer and then flip it
right.
after no blocks as well. So
Yeah.
there are some tricksy timings that you can use if that's something that you're interested in.
Right.
The flip side, of course, Ang La has reach and trample, but no flying.
Yes. All right, back on the utilize maps to map tokens to try to find some action.
Finds a land, not what you're looking for. Desperation,
And
setting in.
and I see the 2 Storm Chasers talents. Are they both on 2? Is that what?
So my impression was only the bottom one was on level 2.
Got it.
But
okay.
the way they're stacked currently with the die leads me to believe that that impression is wrong, and they are both on level 2. I'm not 100%
Right.
by far,
Yeah.
but I only remember one of them being ticked up.
Yeah. White man. Oh, seam rip. Are we just going to get
Remove
that otter?
the blocker.
Get
Try
the
to kill
otter
you.
out of the way and try to go for the win.
Show me the handshake, says Colin Sabor.
You think he actually said that?
Yeah,
Yeah. That'd be kind of rude.
it would be.
And there's the interrupter, of course.
Asked and answered. Avon Interrupter was drawn the previous turn.
Right.
Levi went for the Hail Mary, and the Flood Caller was met by the bird. So, Colin Sabor in the Azorius melee, making it look easy with Azorius tempo.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Otters deck looks really cool, and I actually think it's pretty reasonably well positioned here, where there's just a lot of uninteractive decks, and against those decks, I think you have a really good shot. It's just, this feels close to the Nightmare matchup, right?
Yeah.
Literally a deck with all counter spells and 4 copies of High Noon in the main deck.
Right. When I'm imagining the matchups in the field, Grixis Monument should be fine.
Right.
Right? Mono White Momo should be fine. Mono Green Landfall should be fine. So all of those things should be in your favor. These are
Right.
not decks that interact.
Right.
But instead, you get this pile of just instant speed interaction and disruption.
Yeah.
And that is just an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you literally go, okay, everybody in the field is going to play Azorius Otters, what do I play? It's probably the Azorius Tempo deck, right? It's probably the Azorius Tempo deck.
Yeah, excuse me if you see me laughing. One Corey Baumeister just walked into the room and absolutely started destroying things. So apologies for that. Welcome back to the booth. We just watched an absolutely fantastic beatdown from Azorius Tempo, making the deck look incredibly strong in a matchup that should be pretty close to unlosable.
It seems tough.
It feels really tough. So very, very well done to Colin Sabor there on Azorius Tempo. We're working on getting another match for you here from the feature match area, so bear with us. But Paul, I don't think I'm writing off Otters just yet.
No, absolutely not. I mean, again, there are just so many of the top decks right now. They're really good at kind of doing its own thing. But when you're doing your own thing, you're just not playing a whole lot of disruption for your your opponent's decks, because you're just saying, hey, my stuff is so powerful, I'm going to force other people to deal with it. Well, what's good against those types of strategies? Combo decks.
Right.
Now, there's not a ton of combo decks that are around, but the Otters deck is one of those combo decks, and it looks like it would be good against, like you mentioned, anything with Momo, probably decent, and also the mono green landfall
Right,
stuff.
and it's not like we're watching this deck in round 1 or 2 today. This was a 5-0. So this was a deck that has been getting the job done every round until now. It's just you ran into the brick wall that is Azorius Tempo, and it quite literally bricked your deck.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm taking a look at this deck. It's got a lot of counter magic and a lot of deck manipulation, but like you mentioned, it's threat light, right? It's got the 4 copies of Storm Chaser's talent. Sure, you can sometimes win with that, but it really kind of takes that Valley Flood color combination to really kind of close the door. So if you play against a deck with some amount of disruption, I mean, it's going to take some time.
Okay, well, I can tell you we have another feature match ready for you. So we are going to head down to it and bring you a matchup between Justin Schabel on Is It Lessons versus Anthony Pepe on Monogreen Landfall. Shable, top of your screen, playing Is It Lessons. Pepe on the bottom with Monogreen Landfall. Paul, we just saw Is It Lessons take down SCG Con Milwaukee, the regional championship, 2 weeks ago. Has the deck changed in the last 2 weeks?
The deck just doesn't change, just because the core of the deck is so important, and you don't have that much flexibility in terms of the slots. I think probably 80 to 85% of the slots are completely locked, and then you have a little bit of room to mess around, maybe like 5 slots where you go, how many 3 steps ahead do I want to play? Do I want to play Storm Chaser's Talent? Do I not? Do I want to play Ral? Justin, for example, choosing to play 2 copies of Ral Crackling Wit in the main. But outside of that, the core still remains very, very strong. You have a lot of removal spell, very, very good against potential Badger Bowl Cup strategies, and then of course you have the ability to just go completely nuts if you can string together multiple Accumulate Wisdoms to draw cards.
Right. So Justin started off with a Firebending Lesson, killed off a Llanowar Elf, and then discarded a Combustion Technique, I believe, to abandon attachments. That is either a sign of great power or great weakness against an onboard Badger Mole Cub.
He does have 3 lessons in the graveyard, so perhaps Justin has just already a 1-mana removal spell plus an Accumulate Wisdom, something along those lines. But this is a great start from Anthony. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf, you killed it, no problem. Badger Mole Cub into Earthbender Ascension.
With a fetch land available.
And no counter, nothing here from Justin.
Right. Asked and answered. So, Forest being fetched, and Earthbender Ascension will go up to 1 charge quest counter, excuse me. Now, Anthony's side, Monogreen Landfall, this is not an adventurous build of Landfall. This feels like a pre-Ninja Turtles. I have brought more or less the same build. There is a copy of Leatherhead included in the deck, but for the most part, my 4 Harmonizer is still here, not messing around with Michelangelo or Leo, none of that. This is what we expect from Monogreen Landfall coming into previous events, maybe not this event.
Yeah. And I mean, Leatherhead is the card that I'm most interested about. The card seems incredible in this matchup. If it just resolves, it's a 4-mana, 5/4 hexproof trampler that when it connects, you can basically disenchant or kill an artifact or enchantment, which means not only is it super hard to kill, but you get to kill artist talents and monuments for free once it connects. And by the way, that counts any counter. So it enters with the hexproof counter, but if you can get a +1/+1 counter on that thing, you can remove that and just continue churning away and killing all of these enchantments.
Unfortunately, I just cannot think of a single way for Monogreen Landfall to put a +1/+1 counter
There's
on
just
a
0.
creature.
Yeah, right.
Like I personally cannot think of any ways that this deck could do that. So, Accumulate Wisdom, you called it right. Justin drew 3 cards on the end step, untapped, played Artist Talent, passed the turn back. Anthony just well and truly popping off. Another Cub has hit the battlefield.
Yeah.
And here we go, Saz's Chocobo. It's time to start fetching.
Right, and remember, the Is It Lessons deck, lots of good 1-for-1 removal. Not a whole lot of sweepers.
Yeah, it's the same concept as Dimir Midrange.
That's right.
That's one of the main knocks against Dimir Midrange has been the fact that it feels underpowered in the same metagame as Is It Lessons. And you can see why, because now Still Explorer comes down.
Just so much value.
Yep.
Anthony has 11, 12, just all of it.
All of it.
Played an extra land, got all the triggers. Earthbender Ascension is going to trigger.
Yep.
These Saz's Chocobos are going to be out of hand. This is so much. But, if Justin can maybe...
Anthony doing the math and going for an attack.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, not actually sacrificing the escape tunnel there for more triggers and just trying to put some extra pressure on Justin.
Perhaps saying that if I just go for the sacrifice of the tunnel, can respond by using a removal spell, so going for the more guaranteed damage, but it just seems a little too conservative almost.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Anthony's thinking, well, look, if I can just get some damage through this turn, I am pretty confident that next turn I'll be able to kind of kill you. So that's kind of what Anthony's trying to set up for. Now for Justin, I think it kind of starts with Gran, and then chaining a bunch of spells afterwards to be able to kind of swing this around.
All right, well, had an end step combustion technique. That dealt with the harmonizer, right? That discarded, rummaged a multiversal passage, and now ticking artist talent up to level 2. So Gran has been replaced by artist talent.
Yeah, which is rough because now you're just down to two interactive spells maximum on this board.
At 12.
Right.
So, I still Explorer down, and what will be the follow-up here?
Oh, see, that doesn't quite get it done either. I think this is probably going to be a concession here. It's going to be really, really tough to fight through all of this. Now, he did get rid of the Ice Till Explorer, but we're looking at, what, 2, 4, 6? I mean, this is just 10 damage by itself.
Yeah.
And you can stack the Promising Vein to get more triggers on both the Chocobo and the Earthbender Ascension.
Yep, 2 rummages. Okay. Saz's Chocobo gone.
Chocobo is down. I mean, if Anthony has almost anything here.
A Stiff Breeze.
Might Form Harmonizer, Ice Till Explorer.
Fetch Land.
Fabled Passage, that's 2 damage.
Yep.
So that's 10 damage at least. If you sack the Fabled Passage, that's another counter.
Right.
So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. Only needs to find 2 more points of damage.
Going for the Fabled Passage sacrifice.
Okay.
Step 1.
And if you sacrifice the Promised Vein, then that's 2 landfall triggers. So you actually get an extra point of damage through because you'd get 2 counters from the Earthbender Ascension.
Right.
So is he 1 damage short here, assuming he has nothing in hand?
That was my math, is I counted 11. 4, 6, 8.
Yeah. Okay, there's 2 landfall triggers. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. They're making that even larger. You don't really need to put more counters on the Earthbend. I mean, I guess you could, but it doesn't actually do anything past the 4th.
Right.
Okay, so this is 11 damage.
Gets in for 11. Shable
says,
like, okay.
Hey, okay, well, I'm not fully dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Right, and there's no bossing say or anything. If you can kill all of these things.
Monument.
Okay. Accumulate Wisdom, 2 triggers.
Goodbye, Burst Lightning.
Another run.
Yeah.
Moments like this, you think, if you're an Anthony side, you're like, was there anything?
1 point.
Could I have gotten a point somewhere?
I mean, the previous
That's
turn.
right. That's right. Absolutely.
I don't know. All right. Says no second rummage.
So likes the card in hand here.
3 fresh ones drawn. 2 mana. Is this a monument? I think
it could be. Or if you have a Grand, you can play that and get the discount.
Right. I think any big line starts with Grand or Monument here.
Right.
Any avenue to victory.
I mean, there's just 4 lethal creatures on board right now. I mean, Justin has all the tools. I feel like if there's maybe one more turn. Whoa.
Okay.
Huh.
Monument cast.
Okay, well, this.
You have a land drop to make.
Right, but it's not. The monument is not on the battlefield, so you don't get any bonuses right now. So you need to go land into spell to get. Wow. Not quite enough. So didn't find the Grand and couldn't find enough to get all of those permanents off the battlefield.
Right, and you saw what he discarded there to the rummages. It was a land, it'll quench ya. So presumably playing the monument would not have been enough in his opinion to have a spell, so went for the discount and then tried to put it together. Doesn't find it. That means Mono Green Landfall takes game 1. Sideboard time. Talk me through it, Paul.
Yeah, so on Justin's side here, Certainly a card like Flash Freeze would be something that you're interested in bringing in. Curious to see if he's going to bring in something like a Disdainful Stroke. It does copy the Ice Tail Explorer, which is one of the biggest threats in the matchup. Also, we talked about Leatherhead, right? That's going to be another thing that you're going to be really mindful of. So those counter spells are going to be brought in along with any type of spot removal. Seer, I imagine, is also coming in. On the other side for Anthony, well, the second copy of Leatherhead, you better believe that card's going to be coming in. That card's going to be great. I think any number of Keen-Eyed Curators, you want to attack the graveyard to kind of prevent Combustion Technique and Accumulate Wisdom. So Keen-Eyed Curator, possibly even the Ghost Vacuum, would be brought in out of the sideboard along with that one copy of Origin of Metal Bending with the Vivian Reed.
Yeah, Vivian Reed was one I was going to mention because we've talked about so many times how Lessons has a really hard time dealing with Planeswalkers.
Right.
So while the players finish sideboarding up, I'm going to let you know that you can head over to StarCityGames.com and pick up all of your Lorwyn Eclipsed needs. We have Lorwyn Eclipse singles, Lorwyn Eclipse sealed product. Whatever you may need, Star City Games has you covered. You can head over to StarCityGames.com/MTG-ECL for all your Lorwyn Eclipsed needs. Back we go to the match. And the players are finishing shuffling up, and we have game 2 on the horizon.
Yeah, one other card that I did not mention, which is probably one of the most effective cards in the matchup, are the 2 copies of Wan Shi Tong that Justin Schabel also has in the sideboard. We're talking about libraries with all the various sacrifice lands. If you even get that Wan Shi Tong in play turn 2, Mono Green's going to have a tough time getting that off the battlefield, and it's going to draw Justin a ton of cards.
So, Saz's Chocobo, the start from Anthony. For Justin, second land, a pass.
Ooh.
Second Chocobo. Interesting. This is the non-ramp but hyper-aggressive start the landfall deck is capable of.
Right. That's the thing. This deck can kind of attack you in all kinds of different angles. Sometimes you have that ramp Badger Mold Cub start. Sometimes you just draw a couple of your Chocobos and your opponent's just kind of forced to answer them.
Right. So Ilquentia answers the second Chocobo. Fabled Passage played and sacrificed immediately. So an attack for 2 from Saz's Chocobo puts Schabel down to 18. And back we go towards Lessons. Last game, we saw Schabel have a lot of the Lessons elements of playing control, but never found the point where the switch flips and you become the more proactive deck.
Yeah, Schabel needed a few more cheap spot interaction spells, spot removal spells, to slow down Anthony. Anthony going Elf into the Ascension means that at that point, once all of those resolves, it just kind of snowballs the game a little too much, and he was just a little bit too much on the back foot there.
Right, and here we see, same as last game, abandoned attachments, but this is the big difference between last game and this one. Last game, Schabel was forced to discard a Combustion Technique. This game can just discard another abandoned attachment, significantly better feeling.
Right. I think Justin's probably happy that Anthony played out the Chocobo here instead of perhaps an Earthbender Ascension, but looks like Anthony also has a 2-drop here. Never mind.
Cub.
Okay, maybe less happy.
Yeah.
This is also pretty good.
Right. Prioritization of life total from Schabel, just bouncing the Saz's Chocobo, resetting the 2-power creature that represents more. Sequencing from Anthony goes for the Cub second, giving up a point of mana for a counter on the Saz's Chocobo. So both players showing what they're prioritizing, which is life total from Schabel and pressure from Anthony.
Right.
So back we go Schabel's way. As we've seen previously, 3 Lessons in the graveyard means Accumulate Wisdom is online. Once again, Schabel would love to have a discount before he starts going for it.
Right.
It's a lot better of a card when it's actual Ancestral Recall rather than 2-mana Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, and Justin Schabel, some versions of the Is It Lessons deck plays 2 to 3 copies of Pyroclasm / Slagstorm. No sweepers here in the board for Justin Schabel. So all those creatures, you're going to need to deal with them individually.
Right. One at a time is the name of the game. So 2 mana. Is this an Artist Talent, or is it Accumulate Wisdom?
Okay.
3 cards drawn.
Draw 3. Maybe try to find a Firebending Lesson maybe to get that Badger Mold Cub off the battlefield.
Land pass.
Yeah, so
Not
representing
ideal.
counter magic. I suppose he could have that one Flash Freeze or Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
So Anthony has to be mindful of the types of counter magic that Justin can be representing outside of course, Ilquentia.
Right. one Ill-Quentia already cast.
That's right.
Again, we will remind you, this is day 1. It is a closed deck list event on day 1. It will be open deck list tomorrow. So for today, Anthony is flying blind in terms of what Justin's exact numbers are. Same with about the sideboard. Doesn't know that there isn't a board wipe in the sideboard.
And, I think he kind of anticipates counter magic. He's like, which one do I want to get countered? I think he had multiple options here and goes for the Mightform Harmonizer. We're going to potentially see a lot of damage coming in. That's at least one trigger.
Yeah, I think that's a hard cast Harmonizer.
That's right. Yep.
So it's going to stay, and Fabled Passage goes on the Chocobo. Fetch.
Okay, so that's now... Are the double triggers still on the stack?
I would assume so.
Right.
That would be a question of how he sequenced them.
Right. So if he stacked them all, the Chocobo could be an attack for 12, right?
So it was 2,
3,
4.
So with the counters, it's a 3-power creature.
Sure.
Oh, but then you
was a double.
You double.
Yeah,
so
it was 2
4.
to 4.
Right.
Then 5 to 10.
5
I
to
believe.
10. So that's okay. So Justin's at 2, and
Yeah.
you just had nothing to play there
Correct.
after drawing 3 cards.
Correct.
Oh my.
This is the dark side of Lessons right here. We've seen Lessons do incredible things, and I'm not Paul Chiab. Paul just, I'm going to give you a peek. Paul just,
Hey, they can't see what I'm doing.
Paul just put away the deck list. He has called it. He said, no, Justin is out of this one.
Money.
Put it away.
Money, I need you to chill. All right? Nobody can see what I'm doing. I'm just getting ready in case we go back to us.
Yeah, the people
Right.
The people need to know what happens here in the booth, Paul.
Hey.
I still believe in Justin. I'm looking at this deck very intently.
Yeah, that makes one of us.
I'm looking for the cards that don't exist.
All right, we're drawing more cards, Monty. Do you like that? Oh, okay, so now he's put the paper away himself.
I have put mine away, but that's because the match is over.
Okay.
That is Anthony Pepe taking it down in 2. Justice Shable just never really finding the tools that he needs. Had the card draw, had a little bit of the removal, but not the right removal at the right time.
Yeah, you just kind of need the right sequencing. Oftentimes it's removal into wisdom. But in this case, it was removal into lots of card draw spells. And, I mean, it's really nice when you're kind of spinning your wheels and drawing a bunch of cards. But against a mono-green deck, especially with that aggressive of a draw, he just didn't have the time.
Yep, and that means, Paul, 6 rounds in the books. You and I are done for the day. We can go let loose a bit and enjoy the convention. But Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis are going to bring you the final 3 rounds of Swiss for day 1 on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere, and they will see you soon.
welcome back to coverage here of Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's the one and only Nick Miller over there, and we got Jim, I guess, is still in the booth as well. Jim, how are you doing? How was your lunch, and what are you looking forward to?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Can we cut his mic?
Yeah,
Can we just cut his mic?
It's not going away for me. It's not going away for you, and I'm happy about it. All right.
Yeah, it's not going away for them because you keep jamming it into their brains.
Once it is there, it never leaves.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, besides just singing the theme song to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, what else are you excited to do for the rest of the day?
Is there anything else? Yeah.
Let's just go to standings.
I mean,
what do we got going on here, Jim?
so we got Rakdos rummaging. I was talking to Nick Miller, and we got to differentiate. We have the Monument decks. We have Rix's Monument, Rakdos Monument, and then we have the Monument-less decks, which are Rakdos Rummaging, Is It Looting, Rakdos Rummaging, get the idea. But a couple of Azorius Tempo decks here at the top of the standings as well. We're seeing Prowess. We're seeing, I love the Is It variety here. We got Prowess Elementals, Lesson Spellmentals, quite the variety pack.
Yeah, no kidding. Just missing Is It Blink. Otherwise, we have the holy trinity all together of Is It decks. So a couple mono green decks, and hey, small-ish tournament here with under 700 players. So 10 people undefeated. We're going to go down to 5. And, we're only going to have 1 or 2 undefeated people at the end of the day. So really tiny tournament. Records are going to be a little bit more friendly going into the top 8. Should be fun to watch tomorrow. Let's take a look at the second page of the screen. Of the standings, excuse me. All right, and let's see what else we have going on. The rest of the players, we have Zevin Faust there in 21st. Ross Merriam, okay, our mutual buddy there in 24th place, doing well with Is It Prowess. And Jody Keith as well in 26th place, so a lot of great players here.
Yeah, good to see Ross back in action. Ross doesn't travel as much these days, and of course, one of the most decorated players on the SG Tour across its entire history.
Yeah, absolutely, and knows his way around an opt and a sleight of hand, so we'll be looking to keep an eye on his performance here for the rest of the event. So we are going to be shifting gears a little bit, getting ready for our feature match. Let's take a look at these deck lists, see what we got going on, because there is some spice that we got in here, Jim. I am pretty excited. Let's take a look at this Rakdos Rampaging list here from Ryan Zhang, and like you were talking about, it is not playing Monument, but it is really trying to abuse Cool But Rude. Otherwise, the shell is pretty similar, but what else is going on here? Casey Jones is also hilarious.
Yeah, kind of the idea here is that Cool But Rude is fulfilling a similar purpose to Monument while also being an enabler. Whenever you have a card that's both a payoff and an enabler, you're off to the races. And Monument's also a 3-mana card that, you play it, it's a little slow, and it kind of requires you to have one of those repeatable free discard outlets like Flail or Elf in play. If you don't have one of those, the Monument can be a little underwhelming. So pretty cool technology here. And then Casey Jones is really, really cool too. Another new card that draws 3 cards.
That's good.
And I guess he discards some stuff later, too.
Yeah.
But really, really powerful card because your goal, of course, is to just spend the cards immediately. Or in this deck, just discard stuff you want to discard.
And most importantly with Casey Jones Vigilante, a hard lesson I learned during the streamer event earlier last week was it's a delayed trigger that you got to discard no matter what, even if you block that creature away, Jim. So, yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that one. Deck looks really cool, but I'm with you. No Monument in this deck makes a lot of sense because, well, Is It Lesson is still one of the most played decks, and maybe the players would have perceived it as the most played deck. Why play into that with your win con? Makes a lot of sense to me. So let's take a look at Ryan's opponent here. All right, and we got Tyler Barnett here playing Is It Prowess. What do we got going on here?
Welcome back, Drake Hatcher, a card that was seeing a ton of play in the Corey Steelcutter standard format, which was quite a while ago at this point. Drake Hatcher was a big deal then, and kind of coming back in here just as a prowess threat, and there's just classic prowess. Prowess across many, many formats over the years is very, very simple. You just play 1-mana prowess creatures, burn spells, cantrips. Almost all your cards cost 1. Fast, efficient, and consistent.
Try to win the game as fast as possible. Secret Identity gets me every time, and I always think it's a time warp. I don't know why. It just always tricks my brain there.
It's funny. It's actually a homage to the art from Unmask.
Oh, okay.
And the idea is that you're unmasking Spider-Man. So
that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. But sounds like our players are ready to battle. These players are undefeated here in Richmond, Virginia. There's only going to be 5 undefeated players at the end of this round. Let's see which one of these players are going to fill that void. So who do you got here? Like, is it Prowess or you like the Monument deck?
I mean, they're both very aggressive and
Okay.
very, like, they both have, kind of do the plan. I think it's going to come down to the Prowess deck does this thing very consistently every game on a pretty even level, even keel. The Rakdos Rummaging deck does a similar thing every game, but has a pretty wide range of outcomes where its best draws are going to be unbeatable.
Yeah.
And then it also can have draws where you just draw a bunch of blood gas, no way you discard them, and your hand gets really, really awkward. So
Yeah.
Rummaging by far has the higher ceiling and the higher floor, whereas Prowess is a little more in the middle. So it's going to be mostly on Ryan, how well the draw kind of runs out, and
Okay.
so on and so forth.
All right, way to not answer that question there, Jim. And we're starting off with a Mako here from Ryan and Tyler with Storm Chaser's talent.
Listen, part of the fun of this tournament is we're seeing a lot of new decks.
Yeah.
You know, and like this is a new version of Rummaging. I haven't seen a Monument list version of his deck yet.
Yeah.
You know, so it's cool that we kind of get to ask questions. Well, I'm not really sure because we're looking at a new format with new cards and new things happening, so it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm just being rude. My bad.
I know.
All right, so
Rude,
there.
but cool.
Thank you there. Thank you. That was the joke there. All right, Mako coming on in after Iron Shield Elf comes down. Now, how often are you like aggressively discarding stuff at this stage of the game? Probably not often, right?
That's not what it is.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like, do you have a handful of Bloodghasts? You know, do you have there's sort of like binary cards in the deck where like Bloodghast and Flaming Phoenix, you never want to cast these cards.
Yes.
You know, if you could just say, whenever I draw this card, just put it in the graveyard, you would do that.
Yeah.
You know, so Iron Shield Elf does that for you.
Yeah, Iron Shield Elf, you know, like I've seen some lists that were not playing 4 of this card. And I'm just like, every time I drew this card, it's like, this is the best thing in my deck, you know? Like,
Wow, this is really interesting. So we see a Burst Lightning on the Mako with the Iron Shield Elf in play.
yeah.
So Ryan could have discarded 2 cards there to survive, decides not to. So that says a lot about Ryan's hand that it does not have a lot of those Bloodghast Phoenix kind of cards.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, this is closed deck list, so it could have been a scenario where you keep it alive. Ryan discards 2 actually reasonable spells, and then you get it bounced or something, and then it feels terrible, you know?
Yep.
All right.
So a little sleight of hand here, but
Yeah. An incorrect sleight of hand here, it looks like. Dexterity error, but hey, these kind of things happen. No harm, no foul. Going to be attacking with the Otter, but no. Doesn't want to attack in. I mean, it is just a block discard. That doesn't feel very good.
Interesting, though, because Ryan kind of said with that Burst Lightning, I don't really have things I actively want to discard.
Yes.
You know, so once you ask that question and it's answered by Ryan to say, well, I'm not discarding anything. I'm not going to just discard 2 cards, save my Mako, grow it, and get things in the graveyard, the thing that I want to do. How many cards does Ryan actually want to discard?
Yeah, it changes the equation a bit when you're like, well, I just discard 1 and I get to kill an Otter for free, you know. Gets a little more tempting, so I understand the no attack. Now we'll see what Orion's got going on. That's probably a Moon Shadow if I had to guess. 6 negative counters coming on down, and then Inti. All-star of Standards Pass. Kind of hasn't been as popular these days, but 3 of that card in Ryan's list.
Yeah, we're seeing the engine kind of come online here. Moon Shadow gets bigger for each card discarded. Again, kind of that unbounded discard on the Elf. You can keep discarding things to grow it. Inti turns into exiles and draws, and numbers go up. Moon
Yes.
Shadow gets bigger. Everything just gets bigger very, very fast.
And now we're not going to be able to cast this Moon Shadow. It's not cast until, you know, the end of the next turn or anything. So that was discard a card to get 2 counters. But, hey, worth it when one of those cards was a Phoenix going to the yard.
The big thing also is now the Elf has 4 power, and it's hard to remove. And with a 4-power Elf in play, the Phoenixes can always come back.
Yep, well said. So Phoenix coming back next turn, and I feel like Tyler's in the spot where you just have to be killing some of these things. Like, Inti feels like a must-kill at this point. And then you kind of look like, okay, if you ask yourself from Tyler's situation, how do I deal with Iron Shield Elf? And I guess you bounce it? Like, there's no good answers when it comes to these Izzet decks.
Yeah, bounce it or fly over it.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Yep. So not ideal by any means, that is for sure.
Yeah, good draw from Ryan so far. You know, kind of getting threats in play, get the synergy going, get the kind of ball rolling on getting your Moon Shadow bigger. So a lot of side quests in this Rakdos deck, you know, where you're trying to get your Moon Shadow to be a 7/7, you're trying to get the right cards in the graveyard, get to put the right things in the right zones, meet your criteria, make your land drop for Bloodghast, get 4 power for the Phoenix. So
yeah, sometimes when you have that kind of stuff going on, it pulls you in too many directions and your deck ends up being not as great, right? Like you usually want a very focused deck, but sometimes this Rakdos rummaging deck can look like, you know, modern Hollow One, and some other times it has those scrappy game plans. So it is cool to see the duality from this style of deck.
Yeah, very fun though.
Yeah, very fun.
Really fun to play because you're constantly trying to put the Legos together in different ways, which is very nice. And Tyler here, unfortunately, a bunch of sleight of hands. The cantrips in Is It Prowess usually end up on one side or the other. Either they're just pumping all your creatures, attacking for a bunch, and finding you gas, or more like this, where you're kind of just like looking for some things to do, trying to find a land. I only have one otter in play.
Yeah, this felt like it was supposed to be the slick shot, show off, one sleight of hand, get ready to kill you next turn type hand, and that's not the case. You know, the odds that Tyler wins the game next turn is so low.
Right, and like that they kill the Inti, but now the Moon Shadow grows, and the Phoenix can come back, and the race here is strongly in Ryan's favor.
Definitely. Phoenix is going to come back for the low price of just 1 red mana, no matter what, and we could easily be doing more than that.
Right, and at any point Ryan wants, because of the unbounded discard on the Elf, in combat we can see just discard a card, discard a card, discard a card. Each one pumps the Moon Shadow up.
Yeah. So yeah, we got Phoenix coming back, and then what? There's 3 cards in hand, so that's already 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It could be 12. But, I mean, 12 is not 15, so you probably don't want to just say, here's all my cards, and then Into the Flood Maw blows out your 6/6 Moon Shadow or whatever.
Right. Now, one important thing here is that the Elf does tap when you discard.
Yes, so you got to be within combat. You got to be already attacking.
Right, so if there were more Phoenixes in hand, there's no way to make them discard and bring them back to attack and have the Elf also attack.
Yeah.
Which is a little awkward.
I feel like that was on purpose for, play design team on that one. Be like, well, this card would probably be quite good if it didn't tap it to discard.
Yeah, the big thing is for limited, I think, just making sure you can use a kill spell to get it out of the way at least.
Yeah, good point.
You can't kill it, but you can, like, slow attack through it, so.
Yeah, we've seen cards like Adanto Vanguard and stuff where, you know, they were very powerful creatures, and they didn't have to be tapped. Some other kind of stuff along that vein as well in Magic's history. So here is a gigantic attack for, 9? So this is saying Ryan is going to win next turn. How do I lose this game if you're in the perspective of Ryan Jang?
14 life, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I would think so too. But not impossible, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be Slick Shot, 2 spells.
Slick Shot, Wild Ride, yeah.
And then, of course, no interaction from Ryan.
Yeah.
And Ryan has shown that, Ryan wants to keep some of these cards in hand. So I'm going to assume this is cast and not plotted.
I would think so.
Nope.
It's kind of far off. That kind of looks like a plot, but I don't like that game plan. Because you got to think at this point from Tyler's situation, like, can I beat, 1 removal spell? Can I beat 1 Burst Lightning or whatever? It's like, probably not.
So there has to be a bounce spell here.
You would think, yes.
Yeah,
Into the Flood Maw, almost assuredly. And just trying to play around your opponent's Requiting Hexes or Bitter Triumph here.
Right.
Ryan doing the math, just like, okay, if you have 1, it's pretty easy to play around. Can I beat literally 1 Into the Flood Maw here? And it's probably not too difficult. I mean, right now, I guess we beat it, right? I mean, you bounce the Elf, and then you just discard 2 cards, and as long as they're permanents, so as long as it's not 2 Bitter Triumphs in hand from Ryan, I think it's all good.
Cool but rude.
So cool, but yet so rude. Coming on in.
A little too rough.
I mean, this card easily in the conversation for best card from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It has looked really good so far, and done some nasty stuff. So you get to rummage, discard away, get to draw a card, get to raise the Moon Shadow's power, and now you have 2 4-power creatures. You can only bounce one of them. 6 damage will come across no matter what, even if it was there.
Yes, interesting. Plotting the Slick Shot says that if I lose next turn, I lose. Because if I lose, I'm not going to win, which sounds silly. But this Slick Shot is here to win the game next turn, and if it's not capable of it, that's fine. I'm okay just losing the game. I'm probably going to lose the game next turn, but at least give myself a chance where if you brick off completely, I can go in, take the lump, bounce, and then Slick Shot.
Yeah, I still would have played it, and just attack for 1. Like, I don't, as we saw there, you couldn't beat one removal spell anyways. So I think, you know, if Tyler did the math a little bit more, it's like you might as well play it, get that extra point in because, well, what if you could get your opponent down to 1 that next turn? You feel real bad.
Sure.
But yeah, it is what it is. So that was game number 1 going to Ryan Jang. Now from Tyler Barnett's side, we got 1 Annull, 2 Drake Hatchers, 3 Eddie Merc Crabs, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Roaring Furnace, 2 Seer, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce. What do you like, Jim?
It's interesting with Soul Guide Lantern where there are graveyard effects happening in this deck. But Bloodghast and the Phoenix aren't like super exciting really against Tyler's deck. They're kind of like the slower, grindier, you know, removal resistant cards that don't block very well and, you know, win the game kind of slowly. I think the larger growing creatures are more of a threat. So the Soul Guide Lanterns, I mean, it's pretty low opportunity cost, but I'm not sure if that's an element that I think should come in. The Crabs are actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
You know, kind of have a way to kind of tap down some of these big creatures, kind of get into a creature war. Also have a threat as well. It's a little bigger. Does that Hex and other small removal spells. So, I mean, a little bit of some crabbing here, maybe a little bit of interaction like the Lantern. I don't think too much changes. You can't really remove too many cards from this Prowess deck.
Yeah.
Or that kind of like stops functioning because you can't cut threats and you can't cut cantrips. So probably a bit of that. The Crabs seem kind of nice.
Yeah, it is tough to attack this Rakdos deck when you attack it in such a way where you're not just saying, I want to kill creatures, because that still seems like the foolproof way. But, you know, one of the creatures is near impossible to kill, the Iron Shield Elf. So it is a difficult deck to sideboard against, and that's usually the type of decks I love to play in Standard. And, I mean, honestly, Magic in general is make it tough on your opponents. Give them as many opportunities to make a mistake as possible. It's usually the name of the game for me. So, all right, then from Ryan's side, we have 1 Bitter Triumph, 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse, 1 Duress, 2 Hobgoblin Mantled Marauder. I'll have to have you tell me what that one does there, Jim. 2 Intimidation Tactics, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Quasari Revenant, 1 Requiting Hex, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Sunspine Links.
The Hex is an easy one. You just want to have as many cheap removal spells as possible. You want to put your prowess opponent in the spot where they're casting cantrips to find more threats, not casting cantrips with threats already in play. So cheap removal's great. The Hex is great. Pyroclasm is interesting. I think it's probably going to come in as well. Your opponent will have played a bunch of spells. You can untap. You can just kill 1 or 2 otters. It's great. Quasari Revenant is kind of nice too, being a flying lifelinker. You can just block Slickshot Show Off, or if you end up discarding it, you can gain some life on the other end as well.
Yeah, strapping that up to an Iron Shield Elf seems busted.
Yeah, it seems very, very nice as far as the life gain goes. That's mostly it. Hobgoblin's, I believe, a 1/2 flyer if it gets bigger when you discard. Doesn't seem incredible here. So bring in some removal spells, a little bit of lifelink, and then good to go.
Alrighty, so before we get on into it, let's talk about selling your cards here. If you want to get rid of some of your cards, SCG is always buying. You can, of course, get these cards for just straight up cash, or you can get a 30% trade-in bonus, and, well, you can just buy more Magic cards. That's exactly what I do absolutely every single time. I'm like, will I buy Magic cards someday in the future? The answer is always yes. The credit does not expire. It doesn't, go away in a year or anything like that. So sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. That's the way to do it. You can mail in cards. You can show up to one of these events. All kind of options. And to find out more information, scan that QR code in the bottom left part of your screen.
Yeah, you can come. You can sell your monuments. Buy some cool but roots.
There you go. Yeah, out with the old, in with the new. Love that.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, but really, really cool to see the evolution, just decks evolving, whether it's through just technology being discovered or new cards, Yep. It's a great 1-2 punch.
All right, we're going to take a look here at a match. We got James Dimitrov, who was the runner-up to Matt Nass at a Pro Tour, up against Ian Robb, who was the person in the top 4 that lost to, God, I think it was Matt Nass. He definitely lost to one of them, but they...
It was Matt in top 8, I believe.
Oh, okay, Matt in top 8.
Yeah.
Yes. So Ian Robb played mono red at that one, I believe, and then Dimitrov played the good old...
This is sweet.
Good old up the beanstalk deck. This is sweet. Is this a Superior Spider-Man on a Slick Shot Show-Off?
A 4/4 Slick Shot Show-Off.
Oh, my goodness. You still get the abilities. And we see Ian Robb kind of going off with prowess here. How do you like the prowess versus Demir Excruciator matchup? It's got to be favorite for Izzet, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends how much interaction the Crusader matchup deck has as far as removal spells and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
it seems pretty good. The Crusader deck is pretty clunky. They have a lot of cards that cost 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, whereas the Prowess deck is so lean. And the Prowess deck also has some nice sideboard options too, as far as like cheap counter spells and interaction like that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so James getting in with the animated land and forcing a large attack. Burst Lightning will pump the Otter up and take out the land. No, and I guess you can just play another land and animate another Reef, but you got to do what you got to do here from Ian Robb.
Yeah, not a position you want to find yourself in when you're playing Prowess, is blocking it with your Prowess creature and then trading up 2 for 1 with a burn spell.
It does not feel good. And neither does hoping your opponent just does not have an untapped land to win the game here. So unless something goes crazy, James is going to win game number 1 here. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Looks like our main feature is ready to go, so perfect timing. They scripted that.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do a good job in feature match area.
Everyone take their turn. We almost done with your match?
Yep,
Okay. All right, we can start. All right, let's see who's going to take this down. Tyler Barnett taking a mulligan here. And looks like Ryan will join him as well.
Yeah, definitely, 2 very different decks when it comes to mulliganing, where the Prowess deck mulligans very rarely. You just need to have a land, a creature, and a cantrip, and so many of your cards smooth out your draws. Whereas Ryan's deck, it is very easy to draw an opening hand that is just non-functional.
Yeah.
You just draw 3 lands and 4 blood guests. You just actually cannot keep no matter what. So more likely to see Ryan mulligan than Tyler, but they're both going to come in.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think either deck mulligans quite well. That well. Compared to like, is it Lessons or something? Mulligans pretty well because, well, you have Ancestral Recall in your deck. You can fight back pretty easily.
Yeah, I think Rakdos mulligan's fine.
You think so?
You got to find your engine pieces.
I think Rakdos with Monument, mulligan's a little better, but without Monument, you don't have that. Or if it's not Grixis, where you don't have Riddler or Monument to gain card advantage, you just kind of spin your wheels type thing.
Sure.
Yeah, you were right about Pyroclasm. It looks to be there. There's a 1-lander, but with Ryan on the draw, I mean, I'm snapping that one off.
Yeah, it's hard to go to 5.
Yeah.
A lot of tools you want here. And this is where, like you're saying, the deck doesn't mulligan good in the sense that, like, you have a lot of these Blood Guests and Flamelight Phoenixes that you do want to have, but they're the worst card in the hand. And then when you're putting those back, now you're losing out on these kind of, like, resources, cards you want to discard. So,
yeah. Looks like Ryan is deciding to keep, just debating what the card is we want to send back, and we're underway.
Anytime you're playing against Prowess and they tap their Spiral Bluff Canal and play a cantrip and not a creature, it is a sigh of relief.
Exactly.
Games are night and day.
100%. It's like when your sleight of hands also shock your opponent, that is different. And, the flip side, though, from Tyler, when Ryan deals himself 1 damage on turn 1 with Starting Town, you're feeling pretty good about that, too.
Yeah, like Slick Shot or Drake Hatcher here, or Tyler is very unhappy.
Yeah. And it looks like Ryan did, of course, keep the 1-lander. Top deck to Requiting Hex, which last time I checked is not a land. So it looks like Ryan very much.
Wait.
Carry the 3, divided by 6. Is that right?
Not a land.
Okay, good. Yep. So Ryan Jang's going to need a land off the top. Otherwise, this could be an ugly game.
All right. Otter Talent. So finding a threat, not quite a Slick Shot or Drake Hatcher, but you got to have something.
Yep.
And the Otter will get you there. And uh-oh.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that was a land, but I think it's another Starting Town.
Yeah. That's pretty painful.
Yep.
There are a lot of colored costs in this Rakdos deck.
There very much is. So now let's see what we want to cast. It looks like there was Cool But Rude, Pyroclasms, Requiting Hex, and a couple other cards. Takes a damage, plays the Iron Shield Elf. That looks pretty good. No real need to strap that flail up, until you're going to attack, right?
Yeah, you can just wait, I guess. There are cards that you want to discard, but the elf can do that anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like the only way you want to do it is if your creature could get exiled in some way, a Seam Rip type thing, then you want your value first. But even then, you can just discard it to the Iron Shield Elf ability.
Right.
Spire Bluff Canal number 2 comes down for Tyler. And Tyler's had a couple good setup turns, a couple cantrips, got one creature into play, but this is what we needed, right? A nice 2-drop to be able to protect.
Yeah, the thing is, this Iron Shield Elf really holds back the squad here,
Yeah.
Which is really hard to attack into. And it's so cheap that, you can into the Flood Maw it, but you want to make sure you're getting in for a very large hit if you're going to do that.
Yeah. Drakecatcher, a great card if you can ever push it through. So, I mean, if we can go end step into the Flood Maw, the Iron Shield Elf, and then connect, make a Drake, something like that, you're miles ahead.
Yeah, big turn for Ryan here.
A land that doesn't deal damage?
One can only dream.
Yeah, no kidding.
Drakecatcher also, of course, good against Pyroclasm for,
Yep.
Obvious reasons.
I mean, one play that we have going on here is equip the Flail, bring back Phoenix, attack for 7, and then have Requiting Hex for the Drakecatcher. That we can for sure do without a land.
Yeah, one thing to notice, if you're Ryan, is that Tyler has played both the last 2 turns, deploying a threat with a mana up, deploying a threat with a mana up, which might speak to Secret Identity or some sort of protection spell.
Yep.
So, to be a little wary of that.
Yep. So this is the equip cost targeting the elf, discarding this. I did see a Mako as well, so Ryan had the choice of play Mako, discard Phoenix, bring it back, level up the Mako a little bit, or play a little bit more conservatively and hold up Requiting Hex, which up again in the face of Drakecatcher, it makes sense, right? Like that creature just has to die.
I agree, yeah. And this game's being played at a slow enough pace where it's fine. Take your time, you're not in a rush. The Mako's not going anywhere. It'll be there next turn.
Yep. And when you have Pyroclasm in hand as well, like there's a chance you want to not overextend into your own Pyroclasm. And no attack with the Iron Shield Elf. Is that surprising?
Yeah, I mean, attacking with the Elf does put the Hex face up.
Yeah.
And then, again, if Ryan is scared that there is a Secret Identity or some sort of interaction here, could be a little awkward. So a little bit of double insurance.
Tyler can just always aim Burst Lightning at Iron Shield Elf, and like, sure, it won't kill the elf, but you still have to discard a card, and then you get to attack with Drakecatcher anyways. So I don't know. It's tough. I would maybe want to attacking for 5 is very tempting.
Is a lot.
Yeah. Storm Chaser's Talent number 2 comes on down, and there's that Burst Lightning, and now you're in that really rough spot.
Well, the question is there also a Secret Identity?
Yeah.
So we think it might be there from the booth, and we'll see if Ryan is afraid of that, wants to play around that. So it would be quite backbreaking here. However, if you're Ryan, it's pretty hard. I guess deciding with discard is the first step, but pretty hard not to fire off his Hex.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's 2 spells, and now if we connect with this, it's already trouble. You're going to be able to make a Drake immediately. I don't think you have the luxury to play around it. I think you have to use your mana from Ryan's side and just hope it's not there.
I strongly agree.
Yeah.
There isn't really counterplay for Ryan.
No.
Like it's going to be the same next turn. So.
Yeah, exactly.
The Pyroclasm is nice, though, because if this doesn't work, Clasm can kill the Drake, the Otter, and the Otter. I guess the Drake's instant speed, right?
Yeah,
so come in yet,
exactly. So you don't even kill the Drake. The Drakecatcher just holds the egg until you're ready to go. And there's the Requiting Hex to gain a little bit of life. That's a cute little interaction. So takes 1, essentially.
Yeah, and no Secret Identity, so
Yep.
pretty good stuff for Ryan.
And now a pretty solid Pyroclasm turn if Ryan wants to.
Yep.
It's a little awkward because, well, you have to discard before you cast Pyroclasm to protect the elf, and then if there's like a spell snare or something, you kind of just get blown out. So I think this makes a lot of sense. But wow, there's the annul for the cool but rude.
Yeah, annul kind of cute here. There aren't a ton of targets, but the ones that there are very high value.
But Tyler, I'm sure, assuredly thinks monuments are in Ryan's deck.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is very fair.
Yeah.
We are close deckless here on day 1.
Mm-hmm. I would think my opponent has monument and cool but rude, as that's kind of the stock thing. Here comes an attack for 6. And this Otter is a 2/2. So it can get in front of the Elf and force a block. Not bad value here. Just going to see that discarded Duress, I imagine, or Pyroclasm. Both cards in Ryan's hand are not great.
Yeah, it's tough where you are making resource exchanges here.
Yeah.
You know, you burst light in the Elf, they discard a card. That's a 1-for-1.
Yep.
Or, quote unquote. But it still stinks. And you're
Yes.
also putting it on Ryan, where Ryan gets to decide what's important and what's not important.
It's a 1-for-1 where somebody committed mana and somebody didn't.
Right.
Yeah. And looks like we're just going to take it, so a large chunk. And let's see, can we cobble together a bunch of bounce spells? Boomerang Basic would probably be the best possible card here from Tyler to start it off. That's 2 spells and an Otter.
Called it.
Boomerang Basics. I bounced a Storm Chaser's Talon or 2 in my life.
Yeah, lots of folks have.
Yeah, but very powerful staple here in Standard ever since Avatar The Last Airbender. We've been seeing that around, and it's incredibly good. Makes it so you never run out of steam. No matter what, you will never run out as long as you got cards in your deck. By leveling it up, getting it back, bouncing, and that's a nice effect to have in a deck. And there is a main phase into the Floodmaw to be able to crank in 8 damage there and really putting Ryan Zhang on the back foot. But that Pyroclasm looks pretty dang good now.
Yeah, I think it's Pyroclasm time, folks. And
I
now,
think so too.
And now you don't even have to discard a card of the Elf.
Yeah. So, but what's awkward is you can't attach the Flail and live because of that counter you put on the Phoenix. So maybe that was a little ambitious. If Ryan could have said, hey, I want to be at 5, have this Phoenix be a little bigger, discard this Duress, attack for 4, Pyroclasm, that would look way better. But this doesn't live through a Pyroclasm in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I think it's a little too far down the line to have, I think at the time it looked pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
So
No, totally agree.
it's hard.
Hindsight's 2020.
It's hard to know your Pyroclasm is going to line up this well.
Yeah.
So, a nice Pyroclasm too.
Yeah, no kidding. Where normally Pyroclasm, not necessarily the greatest card in this matchup. As if you just hold up a little bit of mana, a couple ops or something would be a train wreck. But wow, it looks good now when Tyler doesn't have any threats to back this up. No more Boomerang Basics, not even land 4 to just get back a Boomerang Basics. And all of a sudden, Ryan's back in this.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Ryan's been stuck on these 2 starting towns forever. Now finally finds a land.
Yeah. And there is Iron Shield Elf. Time to discard. Bring the bird back. Go down to 6. Is that a little sketchy to go to 6 here, or do you do it anyways?
I mean, you want to end the game.
Yeah.
If you end the game faster, less cards drawn for Tyler.
Yeah.
There isn't really that much burn. In these
Yeah, it's not like a
decks.
lot of lightning strikes or whatever. So
Right. Just burst lightnings for the most part.
yeah,
So
if Tyler was on 4 mana and could go end step burst lightning, untap burst lightning kick, then sure. But
however, those crabs in the board. If there was a crab here. Holy moly!
Still would be short, but
I mean, that's a great swing though.
yeah. I feel like we would have tapped that at beginning of combat, huh?
For the Phoenix.
If we had the crab.
Oh,
To tap the Phoenix and the Elf,
Yep,
right?
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Or take 2 for the love of the game, You
Hey.
do whatever you want. Slick shot, show up, and burst lightning. Wait a minute, that's only 5, right?
That is 5.
Yeah. Were we missing life totals, or was that? Oh, we didn't update the life totals. It looks like Ryan Zhang was at 5 there. Okay. So it was at 5. Our life totals were not accurate there.
Well, hold on a second. It's
Yeah.
not our life totals. It's players' responsibility to update the life totals.
That's
So
true.
Don't put
That's
this on us,
true.
Corey. All right.
That is a very good point. Way to throw the players under the bus, Jim.
I mean, the team here is catching strays. All right.
That's fair. We gotta cover ourselves up. So, Jim, any changes play draw, or is this kind of look the same?
Yeah, I don't think so. Really, it's just there's a lot of pressure on players to have a good solid draw. And I think on the play, Ryan's deck looks pretty nice.
Yeah.
It just has the ability to really put a lot of things in play. It's asking a lot of the prowess deck to really have a good draw on the draw.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as Ryan's deck comes together, but again, if you have the wrong Lego pieces at the wrong time, things can look ugly really, really fast.
That is very fair. So, all right, attention to all you Commander lovers out there. We have a sale that is just for you right now. You can save yourself 10% off all singles when it comes to just Commander-specific sets. So any of those cards that, Jim and I will look and we'll be like, wow, that card is really good. Wow, that card's really good. Have you ever read Jeska's Will?
I've cast Jessica Will. It's in my one Commander deck. I have a Muxus Commander deck.
Yeah, see? Okay.
It's a super seething song.
Yeah, isn't that card just incredible?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, oh my God. Or the other Goblin that's probably in your Muxus deck. The
Don't say Dockside.
Dockside, but now, of course, it's banned.
Right.
But, yeah.
You trying to get me in trouble?
I was trying,
Yeah,
I absolutely was. I was setting you up there, but you passed, so way to go. If you want to pick up some of these sets, this sale goes until Sunday at midnight, so StarCityGames.com/sale. I bet Docksides are super cheap if you want to pick them up.
Probably.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. So check that out while supplies last, my friend.
Corey, you cast Vampiric Tutor. What are you getting?
In what format?
My question's been asked.
Underworld Breach.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I'm putting it on top. I'm winning the game next turn with Grinding Station.
Okay.
I think I had a dream about that last night and every other night since
Wow.
Underworld Breach has been banned.
Surprising development here. Corey has a dream about winning a game with Underworld Breach.
Oh yeah,
News at 11.
They took it away far too soon. One colorless red card like Dockside Extortionist, perfectly fine. Ban that one. But one colorless red Underworld Breach? Come on. What did Underworld Breach ever do to any format? I'm making my stand.
You're making a stand.
Yeah, you're right. I'm making an incorrect stand here. That is for sure. All right, I take it back. I just had fun. All right, so we'll see if any other matches going on right now. Looks like they all kind of finish. Jim, is it just me, or does it feel like Standard has kind of sped up here from, maybe the last couple of events? Like, feels like everything got a little faster.
It's just pretty fast in general. It's a very powerful format. We have 15 or so sets in Standard right now, which is a lot. That is more than usual, and almost reaching the size of like what Pioneer was when Pioneer first was established as a format. So the decks are powerful. They kind of do their thing. There's a bunch of different decks that all do a bunch of different things, but the things they do pretty efficiently and pretty well.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, hey, when Prowess comes in, that's a deck that doesn't hang around for a long time. They're here for a good time. So, Rakdos Rummaging here on the play, very much more commonly known as Rakdos Monument, but when you're not playing the namesake card, tough to call it that. But any of the additions here, or kind of your first glance, do you like this more, or do you like Monument more?
One thing I do like is the addition of Carnage, Crimson Chaos. And
okay.
It's interesting that, in the Spider-Man set, there's Mayhem, this kind of fixed madness mechanic, and there's a lot of Mayhem cards. We haven't really seen many of them see play in what seems to be the literal perfect spot for them, this Rakdos discard deck. So cool seeing one of those, cool seeing the other creature threats, and it's a cool card.
Yeah, very fair. Uh-oh, this looks like a double mulligan here from Ryan. I think this is a mulligan down to 5. I could be wrong.
As long as Ryan doesn't power shuffle again.
Yeah, there we go. Jim won't stand for it.
Yep. I will personally leave the booth and walk down to the feature match area.
Not updating your life total, that's one thing.
Right.
But if you're pile shuffling twice, Jim won't stand for it.
Yep. And I appreciate a good pile shuffle.
Yeah.
But one. It's part of like your pre-match procedure. I think it's, you sit down, get your stuff out, you pile shuffle. You're also counting your deck.
Very much.
Make sure you don't have a land stuck in your deck box or whatever. And it kind of like sets you down, zens you up for the match. That's it.
Yeah. I pile in 7s. And I know that I'm going to do the top row, which is 4, and then I should have one extra card to put down. That's 60. So that way I know I didn't drop a card or something. And it's more of a calm myself down.
Right.
Yeah, getting the zen moment. And then I do it 3 more times before I start playing.
Really getting that zen state.
Exactly.
You ascend reality.
Exactly.
By that 4th pile shuffle.
Yeah, my last tournament, I don't know if it was on me or not, but I went 2-0-7. Is that a bad record? I was undefeated.
Yes, that is a bad record.
All right.
Yeah, I pile shuffle in 3s.
In 3s?
Is that weird?
I think that is 3s. I would say it's not fully random, but I don't think it ever is.
Yeah, no pile shuffle should be considered randomization. It's definitely you are, aren't breaking up the chunks, but in reality you are counting your deck, you know, you're kind of just taking a second to count your deck and split things up a little bit, whatever, sure. But then you must shuffle adequately afterwards.
There was a time when I saw a lot of pro players that were doing the, like, kind of you fan out the cards and drop them as you're, like, pile shuffling.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought I'd be cool and try that, but then I just kept, like, flipping over cards and stuff. So I'm like, all right, I'll stop trying to be cool.
Please do.
Yeah.
I beg you, Corey.
Yes,
We're all begging you. Please stop.
All right. So we got a Moon Shadow from Ryan, and we have at least 3 cards there, so it looks like it was a multi-5 on the play. And Tyler with a sleight of hand to start. Once again, no turn 1 Otter. And now we got a cool play. It's pretty rude, though, if you're from the perspective of Tyler here. And we're going to get to attack. We're going to get to discard. We're going to draw a card, and now Moon Shadow connects for 2.
Yeah.
Nice combos.
Ryan certainly wants to have a good quantity of cards in hand, but there's definitely something to be said for just having the right cards in the right order, and
Yes.
this is certainly that.
And when you mulligan to 5, you better kind of have that, right? Like, have your good 1-2 punch and go from there.
Wow, so no play from Tyler on turn 2. What is going on? Tyler.
Yeah, yikes. We just got to have some removal, but hey, I think Tyler mulliganed quite a bit as well.
Yeah, I think he was on 6.
Yeah, I think so as well, but it might have been 5.
Yep.
All right, let's see what Ryan's got. Just going for the level up. And I mean, as far as body language goes, if I'm Ryan, Tyler doesn't exactly look pleased. You know, so I'm jamming, you know, like.
Gee, you don't say, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
So there is.
Either that or he's going to win an Oscar.
Yes. Yeah. Or is going to win an Oscar and has, you know, all the interaction and it's ready to go.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Could be Hollywood.
No, oh, I got nothing here. Oh, actually.
Dang it. Here's Blade. All right, so we did some discarding, did some damage, played Mako, and Tyler didn't use his mana at all, and presumably just top decked that opt, otherwise he would have played it.
What is in Tyler's hand? What is happening?
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. All right, Elusive Otter coming on down. Let's see what we got. Moon Shadow's getting big. Now you can't really make it into a 4/4 and bring back the Phoenix, as that all happens within combat.
All right, so first question answered is a Spell Pierce. So,
Yep.
you know, some sort of finicky reactive cards in hand for Tyler.
But it cranks up the Moon Shadow, which then you can bring back Phoenix. It's honestly worse to counter it, I feel like. No, probably not, because they're going to kill you pretty quick. But
Right.
like now you get the Phoenix back, so you get just so much more damage anyways.
Wow.
And now when you get to attack, the Mako grows. You discard a card, that's going to grow the Moon Shadow, and they take 2. Yeah, all right. Ryan is 7-0.
Yeah, Ryan's cooking here. This is a good example of what this deck is capable of. You know, I love synergy-based aggro decks. I also love the card Bloodguest, and that is the proper art, so kudos to Ryan. Yeah, really cool stuff.
Yeah, here comes a gigantic hit.
Wow. Elusive Otter is just not looking so good here.
Hey, doing its best,
I mean,
to say the least.
Looks like he's chump blocking. And this is the kind of thing about the Prowess deck where it's pretty consistent in what it does usually, but because it does not have that high ceiling, it just doesn't really come back very well from a spot like this. Yeah, Tyler's comeback mechanism here, I don't really know what it is.
Yeah. No, I don't either.
You know what?
Yeah, we found it.
What's an innocent player to do when in trouble and just cast Sleight of Hand again?
All right, sleight of hand. Trying to find some goods. Got it.
That was a graveyard count. I think that's maybe some crab action.
Yeah. Okay. Crab actually looks pretty good, right?
Yep, crab is.
Yeah.
One of the bigger ways to come back here as far as tempo goes.
Crab into crab
Yep.
into crab. Yeah.
Tap some attackers, put a big body in play. You know, the kind of play that the prowess deck doesn't really have access to otherwise. You know, the other way to get out of things like this is just like Slick Shot, Show Off, Kill You, which is pretty hard to do from 18 for Ryan.
Yeah, yeah. How about a tap land and a pass? I mean, still could be a crab, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we got.
Crab's live here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 spells, 3
Yep.
mana.
Yep.
Bloodghast come back with haste, though.
With haste. Yeah, you have to. Had to be there. But yeah, crab can't even block. That's unfortunate. And then the attack will drain, and that's going to do it here. And take 4. And Rakdos rummaging, looking pretty good. But I will say Tyler did not do a ton. Didn't have one of those prowess draws, just couldn't put it together. And that is Ryan Jang advancing to 7-0. And, well, already had day 2 locked up, but now able to be one of the 1 or 2 players that can fight for that undefeated record at the end of the day.
Yeah, tough for Tyler. You know, Tyler's draws there in both games were really at the bottom end of the range.
Yeah.
You know, and it's weird because typically the prowess deck is quite consistent. You know, it just has all these cantrips. You know, you are threat light, so you end up in spots where you are casting a cantrip and not a threat on turn 1. But yeah, tough draws, still at a great spot. So a lot of work to do.
Yep, absolutely. So that was our first match. I believe we got another match ready to go. We're going to jump on down and see what else we got cooking here in Richmond, Virginia. All right, we got Steven on the bottom. We got Adam up top. Mono Green Landfall versus Sultai Rhythm. Okay, okay. Interesting.
Deck lists are coming in here. And yeah, this is a full-on Sultai deck. Rhythm, the usual suspects here, Manifestation, Badger Cub, but also 2 Deep Cavern Bats, an Overlord of the Balemerc. So a little spicier on top of the usual Simic Rhythm.
Okay, I like it, I like it. All right, and just pretty stock mono green as far as the landfall goes. Anything spicy going on there?
Yeah, this is kind of like classic mono green. No new Turtles cards as far as the counter stuff.
Okay.
Just kind of doing the usual mono green thing. Important to note, though, there are no copies of Sapling Nursery.
Okay, so that is a big thing, yeah.
A little more focused on Might Farm Harmonizer, a couple main deck Surox, and very nice basics.
Yeah, oh yeah, those are gorgeous. So there is Esper Origins, gain a little bit of life. And then ship on back to Steven. And, I mean, rhythm decks should be heavily favored in this situation, right?
Typically, yes.
Yeah.
Although the more kind of like finicky, cute stuff you add to your deck, you know, it gets a little bit worse.
Yeah.
You know, every Deep Cavern Bat you draw and, you know, whatever, Overlord of the Balemerc, you know, is it's not great. It does have a pretty cool combo of his 1 copy of Superior Spider-Man. And if you Superior Spider-Man a Ouroboros, you have a 4/4 Ouroboros.
Oh,
that
my
adds
goodness.
4 counters in the first swing, which is very, very, very cool. But should still be favored for Steven, but, you know, not as lopsided as straight-on Simic.
Yeah, it's kind of when we get in these arms race, right? When these decks kind of just try to go bigger than each other, all of a sudden, you know, a matchup that was very good opens the door to maybe not be as great.
Yeah, and I think that Adam's deck focusing more on Harmonizer and less on Sapling Nursery is a benefit, is a boon. So, Riddler, same idea here where Riddler is a rare card, but again, more on the grindy side of things. And this is where Steven really wants the Crater Hoof half of the deck.
Yes.
He wants to do the Badger Cub, get these manifestations in play, Crater Hoof. There is no counterplay in the mono green deck for Crater Hoof, aside from just putting power and toughness in play, which is usually not enough.
Yeah. But wow, Steven has a heck of a turn here. Badger Cub, Warp Riddler, get a Spider Manifestation ready to go. Draw a bunch of cards. I mean, this is ideal from Steven's side for sure.
Could have Fireworks next turn.
Yeah. And there was Fireworks last turn.
Yep.
All right, but still, the flip side from Adam, pretty solid. The one thing that Adam was very much missing was no Llanowar Elf, no ability to have that turn 1 accelerant.
Yeah, Ice Steel Explorer is great, but it's kind of in the same vein, like I was saying, of Riddler and, you know, kind of like the grindier, slower cards, where it's cool. It's definitely a nice engine, but when the game just ends thanks to a Crater Behemoth, it doesn't matter as much.
That's true. That is definitely true. So Ice Tail's going to do some nice work. Saza's going to grow, but doesn't matter how big you get those. Crater Hoof still goes boom way over the top of everything.
Yeah, and then next turn's a turn where Steven can just kind of go nuts. 2, 4, 6 mana from the creatures, and then of course the untaps Manifestation. And of course if we see a second Badger Mole Cub, I can't count that high.
Yeah, exactly. We ran out of fingers and toes, so then we're in trouble here in the booth. So
Hello.
hello, cub number 2, no big deal. Each one of these creatures is adding 3 mana, or even adds 2.
Yep, that's a fun side interaction. You can just use it to untap one of your elves.
But that being said, the hand from Steven is Starting Town, Spider Manifestation, so nothing great, but good old Riddler is going to come down to save the day, as it usually does. So here is 4 mana. There's that extra mana from the Llanowar Elf, so that should be 5 total. Riddler, untap Spider Manifestation, draw 2, and see if you can find some Gath. Otherwise, Steven is not really going to win the game this turn.
That being said, Adam's got a nice setup.
Yeah.
But it's a progressive setup. It's a setup that, accrues advantage over time. And Steven looking to not give Adam that time. And with Riddler in play, even just if Riddler just lives, which it almost assuredly will,
yeah,
draw 2 cards for your turn, and you're going to find it eventually.
Yep. And we did see Gene Pollinator plus a non-starting town land played, so we know that last card is the town. And now it just comes down to, Steven gets to draw 2 more cards, have 2 more looks at a Nature's Rhythm to be able to just really win the game on the spot.
Yeah, and one of the things about these rhythm decks is that they are ramp decks. You do have the element of, you have lands, you have ramp spells, and you have payoffs.
Yeah.
And if you don't draw the right mix, things can get a little awkward.
Yeah, and the deck is pretty consistent. I mean, once this deck added Riddlers, like I remember the World Championship is when I saw this shell for the first time. It looked a little different. It was by Carl Serap playing that Golgari Ouroboros deck. It was Spider Manifestation, 4 Simic Rhythms. It just didn't have blue for Riddler and stuff, so I think that was the next evolution that kind of put that deck even further over the edge. But Carl had a good weekend at the World Championship with that deck, I believe top 16.
Carl's very good.
Yeah, it does help that he's a fantastic player, but they kind of mini broke it there. The whole storyline was overshadowed because, the Lessons deck was just unbelievable for that tournament, and your team really broke it.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous I didn't get to play in that one.
Me too.
Watching from the sidelines like, oh, yeah, they really got it this time.
I was watching from the sidelines. Every time they cast Ancestral Recall.
It's going to be okay, Corey.
I know.
You can cast that card, too.
I have been. I've been playing that deck quite a bit, actually. It's quite strong, believe it or not.
No, close arena. You can't play it right now.
Okay,
Corey.
sorry.
Not right now.
Don't throw me under the bus here, Jim, okay? All right, looks like they are stopping here, but Adam is kind of popping off. Ice Till with the Harmonizer. We're going double, double, double. The Ascension's going to give something trample. Adam wins.
Yeah, this is the counterplay, right?
Yes.
We're just kind of Adam crater hoofing in his own way back. Find the way to kind of have that big, huge kill that goes over the top. And again, we're past fingers and toes here as far as doubling goes. So
yeah,
I imagine it should be lethal.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, you can stack it in such a way that you put all the doubles at the back, if you're looking at it as far as what the stack would be doing, and then all the pluses from Sazas and the pluses from Earthbender Ascension resolve, and then you usually have 4 doubles. So we're going to get this Sazas Chocobo up to like 9 power, double 18 to 36, to
Keep
72
going.
to 116.
Don't stop.
No, I'm done. Let me get my calculator out. And we'll just assume that it is just an absurd amount. And looks like Steven agrees. Looks like Ouroboros was on the top there, but even that wouldn't have been enough. A puny Ouroboros there compared to what Adam Hernandez did there was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Ouroboros is not what these green mirrors are all about.
No, not really.
Very, very powerful card. That was one of the advancements at the Pro Tour was a lot of these lists were cutting most of their Ouroboros because they just don't line up very well in the mirror, nor against the landfall decks, these big green decks, because it's incremental advantage when you just want to have that one big one-shot kill.
Exactly. It's been really funny to see the metagame shifts, and they're basically like the story of Ouroboros tells a big story of the metagame shifting from week in and week out, which is kind of funny. So let's start with sideboarding from Steven's side. We have 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Insidious Fungus, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 2 Requiting Hex, 1 Restless Reef, 3 Yeah, that is interesting, right? Yeah,
So
I had to stop for a second.
I couldn't help myself. I was like, wow, okay.
3 Shoot the Sheriff, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spider Sense, 1 Wistfulness, 1 Yigra, Eater of All.
Yeah, it's interesting because, a lot of the draw to adding black to his deck is you're getting more interaction, right? Shoot the Sheriff, Requiting Hex, which can kill, opposing Badger Cubs and stuff like that too. But a lot of the strength of this Rhythm deck against landfall is the ability to just do your thing and do it really well. Now Alex will be bringing in cards like Meltstrider's Resolve, so there will be some interaction on that side. And these cheap kill spells are great there. If Adam goes to Meltstrider's Resolve, a Badger Cup, and you hex it in response, keep your thing alive, it's a mega blowout. So I imagine Steven's going to want some amount of his cheap removal, but does not want to go overboard and wants to keep the fundamental core of his deck intact because it is so good naturally against landfall.
So I want to ask you a side question before we talk about Adam's sideboard. Do you think the Rhythm decks have a bad matchup against Is It Prowess?
Yeah.
Probably, right?
I thought that in the Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And then we watched the Rhythm deck just kind of beat Prowess, if I remember correctly, pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
In theory, cheap threats plus cheap removal spells should be good. If the Simic version is more focused on getting a lot of things in play at once, and if you're able to kind of overload the single target removal, you can do that. Yes, I think what you're getting to is, are the kill spells better against Prowess?
Yeah.
Would you want to fight that fight? I think yes. I think that a card like Requiting Hex to be very good at keeping Prowess at bay for a while to buy you time to set up. But I don't know if that's I don't know how much of that you want here. It's a very interesting kind of math problem. And then also Adam has the Mossborn Hydras, which are a way to kind of like fire in and do the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, nope, I agree. All right, so before we get into this game, let's talk about Cincy here. This is going to be our next event, and crazy. We don't have one of these for a long time. We got a nice little break here, but Cincinnati is going to be our next event here, May 15th to the 17th. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. I want to say this one's standard, right? This might actually be getting us back into Modern.
I think it's Modern, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think we are getting back into Modern. That's going to be a lot of fun. So join us in Cincinnati if you are interested in competing at this regional championship. All right, so we're getting back into the game here. Looks like we have hustled up a little bit as pairings are going to be called pretty soon. So we want to try to show you the conclusion of the match here. And what do we got going on so far?
The Battle of the 4-drops, Ouroboros versus Icetail Explorer. And we were saying at Ouroboros the matchup isn't super about that. It's still really good.
Yes.
It's still a really powerful card. A little lonely on this board, but quite potent, as far as and then if the game gets messier with more interaction, more removal spells and stuff, it is really good in games like that.
Wow, and here we go. We see those removal spells kind of doing some good work. Able to kill an Icetail Explorer where most of the time Simic Rhythm's like, you have an Icetail Explorer now, So that is pretty sweet. Ouroboros gets cranked up a little bit. We did some warping to draw a card and got it going.
And this is the common result when two fairly linear decks play each other. Once one side brings in Meltstrider's Resolve, one side brings in Shoot the Sheriff. Now both sides slow down. They don't have all the pieces for their good linear draws. So we see more boards like this where it's one creature versus 0 creatures and the game slows down and gets ugly. A spot where Ouroboros is great and a spot where Quantum Riddler is also great.
Yeah, Riddler, I just already think the card's amazing and it's very strong game one, but Riddler in basically every matchup improves post board.
Yes.
It's a card that gets so much better for the reasons that you were saying.
Yeah, here's a Harmonizer, but without the trample effect of a Harmonizer, it is much less scary.
Yeah, and Steven does have another Shoot the Sheriff, so as long as that Harmonizer is not indeed a Sheriff, you should be good to go.
What is Might Form Harmonizer? It's an insect druid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not an outlaw anymore, but it's been so long.
I mean, maybe, in space.
Yeah, okay.
Druids are outlaws.
Okay, sure. We'll go with that. Either way, that is a Doomblade that can be pointed at Harmonizer, and let's see if Adam has any counterplay to it. And if not, you got to think this is Steven locking this up.
Yeah, there is one copy of Royal Treatment in Adam's deck, which would be quite the backbreaking exchange here. But even then, I don't think it matters that much. I mean, Ouroboros has gone to town, and it's funny because this game, Steven's deck looks like a Golgari deck, just good creatures and removal spells.
Yeah, I kind of really like Steven's list. This is awesome.
Yeah, here's a trample effect, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough to get the job done.
I don't think so either. With Ice Till, we were kind of cooking, but with Steven having another Sheriff here, I think we're just going to destroy that and head to the old space.
Outlaw check.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you name all the types that are outlaws?
No. I think it's like, no, I can't. I've already forgotten. Yeah. One set at a time I live via limited, Now I know it kills pretty much anything.
I think it's mercenary, rogue, pirate. Not druid, though.
It's not druid. It is definitely not druid, and that is Steven winning this game here with a nice little hybrid rhythm deck that can play a little bit more defensive in the post-board games. I want to see more of that deck. That was cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. And it's a hard line to walk because you don't want to remove what makes the rhythm deck the rhythm deck. Remove what makes it do its thing and be really good. But if you can find just the right mix of the right interaction for a certain weekend, it can be very powerful.
Yep, totally agree. So that's going to do it for this round. We already heard that pairings got called, so quick 2-minute break, and we're going to have round number 8 on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.